I don't know the exact reason, to be fair. I'm just, you know, just what people are experiencing. All right, I need to eat this next wrap before America starts, or I'll never eat this fucking wrap.
Champion series. I love the sound of that.
Nexo against the wall and Team Pets.
Let me move this.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, and he can 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Have I seen pinned? What is it? I've been DM'd by a FACEIT admin if I still have a 5-man team on Discord. What do you mean? I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, maybe what's happening, Toby, is a lot of the FACEIT admins are going around are trying to like help encourage people to sign up for FACEIT. So that's probably what he's asking about, I think. I think that's what he's asking about. Yeah, they're messaging around a lot of people trying to get him to sign up. Do I prefer streaming / co-casting or coaching on London? There's lots of fun things about the casting, but there's something special about like working and living with all the guys in the London house. I mean, it was better. It was better. You guys are nice. You guys are nice. I don't discredit you lot, but working, living in LA, was something nice about that time in London, you know. Thank you, Tech. Nothing you love more than ads and contributing with Treehead. Yeah, Treehead's getting big. What are we on now? 3,915 feet? Fuck. I just got a McDonald's ad on my phone for the Maryville Esports meal deal. Again, what's the Maryville Esports meal deal? Where do you reckon Tree goes next split? M80 seems like the obvious choice, right? What's this Landon? Is this the same Landon tweet? It's the sauna one? Oh, we've seen the sauna one. Yeah.
First season of FACEIT League is about to kick off for Overwatch. For some players, this isn't their first rodeo when it comes to competitive team leagues. Before rising to the top of the Overwatch scene, Emon was a player in Counter-Strike team league known as ESCA.
I know, as it stands, Ruv, I think I'd be surprised if he plays next week. I'd be surprised. So on weekends where Maryville win, there's a deal on the McDonald's app, but they lost to your college this week, and they still put the deal on?
His teammates Skadoodle.
I mean, I guess if it's a deal, it's a deal, right? Cheaper McDonald's.
Winning the E-League Boston Major in 2018. Registration for Season 1 of FACEIT League and Overwatch.
Am I getting a CS advert? Oh, it's a FACEIT advert.
Whether you're new to the game, a seasoned veteran, or ready to make a jump to the next level, FACEIT League is the place to be. Register for FACEIT League Season 1 today.
And we do have Emon
What's
joining
Emon?
us now for a quick chat. I believe your mic is muted because I didn't hear the wow.
Is it?
No, actually.
So he's lying to you.
So he's trolling.
Maybe you should, but you saw his lips were moving, but I didn't hear his sound. Just saying.
Well, I didn't want to step over, so I went, wow.
Okay, it was a subtle wow. Also, I absolutely love the video because you decorated yourself with the feathers and the achievements of a former teammate. That's my way to do that. It's like, that dude became champion.
Yeah, he went and won the major. Yeah, he was a great friend. It was good, you know. Thank you.
And all of that thanks to you, Imong.
Yeah, we can go with that if you'd like, yes.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
narrative. That's the narrative we're running with.
Yeah, Emong, you played a ton of different games competitively, right? I know in your past. What do you think makes Overwatch like really kind of different, or even better in some ways than some of those other games?
Very fast-paced, and that's what it's always been for me. Like, there's a lot of games where it's a little bit slower, and like, that's fine. I always enjoyed playing that, but I love Overwatch because it's fast-paced. You can play 40 different heroes now. I don't know, it's just a really fun team game. It just feels like it's very, it's a little bit different. Like, when I played those games, it was more about like, you throw a smoke grenade, you wait.
They've changed it slightly, Unito. They're going to broadcast more games this time.
They're both great games.
I think still not all of them, but broadcasting more of them.
I always enjoyed that.
So, same actually. I love how dynamic and just alive it all feels and is. How's the Faceit experience been like for you as a player?
We've been working with one of our support players, Custa, on trying to improve a little bit, but overall it's been like really, really fun. I've enjoyed it. Like, it's been being able to stream matches. I mean, as you know, we haven't been able to do any of this for like 8 years in Overwatch almost. So being able to stream matches, watch matches, co-stream, Team Overwatch.
I think the sign-ups. I swear Chris was saying something like the sign-ups jumped up today
because we're going to be able to like play in it and just kind of have matches every week now, which is super exciting. Which is what we used to in esports for a long time, where we had weekly matches, not like we have a tournament, 3 months off, tournament, 3 months off. Now it's matches every week, which is great. I love that.
Yeah, you're right, Turlins. They're 100%.
Okay, sticking on Overwatch then.
The deadline is Thursday, I think, the 25th. 25th is the deadline.
Me. Like, it is so hard. Like, I don't know how you do it, but you guys, I mean, relying on you mostly, like, how? Just how?
There's nothing. We've kind of just accepted the idea that Custa will make sure that our roster is there and like readied up. So like Custa's become more of like the ready up person part of the team, making sure we're good to go, making sure we're playing, and that's good enough for us.
How long have the sign-ups been up?
We'll take care of the rest.
I'm not sure.
Okay, you only need one person to do that. Thank God.
Custa just catching strays every single day on broadcast.
I'm keeping the tweet. That's all everybody was doing.
That.
Everybody was doing that. I had to keep it going.
That's true. That's true. You gotta stick with it. Now, I mean, you've had a very long esports career already. Has it been like a favorite memory for you personally that you would like to share?
I've been doing this for way too long. I honestly, I just feel like I've always enjoyed just when I win. I think that's been my best memory. I know that's just like, oh no, like this one moment, I just like won. Yeah, winning was great. I loved it. Just winning games a lot was always fun for me. Actually, it was a funny story too, because they mentioned Skadoodle there. Actually, the reason why I got into Overwatch is because Skadoodle's best friend playing games growing up was Sephi, who was Brad, who became the coach of, obviously, became a coach in Overwatch. And he also was the one that got me to switch to Overwatch to play Overwatch. He's like, hey, I want you to play here because I met him that way. And that's how that all started. So Brad's actually the reason why I ended up playing Overwatch. So,
well, thanks, Brad, I guess. So, that one.
Shout out to Sephi.
Let me reframe the question then. What's on your list of things you want to achieve? Like, what's out there? What are you striving for?
Oh, okay. Well, we need to get Team Overwatch all the way to the highest division, and we actually need to make it into one of these games so we can show you that we can meme our way to the top 8 one day. That's it. I'm inspired by I'm inspired by right? Look at that. Playing some Wrecking Ball, Junkrat, doing whatever they want. We can do it too. Or we can't, but at least it'll be fun.
Possible.
That's right. Everything is possible in the world of Overwatch, especially if you have an open competition format like the Faceit Leagues as well as OWCS. Imong, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck for what's next.
Thank you so much for having me.
I don't know. I hope there's more sign-ups. I hope it serves as like
I'm gone for 2
serves
weeks.
as some interest.
I'm gone for 2 weeks. I mean, this is crazy.
Like, I don't know how like interested teams would be, like the lower teams would be in there's like these 4 different tiers. Like I feel like it's actually like those bottom tiers you need to do like quite well to prop everything else up, you know, because the top division's always going to be full of enough teams, right? Because people are, especially because it's got like the esports World Cup spots, and those ones are already always going to be full. It's how you encourage, or if you can encourage, for people to fill the lower ones. But I don't know, I think people do want to compete. People do want to play against teams that are close to them, and it's nice to have like an organized system for it. But I worry how I want it to be popular, but I worry how much it'll actually translate into success. Oh, Psycho tweet. What are we saying? What's Psycho saying? Sauna off the bench. Psycho wasn't even on London, so happy to take the shots at him. Happy to take the shots at him. All right. Ooh. I do this. Depends what this is. Oh, I have to listen to audio? Fuck. God damn it.
Marvin Ham is the literal reason why I will never have kids. How could I bring a child into this world? Look what I can do on this screen. I could ice it. LeBron's in backside help on Jokic, just roll. I could up and hedge it right here. Torian Prince is going to get all the way over in backside help. D'Angelo Russell can take both Nuggets 2 passes away. You must have backside help!
God, it's too much. It's too much for right now. It's too much. Too much. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just how you, because there are lots of these leagues already, right? Like BPL type stuff and these sort of like free community run leagues. It's just how you transfer that to Face It. And I guess the big problem as well is if you have these teams who are playing in like a BPL style thing and they get to do it for free, why would they go and pay Face It to do the same thing? It becomes like, it sort of becomes like a bit of a hard to justify thing. So the Face It thing, you almost need, you need a reason for them to play that instead. I don't know exactly, I don't know exactly how you do that. All right, I should go get a drink actually, right? Because this is the fucking big one, right? Citrus Nation, does anyone think they can actually do it? What are the Preds saying? We've seen a lot of upsets today, right? It's been a day of fucking upsets. No, Rob, I've not played Clash yet, so I actually don't know. But I'm gonna get a drink, and then we can find out together. We can find out together. All right. I've not missed anything. Good. Good. Oh. Let's see, let's see, let's see. You have to feel like this upset has to be way less likely than the EXO Super Shy one, because Super Shy and EXO have already had like a close game, and then EXO like changed their tank, and there's a lot of reasons it could go wrong, but I feel like Timeless should just be okay, right? Should have the quality to see him through. Probably just gonna get an Orisa mirror for the most part. What do we got? Oasis, Iconwold, Esperanza. Shut the non-believer. 3-2 Citrus today, surely. I thought they were boomed. Somebody was telling me Timeless were maybe a bit boomed. But I don't know. I mean, one thing that's true, this is always true with like, I feel like this is always true with teams with Lethal on it. Well, with the exception of London Spitfire. But teams with Lethal on it, I think, have a way. Teams with Lethal on it have a way of causing some crazy results. Oh yeah, Chris did. You're right, you're right. Slept on Lethal once. He'll prove you wrong this time. This is a Citrus Nation channel. I want him to win. I want him to win. I'm just, you know, I'm just trying to be... What's the word? Not pedantic. Pragmatic. They're still favourites, right? They're still favourites. Are we going to get another Insight Capitolity Insane tweet? Let's see it. Dirt is the new #1 Turkish player. Lethal's been dethroned. Yeah, Lethal and Tap is a real, like, vintage DPS duo. Alright, Riker in. Zeb on the Orisa. I feel like Zeb... Zeb's actually, like, the up-and-comer here. I feel like I'm actually quite impressed with Zeb. Let's see it then, shall we? Let's see it. Timeless are going to take it home. Surely they're not. Okay. Lucio Kiri. Sojourn. Probably going to be Tracer. Orisa. It's a mirror. Let's see it. Both teams going to go Coast. I'm just kidding. Only Citrus Nation are going Coast. So, free high ground. Chance to get this first rail going. They're calling. Oh, they're calling him headshot onto Rocket. Rocket has to run. Rocket's been forced back to his team. They're trying to put a lot of pressure on Rocket here, but I feel like Rocket's actually pretty good in these situations in terms of just managing his own life behind everyone. Playing quite an independent role with health packs and megas and all that. Tap's gonna get pressured out as well. Zeb's made an aggressive move and he's lost so much fucking health for it, actually. Tried to cross point there. They're all around him, but it's just a dogfight now. No Orisa means they are gonna have to concede for space. Tap is going to lose for Tracer 1v1 because he put the Jade guns on the Rose skin. Is that the breaker, is it? Alright, let's see. Lethal's got rail. This is the jump shot. Timeless keeping control of that part of the map. Riker on the back of point. They're just trying to poke their way on. Zeb and Tap have actually got underneath here. They're all going to play underneath and start just trying to force the point. Playing right below Chopper here. Riker's going to get one more touch, but Citrus Nation have just going to bully their way onto point and bully their way into a flip. They lose Jacob for it, though. Lethal trades Rocket for it. So it's 4v4, but obviously with more support ults coming up, should still favour Timeless. Kitsune Rush over top, trying to disengage. Lethal dies for it. They do mirror Kitsune Rush now, but I don't know if Zeb can even really touch. Oh, it's really bad for him now. Wouldn't commit any more ults. Have to go back here, have to go back. They're still keeping the point going, so it's not the end of the world. They might even... How did they trade CJ out of that when he wants to Terror Surge now? Jacob still doesn't have the beat, though. They trade a couple of kills and they'll get up to 30%. And, I mean, Neutral's still there, right? Tap's back soon. Lethal's there as well. They actually give a beat out of opener. They forced for beat. Rocket will be able to clean up now thanks to that beat, but alright. Alright. we got the opener throw count ticking up, have we? Alright, so thanks. Yeah, the problem, wow, there's a lot of positive things to say about Citrus Nation in terms of Tap, Lethal, and Zeb. I feel like Jacob has like a horrible knack of dying just before beat. Or dying when he needs to be, you know? Not an Ajaxer, but dies a lot. Oh, Tap in trouble. Won't be able to get out of that one. Chop down. And they don't find a way to use this beat. It's a really soft fight to lose. A pre-Jaxer? Yeah. He dies before he even gets a chance to Jax. Alright, let's see it. Still with this beat advantage. Alright, going for it. Lethal into the high ground. Opener's gonna get away. They're still chasing Chopper. They'll catch Chopper. Can they catch anyone else? Riker's still keeping the point in control for now, but they've got that Chopper kill. They should be able to find a little bit more. Riker's considering it. No, will be forced out. Should be able to get the kill here as well. There we go. Problem is now... Oh, careful, Lethal. Careful, Lethal. Oh, fuck. How's CJ able to get that one there? Lethal will have Overclock coming back when he gets there. They still have Kitsune rush to mirror, but big beat advantage for opener here. Terra Surge slightly sooner for Riker too. Tap, hiding with Pulse War underneath. Rocket's going to come try and clear him out. Taps, happy to go fight him. Kitsune rushes will be mirrored. Opener's really close to this beat now. Lethal's got it. Oh, CJ's down actually. Opener's still not got the beat. Terra Surge is available, but maybe they have to go. They're going to try and live. Can't live. Has to be a reset. Now they have to try and get the touch. Where's Rocket? Rocket's alive. Should be able to get the touch. They can make his life health in his touch though. Looking for Rocket now. Looking for Rocket now. Alright. Amping right side. Going for the touch as a team. Riker should be able to get on. Have that beat. Jacob's 30% away. Give a touch. Lethal's going to swing left side. Looking for something here. Beat over the top now from opener. They managed to disengage it now. Chance to go back with their Terra Surge. Riker has one as well. Pulse Bomb. Doesn't land. Oh, Taps is good. Taps is good. Oh, they Suzu it. Terra Surge doesn't find it. Oh, Jacob. Oh, 90% on beat. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it. The pre-Jax, yes. Suzu there from Pulse Bomb, so Tapstick doesn't get anything. It was kind of an okay ult trade as well. Like, Jacob just probably went too all in at the... Well, he really didn't need to at all, and it would have been okay. Alright. Still okay. Looks like it's going to be an Orisa Mirror still as we go over to Gardens. Honestly, expecting this to be the... Expecting this to be very much the tail of the series. Casting his time from Lethal. Still carries on either side. Alright, coming up. I'm going to grenade out, and they've got the space. I guess they're slightly faster. Jacobs, how's Chopper found that kill? Fuck. Alright, we're going to have to concede a bit of the space now. They don't have to give up this first fight. They can kind of wait for Jacob and play a little bit slow here. Get lethal opportunities. Chopper considering swinging up. Gets the initial rail. They're going to both drop to point now. Pressure onto Zeb. He's lost it all, but oh, Lethal! Lethal just wanders out up top. Finds the doors to the Timeless House wide open. Oh, headshot's good from Chopper. He's going to chase him. They've cleared this out. Meanwhile, the rest of them have just plowed forward. Citrus Nation being aggressive. They lose neutral, but they kill everyone else, and they will get first flip off it. Gonna be a rough one for the Lucios. Rough one for the Lucios. Jacob's only on 30% beat. It's gonna be high noon first, actually. Zeb a bit closer on the Terror Surge as well. Trying to come through the hooker area. Gonna be hard to take top. They're gonna try and play through point instead. Rocket's forcing it right now. Lethal's gonna help peek though, and Macasta's very good at dealing with this. Zeb's also gonna drop. Has to be ready in case anyone rotates top, but it looks like just like they're quite happy to just take the fight on point here, Timeless, but Zeb's gonna mirror that one. Now a chance for Lethal to take high ground. Tap is behind. Rail used. Kitsune rush on point. Neutral's able to mirror it though. Oh! Behind! Javelin's massive actually. See you later, Lethal. Terror Surge over top. They've traded 1-for-1. Bit later, Terror Surge from Riker. Suzu is good though from neutral. Now they can try and focus down Riker. They've just killed everyone else. No beats to be seen. Jacob's gonna get up to his beat now. Was a crazy spear actually. Alright, beat VB, overclock versus high noon. So it has to be said, overclock, in theory, very much the better ult. Gonna be keen to keep hold of a high ground control here, Citrus Nation. Riker's gonna make the aggressive move out, but they've taken over high ground. High noon comes back here, they're trying to block the spear. They all DP, he drops, Lethal's got him! Don't need to do anything. Can go. They're going to beat out here. It's only 3 of them get the beat. They're going to try and turn on to Rocket. Oh, Jacob! Zeb doesn't get the beat. I think he'll be okay, though. They managed to group up. He takes out a Chopper. And, yeah, 100 to 0 it looks like. 100 to 0 it looks like. No problem. Beaming him. All right, Zeb. Massive mechanical playing at noon. Score 1-1. Where's Chris? You want to see him get the upset if Timeless win? I think Chris said he might pop in, right? Did you bet on this, X? Only a little, like a couple of quid on Citrus Nation. Nothing major. Alright, high one so far. I mean, everyone thought it could be closer than Timeless would have wanted it to be, and it's certainly true so far. Looks like we're still going to get an Orisa mirror here. Where do you bet? I bet on like a Paddy Power and bet 365. Obviously, gamble at your own risk. Gamble at your own risk. This is not financial advice. Not financial advice. Only gamble with money you're happy to lose. Did you bet on Luminosity Timeless? No, I don't think I did. Don't think I did. I might have had a bet builder, maybe. Thanks, Juby. Thanks, Juby. Excited for my lawsuit. Luckily, I've got a lawyer in chat. All right, they lose the first flip. Citrus Nation can make this a dogfight, though. They can drag it out. Zeb's need to keep Zeb pocketed. Lethal's going to come back on Sojourn. Tap's got the angle. Don't get the flip here. Yeah, Zeb's going to get back on. Needs help, though. Needs help. Now he's got spin. And then he wants to get the touch. Tap's getting a bit of a touch. We'll have to recall. Now Zeb's back on. Lethal's back soon, right? They've had to use a lot of cooldowns for this Citrus Nation, but they have managed to stabilize. They've actually pushed Riker back as well. Need to get this Sojourn out. Chopper has full rail. Able to dodge it. There's the flip. All right, 30% at least for free. Now a chance to come back, and both teams have Kitsune Rush. Gonna be mirrored by both Kiris. Forced back here. Javelin's gonna hit. No kills coming in. Pulse Bomb's lobbed in there from Rocket. Doesn't find anything though, and Zeb eats the Pulse Bomb. It says it's an overclock, but it's 100% a Pulse Bomb. Zeb's gonna then kill him afterwards. All right, Zeb. Chill out, mate. Jacob gets the beat off. So it ends up being very expensive, but they do get it. They stay ahead. Zeb Stonk's definitely going up. Now big ult advantage coming back. Lethal's going to have overclock, so really kind of just on Lethal to make like a bit of a hero play here. The natures of Citrus Nation is you want this to be a long fight, right? So even if you do lose it ultimately to the support ult disadvantage, you at least get like a good chunk of your support ults. All right, here it is from Chopper. Lethal's going to match it. Lethal's in big trouble. Zeb's trying to help him. CJ finishes it, though. They do beat at least as well. It's a relatively quick fight, though, so Jacob, I don't think he's going to get a huge ult advantage. They're still on it, though. Jacob's just skating around the middle. He will go down. That should be the start of the end. Zeb's going to die. Tap's going to get one. All right, up to 80%. Not too bad. But they didn't actually really get any of their beat advantage there. So it's actually just equal support ults coming back into this one. Pardon me, equal support ults coming back into this one. Alright, has to be slow and steady, as is the nature, of City Center. Kitsune Rush available soon. Expect neutral just up that one. Rail's gonna hit Zeb in the face, but it'll be alright. This is pretty tanky. Pretty tanky. Rocket's managed to bully him out. They're going aggressive here. Terror Surge over the top. Oh, he catches opener. Alright. Eats for Pulse Bomb again. Zeb's eaten so many Pulse Bombs. They have to die quickly here as well. If they kill Rocket, it's massive. If they kill Rocket, Jacob's going for it. Rocket's back in spawn. Oh, Care Rocket's on Widow. Care Rocket's on Widow. He's on Venture. That's it. Timeless are disqualified. Timeless are disqualified. Illegal maneuver. Does someone have the phone number for the police? I need the phone number for the police. All right, Jacob nearly has beat. So does Opener. Jacob still 10% away. Lethal nearly has this overclock. They're going to swing left side with it here. Overclock comes out from Lethal. There's one. Beat comes through. Trying to burn through on this Tracer. Rocket is awfully low. Headshot onto Chopper as well. Chopper's about to have this overclock. Jacob. And they've got it, actually. They've done it. Chopper needs to try and make miracles happen, but oh, they C9! How do they C9 that? Citrus Nation win! How do they C9 that? It kind of looked like Riker was on point, in all honesty, you know. In all honesty, it looked like Riker was on point, but... Alright, let's see it again. Alright, Opener comes left with Chopper. Oh, thank you, Mayrice, for 2 months. There we go. Beats and matched. DJ doesn't get it, but he is okay. Rocket gets chased out after that one. And then, yeah, Lethal just finds the pick in the middle of all of it. And then Chopper, it's just 3v5, right? So it's just so hard for Chopper. Yeah, he just, Riker just realizes too late. Realizes too late. You'll be in soon. Chris is licking his lips, is he? Licking his lips. Yeah, we can get the whole gang in here if you want. Gunba's welcome as well if he wants. Give fucking the coach of the year stack plus me. Fuck. What's the deal with circuit points? So you get circuit points based off where you finish. Where you finish in terms of like first, second, third, fourth. And then whoever wins this main event gets a straightforward invite to the Dallas Major. And then each region out of North America and EMEA get 2 more spots, so second and third. But that's determined by how many who has the most circuit points. Oh, fuck's sake, Barney. Citrus are winning, yep. Citrus have taken the first map. Hold on, I've got a date to arrange with Oh, why is the music getting louder? Let's see, 2 p.m. Eastern. 50 that time Tuesday. If that's any good. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out time zones. Some of the music's just gotten way louder. There we go. Don't let my wife know. It's a date with Sugar Free. Oh wait, Gunba, go my Discord, because then I've got an overlay sorted for it, and there's like a quality of life thing. Are you in my Discord? I can find you. Where is it?
Yo.
Hey, you alright? Yeah, sorry, I just have an overlay
Yeah,
on this
good.
one so everyone can see.
Oh shit. Can you stream?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
No, can you stream?
Oh, right, oh, sorry. I'm with you. There we go. Yeah, it's still not started yet anyway. We're good.
Yeah. Just not delay. Oh fuck, here we go. Alright. I'm so excited for this, fuck.
Surely there can't just be another fucking upset today. Fuck. I don't know, I think...
Timers looked pretty bad when we played them. We scrimmed recently.
Oh,
this is not
really?
really their thing, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think the Citrus Nation team is like actually pretty reasonable as well, right? Like Lethal's definitely good. Taps, I think, is fine at Tracer. Zeb, I don't really know too much about Zeb, but he seems pretty good actually.
I think Timeless are also just like seeing the costs of their roster choices, you know? Like, I think Chopper sucks right now, like, just to be honest. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. He was the guy, right? He was like the up-and-comer, like, actually, unironically, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone wanted this guy in the offseason, and he's just eating shit constantly. This guy sucks, like...
You think it's
Lethal's
that
like
bad?
a fucking game changer, you know? Like, I mean, compared to Lethal that game just then, I mean...
Yeah. I think Lethal's good. Like, I think, like... if it wasn't for a couple of British guys putting Lethal on Tracer for half a year, I think Lethal's reputation would actually be a little bit higher than it is.
You've got like the Riker Ice situation. Yeah, it's like every time Icy plays, he's shit, you know?
I think Riker's just better on actually like all roles. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Sigma or something, right? Maybe you can make an argument for Icy, but like on all the roles they're actually playing now, I think Riker should just play all the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's better at Orisa, which means Icy shouldn't play, because that's it. That's the whole hero pool. It's Monkey Orisa, you know? Like...
Hey, walk hard in 4 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
What was that guy counting?
Countdown to the end of the map. Alright, Icon World. I guess we're just going to get another Orisa mirror to have the expectation, really.
When we play Timeless, they're really, really good at... not really good, but like elite, you know, at Parisa. So I guess this is a win that they got Icon World instead for Citrus Nation, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's, like, it's a middle ground, right? Like, I assume Citrus Nation wanted like the rush maps.
Yeah.
Oh, Sun Johnson, there we go.
I think he's good, to be fair.
I don't know, we're playing the Timeless coaches. Isn't their roster just shit?
I don't think so.
Like it's kind of shit.
It's not like if, I don't know, because what's the comparison, right? Because you look at the Toronto roster and go, okay, well, it's probably not as good as the Toronto roster, obviously. But then actually, who are the other rosters? Like Luminosity and M80?
Luminosity, are they a better team?
On paper, you mean? I don't know, actually. I don't think so. I mean, I think Dante,
they are if you consider
Dante, yes.
The roster fuckery, right?
Yeah, maybe. I guess the difference
Time
is
was like locked in, you know, like, and they played 5 players all the time, and they were like super focused, you know.
I'm trying to do
That'd be a different story.
the roster fuckery for the one icon world, where
Yeah, exactly.
which they lost, but yeah.
When the game patches so often, it does feel rough to have so many subs for like no fucking reason.
Well, it's just like it's like problems that compound, right? Like the circuit point thing kind of makes it feel like then you need to play everyone, but then if it's just
They
like
don't,
you're
though.
just playing
It's
one
two
comp-
maps now.
Oh yeah, it's just 2 maps, isn't it? You should just nail it.
They already have all the
groups.
circuit points. They're locked in. They
guess-
chose to do this.
I guess to be fair, they've got like their group stage actually may be fucked to do that. You know what I mean? With like Luminosity and Citrus Nation in it.
Did they not already do those subs in matches that mattered though?
Probably actually, it's probably already done. You know what I mean? Yeah, they probably did it in the Luminosity series anyway, right? Because it was 5 maps.
It's also like if Sunjan and Riker are like 2 of their best players, those are the guys they're subbing. You know, the supports aren't great. So like, what's left? You know, Rocket and Tracer, I guess. Like.
Alright, just an Orisa Mirror. Probably really happy with this, then if you're Citrus Nation.
I mean, Citrus need to reset here. Not going to do it, so they're just going to lose. I feel like once you get behind in that situation, you just have to kite and reset and try again.
Yeah, we only get 1 fight here anyway.
Like Zeb's standing in the open on half HP, and he's like, "No, we can push." And it's like you can't push. You just can't do that. Like you're not getting healed, so the health isn't going up. You know, like they lost control of the point space somehow. Like Riker was just on the cart for free.
All right, go before the gates. Lethal's just gonna swing. Oh, they're not ready. Oh, all right, they finish it. Oh no, Suzu. Not the end of the world, I guess. At least still before gate. Didn't really get any ults out though.
Why are they fighting here so early? I guess because they lived. Like they mostly lived.
Yeah, I think it's fine, right? Like, to be fair, like if it wasn't for not having Suzu for that pulse bomb, they're probably actually in a really good position to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, God knows where the Suzu went.
Right, don't quite have their support ults yet, Citrus Nation.
Oh, surely that's a terrible road, right?
Yeah, it just has
Why
to
are they roading back?
They back.
Oh,
they were out.
no.
They were fine.
Now they're getting Orisa ulted. Oh, it's a fucking disaster. Wait, good.
They're okay. Everything's fine. Open's gonna beat. Jacob has a much later beat. Everyone's
What
just
am I
kind of
watching?
trading ults.
What
We're
are
just
these ult
trading
trades?
ults. Just trading ults.
It's like an honorable ult trade.
You know, like how you would like tell your team or something like, all right, this is how we want to like lay off the ults. We do this. We expect them to do this. So we try and kite a little bit. Then we push back with our beat. It's kind of like both teams have like they've got the script for how the ult trade should go, and they're just like trying to hit their cue. You know, like all right, he beat. My turn to beat next. Oh, they get
Like the mind game should be how do we get them to do things, or like how do we make sure when we do things they can't kite us. But instead, like I feel like that first road was just horrific. No, like
yeah, well they were out already essentially, right? And like Zeb still had cooldowns and everything, so could have just left.
how Timeless crossing here for free, straight to card. Okay, classic. Where the fuck is their backline? Oh, they're going the long way. Okay, I see.
Right, forcing point.
Surely Riker's just fucked here, right?
They just go kill him, right?
Oh, they're not doing it. They're just doing nothing.
They're just sort of standing in the middle. Alright.
If Sandron didn't fuck up and shift up there, this would have been a terrible ult, I think.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you factor in, like, the Hyunjin shift, when you bear in mind timers are rotating up here, like, up the staircase right now, right? It doesn't feel like a...
For some reason, he doesn't understand what the team is saying. I don't know why.
I don't know. I can't think of any reason that might be true, so...
A Timeless right to go under on the retake, just all the way to cart.
No, I feel like it would make more sense if they went castle and then came out, like, from where the cap is, right? And then just go try and, like, get their tracer to, like, edge cart away, you know? I think if you go underneath, you're just, like, it's, like, too easy just to trade you or, like, the soldier to find an angle.
I feel like Citrus have played this so bad and they've won anyway. Their backline stayed top for so long. They might still lose. Oh, it's a fucking disaster. They know the other guys beat almost.
Opener's like consistently ahead of him on beat, to be fair.
Yeah, he's probably just amping heals, which is probably the meta, and I've coached Jacob, he's not, you know, he's not one of the good ones.
Oh.
might be a bad egg, you know.
Alright. So it's actually really holdable now.
I assume let's go straight right to cart, judging by how they've played every other fight.
We just well, this cart's so deep now. You can just take every fight on point. So just have some match. Oh no!
Oh
They
man,
faked him out. They faked him out.
do they know what they're doing? This isn't bad actually, right? This is smart.
They pulled him. Yeah.
Write this down. Write this down.
Need to act Gator with that one. American praise.
But now they've just dropped. I don't understand.
Like,
I don't
it's
understand this
actually
part
it's
of
a
it.
horrible C9 actually for Citrus. This is a horrible It's really awkward for him. What is going on? Everyone's like.
Zeb really gonna die here? No way.
No, Zeb dies for that one. Neutral nearly has Kitsune Rush. Oh, it's actually really holdable now. Oh, fuck. He's just got impaled.
The Diva swap. The guy. This isn't last fight though, but they're swapping for the touch.
And they've got. They don't even need the swap actually.
Yeah, you should go back. Go back. These fights make no sense. Like nothing happens, and then the Orisa runs the card alone every fight. I don't understand it. I feel like it's last fight anyway, isn't it? Why does Riker need to push the card?
Yeah, I don't know. Like they kind of got the high ground flip, and then they just drop to point, but then they don't really flip either. If you know what I mean. Like if Riker wants to flip fair, I don't think Riker's like play was crazy, but as long as everyone flips, you know.
They should be killing Riker, no primal, right? There's no way he gets primal to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just have nothing. Like it's just like a Hail Mary kind of thing.
What was the thing? When they got the card to the end, and then they got top for free with that fake retake thing on the left, like
yeah,
they all dropped a cart for no reason. Whereas if they just push the castle and like win that 5v5, the cart caps anyway in that fight. You know, like if they clean win, like.
Yeah,
instead they put their tank on cart alone, and he just gets shot to 1 HP. It's just like, why the fuck did they do that? Their backline like got Orisa ulted that fight, I think, at the end.
It's
like yeah.
It's like even before this, right? Like here, right? Like this drop,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, how having your tank on cart, how is that good, you know? Like, what does that achieve? Alone. How do you heal this guy? If Citrus just all shot this guy and did nothing, they'd win.
Yeah, but we just end
And
up
they push
now,
backline, which is okay, but like, it's just shit. Like, badly executed.
I don't know. It's either that or like what Riker's just done is everyone needs to have gone with him. You know what I mean? Like if you read that like Zeb's doing this, you know, I don't know if you can see my thing on the screen share, but like you see that like Citrus Nation want to push for high ground, then you just flip the map on them. I think that's really fun too.
That's fine too, yeah. Anything but what they did, I think. Ironically, anything they do as 5, I think would be good. Like, they put it in their heads.
You know, the only thing I was thinking as well is like when all this stuff happened with like Cap and then you tweet and then fucking the unlikely fucking player number 3 Aid enters the equation to also tweet. I feel like at a certain point, does it really start to fuck with like your idea of how you should be coaching?
Overthink about
like,
because actually 5-stacking a lot of the time is good. Yeah,
yeah, it's, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's become like a meme. So then it's like now they have to like analyze. Is this actually good? What I think, or am I now overanalyzing based on the fact that I keep getting memed on Twitter?
The Anna Brig clip.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's bullying at Anna Brig, which is dog shit to be fair. And like, I showed the players that clip. I'm like, look, they're laughing at us. Like.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that one about like, oh, why is Vessler on Diva? I was like, what?
Oh, that was just because the Peps thing is just he didn't play.
Yeah.
I don't know why no one knows this, but he didn't scrim. Like, because
Chase
couldn't be there for those matches, and we just gave him like 1 day of scrims, and it was enough to be Peps barely. But yeah, not how we wanted it to go, I guess. But
oh, did Vasuza get eaten, Ben?
I don't know.
It didn't go off.
Where is Citrus Nation? Like, why is the tank there, but everyone else is like left?
Thanks for the raid, Melio.
It's probably worth noting that even though this feels like Timeless is like on the back foot in terms of their like map progress, playing Orisa on this whole map is quite difficult to attack now.
Yeah,
second point especially very difficult. Yeah.
Well, I think even his first point's actually really hard as well. It's like
Although London play Orisa attack here, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just Winston Pills for no reason.
Oh, wasn't he? And he just missed for Suzu. Oh, fair.
Is there any progress on Chase getting to land? No. But I mean, we win with Vest and scrims anyway, so either way it's fine, honestly.
Oh.
Okay, Okay, Riker's just taking dick for no reason. Like, why is he there? Just stand behind the cart. Alright, great. That's cool. That's a good job.
Need to kind of clutch now. Oh, doesn't look like it. It's so hard actually, isn't it? If you lose the Orisa, there's like your chance to clutch is so...
I just don't understand why does he stand there and just shoot the enemy team from point blank range? He's not protecting anybody. Like, he's not... Him being that close in the open doesn't help anyone. He's not a tank in the sense that he's like blocking someone, you know? His team's not behind him, so...
Yeah. Well, he's also just peeking too much, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's like nothing to do, if you know what I mean.
Like, his whole team's AFK and their whole team's AFK, but he's in the middle of both teams, you know? Alright, they've already dropped. They're playing close here. They should be able to shoot Riker in the face here again, right? Oh, look at this Tracer position from Citrus. This is nice. Oh, he's so fucked. He's so fucked.
Yeah, Rocket's trying to respond now, but it's too late. They have to beat...
They're beating a tank who's 1 HP, which he can't push now, because he's still half HP. Like...
Yeah, he's just having to try and live. Oh...
Oh, shit!
It's like the fucking the bat and twirling competition. Who's better? Zeb better this time.
Oh, disaster. Like, Riker is kind of throwing, no? This map, this entire map, I think. Oh, shit. Oh! That's kind of good for Citrus, though.
Well, yeah, it's like a real nothing
much
pulse.
closer.
Yeah. I need to be careful here.
Big Jacob going for it.
Is he going again? Oh, no.
There's Suzu, this full HP
Sojourn,
I don't know.
Oh, can they flip the map on him? Oh, they've robbed the bank. They've robbed the bank with this one. And now Neutral has Kitsune ult. Just start C9ing. Yeah, start C9ing, like moving the
Wait, I
car
actually
away.
coached both of the supports on Citrus. I take full credit for this. I kicked them both too, but that's not important.
Where do you get? You just have to go back to... Just go back. Alright, they've got Jacob.
Where is Jacob?
I don't know, actually. I thought he was with the team when they flipped top, was he not? It was...
I think he got split
Tap
main
that was
instead
respawning.
doing...
Okay.
He should have done the smart thing, going all the way around, but he tried to like run through them to get back to his team.
Alright,
Still a good push. I fired neutral for MCD? Probably, yeah. Maybe it was like Renko or something.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about neutral, actually.
I kicked so many people on that NA team that it's hard to keep track of the order. Wait,
how
what?
have they just won
What?
this?
I looked away, like...
Yeah, I was like locked out because I was like, oh, okay, they'll get a couple of trades and then it's like, how do they take the next fight? And now Lethal's got overclock and Riker's he just can't do anything, right? He's just fucked.
No, but walk behind the cart. Like, did you not have gold? How's he getting booped off the cart?
Oh, they beat it as well? Well, I guess actually, no, sorry, yeah, they had to beat.
Am I crazy to say at this point it's probably likely that Timeless doesn't make Dallas? That's what's happening, right? That's what we're looking at.
Wait, let me... I was doing math. You know math. I made like a little thing of the...
And top 2 is just not enough if you don't make top 8.
Yeah, well, it's just going to be fucked, right? I don't know how many points you even get from this, like 50? Right, like a pitiful amount of points, essentially, right?
Yeah, irrelevant.
Oh,
Making Dallas, I don't know, like, how would they make Dallas? Like,
you get 100 points, right? If they don't win this. They have to reverse sweep now, which is like a fucking big ask, you know? So Timeless are on 200 points, so they're going to go to 300 points. So presuming Toronto take the auto spot, right? So then M80
how does this sheet work?
So it's like, this is their actual points on the left, right? And then these are the points...
16th isn't here, right? Where's 16th?
What do you mean? As in like...
Well, they're not making top 8, we assume.
Well, yeah. I hadn't actually anticipated this problem. This was mainly for like... I originally made it for Unter. When he was trying to do like the like...
I know you didn't consider that Timeless might not even make the event.
Yeah,
I guess that wasn't...
I actually... I prepared for a lot of situations.
Okay, 250 points.
Oh, so that should be 150 actually. 150 and then that should be 100. So I think that should be right. The format is going to be a bit ugly, but what are we on? So Luminosity... Okay. Oh, sorry. Timeless will be on 300 points, essentially, right? So then to get more than 300 points, M80 need to come 5th or 6th, and Luminosity need to come 5th or 6th.
But what's the opportunity here where, like, out of the top 3 teams, one of those 3 teams is less than Timeless if they're not top 8? Does that make sense? Like, say Students of the Game, or like, whoever has the lowest points, I don't know, like...
So, like...
Fuck My Chungus Life, that team. What if they get, like, top 3? Do they have enough? Yeah, they do, right?
Yeah, if Fuck My Chungus Life get... Because of her points are so weighted for this tournament, if Fuck My Chungus Life get 4th, they would have more than Timeless.
Right.
And, like...
Yeah, but, okay, let me reframe my argument, though. Like... If Timeless lose this, they have 350 points, right? Well, 300 points.
300
right?
points. 300 points, yeah.
It's not possible for anyone that places 3rd or above to not have that many points.
Yeah.
So if you lose this, you're not making Dallas no matter what. There's no situation here, right?
No, yeah, because even
if the worst team in the event got top 3 with the least points and got, like, exactly 3rd place, they would still have enough points.
Well, exactly, yeah. Even if Fuck My Chungus Life have the least points going in, right? To be fair, again, I've not factored in Citrus Nation into this. But
yeah, okay.
But yeah, like, it's actually just, it's fucked. Like, it's fucked.
Yeah, it's fucked.
But the equation ultimately comes out is fucked if they don't reverse sweep, like, right now.
Timeless look really shit, to be honest. I mean...
Yeah, I don't want to take,
not getting unlucky, you're outplayed. They're bad at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe
I think, like,
they'll
Lethal's hit like a couple of nice overclocks or something, right? But I don't think nothing crazy's happened, right? I don't think, like, Lethal's not having to hard carry, Zeb's, nothing crazy has happened.
Most fights result in the tank dying. Rackets get shot and then health goes to 0 and the fight's over. Like, and the support ults are really bad too, I think, right? Every single one of them got kited, like, or should have been, you know, like...
Or it was just, yeah, they were all just, like, even trades on the support ults, right? They never really felt like they got, like, ahead with one of them.
Is it a bit of nerves? Is that... I don't know. Some of these decisions feel like they should be really obvious if you scrim more than once a fucking year. Like... How do you carry ult back against that carry ult on top? I guess that was the other team, but that was also really bad, I suppose. But, like, both of them were awful. Do I not rate any of the Timeless team? Rocket's good at Tracer. That's about it, though, I think. Sunshine, I think, is really good. His ping's really high, though, so...
I think CJ's good actually as well, to be fair.
Yeah,
like, especially as NA flex supports go and stuff as well. Like, I think he's actually really competitive. I'd probably pick him above quite a few people.
I don't know if he's good or bad. I haven't seen him do anything or do anything wrong or right. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe if you're a support and you're not doing bad things, that you're a good support at this point.
Yeah, I never feel like he's ever the problem, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like he just does his job. It never feels like any of their DPS die when they shouldn't die or anything like that.
Yeah, you might be right. Twisted situation. I wouldn't know. We don't have any scrims against Twisted anymore because they cancelled them all, so... I can't answer any questions about Twisted Minds.
But you got one day more scrims than us.
Yeah, they kept today for some reason.
They thought, well, we'll test out and see if we can not immediately mental collapse against them, and then presumably the answer was no.
I mean, they cancelled the scrims before that scrim, but the answer would have been I suspect as well. Yeah, they did.
Oh.
Who was the player you like and respect? Dante.
Cheers to that.
I really respect Dante. Every time I watch that guy stream when he plays matches, it's always like mid-match. He's like, guys, like, what can we do differently? He like finds that like zen moment and like gets the whole team on board and like calms everyone down and like. Big Dante enjoyer, I think. And also when Glad's kicked him, things didn't go too well. So maybe, you know, behind the scenes, maybe I'm right about that, you know.
I like Dante. I enjoyed coaching him.
They told us they cancelled Epic, so I think you're good.
Do you think Atraxia fucking cancelling tomorrow's scrims? Probably right.
Yeah. You have Atraxia, tragic.
You know who's looking for scrims, Chris?
Go on.
Yeah, want to scrim.
No way.
They 100% not trolling. They want to scrim.
Why did we scrim London last year?
They say nobody will scrim them.
Non-scrims them now. Like, what's the difference? Does that make sense? Like, I feel like we scrim London all the time last year, even though like they're playing around all the time. But
yeah, like when I was speaking to Hempe, he was like, they want to scrim, but no one will scrim them.
It's
I
because
mean,
they're not
it's the same
threatening
with
enough.
us, right? It's like, yeah, I guess that's it, right? Like I mean, it's the same. Like, I think I think most teams, they can only focus on what's like directly in front of them, like in this exact moment. And I think they struggle to the mental reasoning of like, oh, we should scrim this team in case we have to play them in the future and figure out their style. Like in Overwatch League, literally no one did that, you know? It was just you guys, maybe.
Well, especially in tournament format, it's harder, right? Because at least like with London and Overwatch League, you'd be like, we are playing London on the 14th of April. We should make sure we scrim them a few times before, you know, in preparation for whatever. But with yeah, you might prepare for something and it's like, you never even run into them.
We're back on the Sojo mirror. How do you feel about the Kree Sojo on the issue?
I think it's purely just what you're best at, actually. I think it's really fine. I think
Every time I
perhaps
transfer card to play one or the other, it results in nothing meaningful happening in the game. Like I don't feel like I've learned something or gotten smarter, like at all.
I think for us, obviously, I think like Spark's cast, I think is actually unbelievable. Whereas I think his Sojourn isn't at the same level as like the other big dogs in Europe. So I think for us, just fucking play cast everywhere. But I think if you have a Sojourn player, I think it's really fine too. I hope I don't come and then immediately like inspire the timeless reverse sweep, you know?
It's gonna be really sad watching them win 3 maps in a row, yeah. I mean, this is a good map for them, I think.
For timeless, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's an alright
What's next?
start,
It's Flashpoint, which I think they're pretty shit at, and then Escort. Any dive Escort map? Does Zed play Monkey or anything? Or are they just fucked?
I've only ever seen Zeb play Zarya and Orisa.
Ah, shit. Nothing good ever happens.
I get Sunira's back, beats nearly up. Oh, Sionjin, he's had Lethal's number his first 2 fights. Got nowhere to go. Now we
Tragic. Well, this map's over in 2 minutes. Just skip to the next map, I think.
Now you need. We've seen one crazy push comeback today from yeah, so it's not over yet.
Oh, dude. I feel physical pain when I watch my team play maps like this, and you just see the cart keep going past the cap. I just get sadder and sadder, like every meter.
Did you ever rule in Florida about like 80 meters you were fucked or something?
Yep.
I remember Sauna came when one of the first scrims we played push.
80 meters, 80 meters.
And Sauna started screaming like, "Don't let it go past 80. Can't go past 80 meters," and we're just sort of sitting there.
Okay,
like,
it wasn't like that. You know, it was just like we would always like invest ults at 80 both ways. If that makes sense. You play to win at 80. You know, like you cannot lose that fight, and you have to win that fight on the other side, kind of thing. But I mean, that was also specific to that time period, meta and stuff like that, and then ults like. I don't think it's like a global rule that continually applies forever, you know, like... Now it just feels like if they get to 80, you just lose. If they skip past the cap, you lose a lot of the time, feels like. Pushing past the cap on this map is really difficult.
The good news is about losing so quickly is you give yourself more time to bring it back.
Is Sauna a client? I'm a Sauna enjoyer. I don't know. I'll tell you. I like him a lot.
I want to enjoy it, but not enough to ever play him, right?
Well, I don't know Kevstar, man. He understood. Kevstar joined, he had to go. Like,
that's the way it goes.
We didn't kick the single player on our team. He decided to leave.
Just kill them, and then make them leave.
We're gonna start him over Kevstar, like, you know?
There's an expression in business called where you don't want to fire people, but it's called like managing them out, where you just make the situation so untenable for them they leave of their own accord.
I mean, he was offered like half salary, like based on the agreement, and then you know some percentage of prize pool to just be on the bench and do warm-ups and stuff, which he did for the first event. But he's young, so he wants to play. I think that's fine.
Probably regrets it now with complete vision of what's happened.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But had to choose it, right?
Is there not an insane tweet about this situation with the Maeve drama last night? Like saying, You know, Atraxian might have lost, but at least they learned a lot for next time.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the deal with that? I saw like the coach that like bust her team or whatever to another team. I was complaining about how they wanted to counter swap to win or something. Is there more to that? Is that
Well,
wrong
they just
somehow to you?
counter-swapped to win, and they thought that was like a bad way to win because they didn't learn anything, and it's like a bad habit.
What team is this?
I don't know, like some...
Vice. They're gonna play Chungus later. I think I think the coach in question is now no longer with the team.
That's an insane thing to do. I've been on teams that I had to do, I mean, but you can't actively work against your team to prove your points correct. You know, that's nonsense. Like,
there's also just an element of like, I don't know how like, whenever we had to play like on British Hurricane, we had to play fucking what are they called? CV. Is that what they're called? Whatever, they're like Orisa, Torb, Mate, Hog team. Like whenever we would get past them or get past avoided, it would just be like relief. Don't care how we won, don't care what we fucking had to do. We just got past them. Cool. The drama is over, you know?
I suppose the main thing, she didn't sell out her team, right? She just complained about a team to another team. And then
the
that
other team that they just
screenshots.
played, it was like literally to the team they'd just beaten. Like,
Yeah, so the
sorry,
mistake
my team
isn't-
are friends.
But she
the
also
mistake isn't
tweeted
that,
it
it's-
herself afterwards as well. I
Yeah,
think
but the
once it was
person
leaked,
posted the
she
chat
like,
log, right?
tweeted it. Yeah, once it was leaked, she then tweeted it as well to like try and clarify
She
her
placed
position.
her trust poorly, I think, in the other team.
Well, yeah. I mean,
They
also,
weren't someone that
also
was safe to message.
publicly on Twitter too, I suppose.
This is about to be a Citrus Nation game, by the way. What's
this is
happening
actually an
here?
unbelievable situation in the old
supports.
economy. This reminds me of
They'll
the
definitely get the
Chinese
lead.
economy. Very strong. Oh, no.
Chinese real estate economy doing well.
Well, you know.
Oh, he's
we'll
trapped, he's
fix it
trapped.
soon.
Keep going,
It doesn't
keep
even
going.
matter that they've walked, though. It's still a free push forever.
Yeah.
Oh,
Still like, this is 80 meters.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my
Nice.
god, that
open
will
the
seal
tunnel.
the deal. I mean, you guys were talking about it, I missed it, but Timeless are totally fucked, right? Like, there's no way they make Dallas if they lose there.
Yeah.
And like, it would have to be like 8 teams get disqualified above them.
It might be quite literally impossible.
Yeah.
I think it
Pretty
actually
sure,
is,
I'm pretty
right?
sure it is. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Max at LAN, that is the real win of this situation.
We've been vindicated for all the shit that we talked.
Yeah, actually true. Uncoachable buff is insane. I need to figure out who my next target is. It either has to be Gator or Rush. I think they're the two that I've got my sights on, who my next beef is going to be with.
Oh, can't be Toronto? I think it's Toronto, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Vega guy's got to go. Like, the problem with Rush is the people that would care about that don't speak English, so you can't
Yeah, true.
connect with the people that matter to him, so you can't really ruin his life.
Yeah. I mean, also, like,
He's not
well,
coaching
my,
anyone
like,
as well, right?
Rush is literally unemployed. I've already won the rivalry, you know?
He's not going to be at the major.
I'm a Vega hater because I think he's the fucking Vindame of NA, you know?
He is. What about Jacob?
I mean, what about him?
Just thought maybe, you know? You take Vega over Jacob, presumably.
Oh,
Maybe. Maybe it's close.
maybe a tryout, you know? This is over.
I suppose.
Almost not making Dallas.
Would you reckon it's 2 fights, 64 to a 110?
More than 2, right?
Yeah.
Without overtime,
It
maybe 3?
depends. Oh,
Fucking Lethal's actually had a cracking series, no?
Yeah, he has.
I think the big thing with Lethal, I realized, is I signed him and played him on all of the wrong heroes. That was like the big mistake I
That's
made.
what I was saying.
Everyone I talked to said Lethal was shit. Everyone that coached him was like, this guy is not the guy, I don't get this guy. I was like, alright.
Fuck. I don't know, I feel like there's something in there, you know? Like, I think
Turkish
there's, like,
merit.
there's a player in there somewhere, but I couldn't get it out of him.
I think it was mostly because even a couple of times we would play him on Sojourn, and he'd do really fine, like some kind of hit scan or something, right? And he would click on the stuff.
Yeah, you put him on Tracer, right?
Yeah, we put him on Tracer, a bit of Genji.
You fucked him.
Yeah, actually, honestly, fucked his career.
Yeah,
Sorry about that, Lethal, if you're watching.
It's not even that he just didn't have a great shot at Owl. It's also everyone then thought he was a worse player because we were essentially... Everyone judged his Tracer as like his entire fucking...
Sauna, Sky, Lethal. The brand's ruined.
I mean, it's kind of true. For some of them, it's not our fault though. But in better news, Timeless have been 0-3'd immediately and are the overdue CS.
Wait, Opener's got a touch.
Opener's that shit, dude. He's useless came out here.
Alright, they've moved the cart forward.
With them pushing the cart was actually a fucking game-losing play, no?
Yeah, what have they done?
Like, if they just fucking stepped off that, they literally pushed it so they could touch and then just backed off.
God, imagine if they choked here.
Oh, no. This is such, like... This would be, like, the biggest choke I've ever seen to lose it from this point. Against a Doom as well.
Esperanza is the chokiest map in the game, though, I think.
Have they Kitsune? Oh, okay.
Surely Kite. Nice.
Kite's good. Now they have their own Kitsune rush. They're going to have beat slightly sooner as well.
Have Timeless had a single Kyriel this whole map, that, like, so this whole series that hasn't been kiteable?
I don't think so, no.
Every single one of them's been kiteable.
Alright, now it's really hard to lose.
Correct. Yeah, this one, you can push the cart this time, lads. It's okay.
This one's okay. This one's okay.
Oh, now it feels bad.
Oh.
Honestly, what a day.
It's
Honestly,
honestly too far, like...
If you didn't believe we lived in a simulation, now you do for sure, right? Fucking Sauna tweets at us, out. Fucking EXO beef with us, out. Timeless tweeted us, out. Fucking hell. Everyone,
I feel like the Timeless
is
EXO beef is different, though, you know? Like, I really don't like EXO, you know? Like, genuinely, I don't like that dog at all.
No, I mean, preach, brother, you know? Don't have to convince me.
I felt genuinely happy when I saw EXO lose.
All right. Well, it was
you know what
almost
I realized
anticlimactic because it was over so quick.
Yeah. You know what I realized too? I was like super anti this week of groups. I was totally fucking wrong, you know?
I thought it was going to be like the worst week of Overwatch.
Every upset possible has happened, except for Peps, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually fully second week of groups pilled again. Fuck this ways. Is there any comms? I don't know. No one's fucking streams from these teams, right? Do we get Lethal on? Yeah, Lethal interview.
We get Lethal on?
Lethal interview goes hard.
You know, like Lethal was in my chat, like after they won, like for the whatever it's called, like the elimination game. You know, the lower bracket one. He was like, I think maybe we do it. And I was like,
dude, where's the Capitology interview?
Someone get a Lethal interview.
I've messaged him.
Nice. I guess just we've got to hope next week there's no interview, no upsets. Still can have some interviews.
What did I say on Uncoachable before this stage? That Timeless and TM would fall off a cliff?
Did you say it?
Yeah, I think so.
If you said it, you've been vindicated.
I
guess Twister's Mind's not yet.
Well, in a way. In a different way, yeah.
Lethal says after this one, sure. So I guess that means he's also doing the official
nice,
interview.
Dude. He's double dipping. Fucking timeless, dude. So who stands to gain from this? Just LG? LG just in an unbelievable spot right now?
M80 are going to gain it as well, actually, I think, because it's really like...
Yeah, I guess my assumption somewhere was that M80 were going to do it regardless, but...
I think this
is
not
a free region, though, is it?
No, I think
Even
actually,
still? I mean,
like, Students of the Game and Pirates of, I guess, Pirates of Pyjamas, but, like, are both actually in, like, a really reasonable position to overtake M80 as well, right?
Well, Luminosity. Why M80?
Move Timeless down here.
I feel like Luminosity have the worst points, right? Because they came fourth or whatever they came.
But Luminosity have, M80 technically have like 25 points more than Luminosity. So I guess, Luminosity and MAT are both potentially also like overtakeable as well.
I'm doing the maths. It looks like if students of the game finish above Luminosity, they'll go. So it's like actually like those two, I think, is like a bit of
Oh wait,
a...
no, UV said they have 150 points. Because people left their team Moldova. I mean,
yeah, they have
left,
105 points according to the
shit.
website.
Who, MAT?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
One
actually,
thing I feel confident about saying is Toronto are gonna go to LAN.
yeah.
It's hard to feel confident about any prediction at this point.
That's true.
So yeah, so there's only 25 points between 4 teams essentially.
I always feel like these points aren't going to matter at all. Right? Like...
Who the students of the game play? Did they win their group?
Yeah. The bracket is... Where is it? They've got a pretty nice bracket, I think, right? Yeah, they're going to play the winner of Pip or UNC INC.
No, that's a nice... That's a nice...
That's
yeah,
all
so
right.
they could go top 3 quite easily then. Or... Yeah, maybe not top 3. Interesting.
Wait, Capitology tweet.
It's out?
Yeah.
Oh,
linked
gee, even get it linked.
Let's see. Let's see. Beyond disappointing failure from me, sucks to have to break character, but director shits towards me instead of the players.
Okay, but
directed
is that fair enough? Is that fair enough though?
An audio interview.
Are we gonna blame the assistant coach, not the Orisa who stood in front of the card every time and died?
Yeah,
Like,
it was easy. Thank you guys for having me.
It was easy. Best first sentence in any interview ever. I mean, that was some fantastic Overwatch. You guys took that Orisa mirror. You got the job done, making it look very easy. However, you were considered by many, calling out chat here, the underdog coming into this match. How do you feel about being given the position or the title of the underdog? And also, was this an unexpected lack of resistance from Timeless? Or did you just know all along this is going to be an easy match?
Underdog is actually good for us because we come into the game without like any expectations, and then they're kind of scared that, oh wow, these guys are underdogs, but then they get, you know, I can't say the words, they get, you know, on, you know. It wasn't even like they were better, like scrims wise they were shooting the bed, I think. I mean, they didn't show that well in the official.
we saw.
I mean, we were playing really well in scrims, so yeah.
Ban and Blizzard.
Yeah, that's interesting. If they're doing that in the bed, yeah. I mean, in scrims, you're feeling pretty
If they're
confident.
doing that in the bed.
How confident do you feel against Toronto Defiant, though? Obviously, going to the main event now.
Wait, are we playing them first?
Yep.
I believe so.
Congrats.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we can run it back in losers, or we can, you know, try to do something well in our winners.
That's
but
right.
the fact that we got through qualies is already enough. So we gotta like actually go back to the drawing board and, you know, get a new plan set.
Yeah, you get a bit of time. You get to play the underdog role again. I'm quite curious. Now, when you're in this series against Timeless and you go up like 1-0, like, could you guys almost feel it as a team, like, oh, like the pressure was kind of mounting on the other side of things, right? And they were kind of, you know, maybe falling a little bit, and you guys had a great opportunity early on?
Oh yes, of course, 100%. Well, you can definitely tell like their body language. I think their chaser blinked into a wall twice, like 1,000 times for fun. That already gave it like a big giveaway. And then
Twice 1,000
their
times.
Kyrios got kited every time as well. So that's like Zeb like actually I think called every single Kyrios kite, which is unbelievable. So like already those body languages show a lot, and we can just use it to our advantage to say like, if we play normal, if we just play calm, we just win 1,000%, you know.
You can smell the mental breakdown in the air on that map. Watching it was absolutely fantastic. What a dominant performance from you and the squad. So once again, congratulations, and we can't wait to see what you have in store for us in the main event.
Yeah, I want to shout out again Zeb and Jacob. They played really well. I think Zeb is super underrated. Best Orisa right now. So if Toronto takes the mirror, I think we can actually have a shot, to be honest.
Yeah, Toronto,
Well,
don't be cowards. Toronto, take the mirror.
Don't be cowards. Well, I'm pretty sure with the performance from you and the entire team, you put yourself on everyone's radar, so might not be the underdog for much longer. Thank you so much, Liesl, for joining us, and good luck next week.
All right, thank you. See you guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Nice, Lethal.
I don't know why he's saying Jacob played well. I mean, that's just not true. It's like obviously not the case. Like, okay, I mean,
has anyone ever
have
told
it.
you, Gunba, that you're quite a negative person?
well, okay, I just don't spread positivity. It doesn't mean, yeah, it's like if you take like a positive and negative situation, I'll talk about the negative one, but it doesn't mean I don't think positively about the positive one. You know?
Let's see.
I highlight negativity. It was already there. I didn't do it. Why are you mad at me? Like, I wasn't the one who fucking didn't beat every map. Like, no, Zeb was good though, but yeah, I don't know, Jacob. That's cap, I think.
That's
Where was Zeb before? Like, I feel like this is the first I've ever heard.
I thought he said
of
Zeb
him.
called all the kites, not Jacob.
Yeah, he said Zeb did, didn't he? He said Zeb called all the kites.
Jacob got split and killed in main when the team rotated. Yeah, check the Gator tweet.
Thank
Which
you,
one?
banger.
You tweet again, or the like easiest time in history to make an Overwatch LAN.
Oh yeah, just a great tweet.
Just a fantastic tweet. This has not been a good day for Timeless.
He replied to the old Riker tweet as well. What's the old Riker tweet? Lethal says he's just making a tweet, then he's coming.
I don't know.
He's actually got a busy sort of press circuit after this game. Is it this one? People linking me tweets. I don't plan on going to map 5 from Cap. True.
He keeps it real, you know.
Oh, here he is. Dennis?
It was good. I remember you guys. So
What's good?
Congratulations.
thank you.
Felt actually pretty straightforward, right? Did it feel like that to you as well? Felt like you didn't have to do anything special.
Yeah, I get to play my character, so it wasn't happening. So it was me on Tracer, you know. I can actually.
Finally, you have good coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally would have put you on Tracer first, but you know, maybe it wouldn't have worked. Who knows?
Yeah, it's so good.
Here's to that.
So
Bro, it was actually kind of tilting. Did you see like on Esper they were just chasing me down? So tilting. That was actually Boston mindset. I can't lie.
Fuck's sake.
Actual Boston mindset.
What
did you say in the interview? Did you say that Timeless were shit in scrims this week too?
I mean, I implied that they were like, according to our official, they looked like they were getting shit on in scrims because they were getting shit on by us really hard.
I see.
They were like nervous off rip. I don't think a player should be nervous if they're doing well in scrims, right? So.
He's got leaks.
I didn't imply leaks. I'm just saying that their body language implied that like, if you're doing good in scrims, what are you scared of? Type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's one thing I know about Lethal is he can read the body language of the enemy team and infer their scrim results from said body language very easily.
Yeah, literally. We're talking first fight, the Tracer double blinks into wall like he's not nervous. Come on.
I'll go for the Toronto leaks. Don't worry about it. We've got them every day this week.
Oh, perfect.
You can see their body language ahead of time. Yeah.
I just imagine Lethal during the game. Well, this guy must have had a shit week of scrims the way he's moving right now.
Okay, allow it, bro.
I mean, they were playing bad. Let's be honest. Like shit.
Yeah,
I mean, you guys got any chance to qualify now, Dennis? Maybe not.
I think we're just playing for vibes. I'm not gonna lie. We can still like we're not trying to play to threat, but
the power of friendship. One might say.
I mean, we have like good group of people, I guess, because we were actually playing really well, like kind of smart. It was surprising. So I think we have a lot to do. We can't actually just get top 3, top 4, even top 2. It really depends. Like we're not super out of it.
Yeah, I guess in reality you need to actually finish like second or something kind of crazy to actually stand a chance. But I don't know, still cause some upsets.
Yeah.
What's the story like? Who calls for you then? You were saying Zeb called every disengage.
Right, that was crazy. That was So
he was locked in today.
Yeah, because like I guess I was doing like more mid-game talking and kind of like in-game like get him ace type coaching. you know what I mean?
Coaching.
Yeah, get him ace coaching.
Like rizzing up your players and stuff.
Yeah, I mean like
you were
if we play how we play, it's like we have the advantage. You know? So I'm telling them like, listen, like I'm here. Jacob, come back. You know, like I can read like, okay, they're one-upping here. Just come back before I come back. You know, they're gonna one-up me. They're gonna look at me. You know, and then like Zeb, do your calls, but wait for me. Like just reassuring that what they're doing is not bad. It's like really good. So just like make it better if we can. And then like Zeb, I don't know why he did it. Usually he's like tilted after map 2 in scrims because he gets like double support ulted by his own team. He's like, okay, kite, like 5 times for some reason. So I'm like, okay, we can just kite, I guess.
Every Kyriel got kited, every single one, I think, except for the first one.
Yeah. Well, in our warm-up, okay, in our warm-up, it was so funny. You know, like those like baseball umpires, where they like strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're out.
Oh, I know them, yeah.
Okay, so we had like a strike 1. So Zeb in our warm-up says, okay, Kyriot now. We didn't Kyriot. That's strike 1. And then strike 2, he says, kite. We match Kyriot. That's strike 2. And then 3, we say, don't match. Like, just kite. We use it. Strike 3, he doesn't come for the rest of the scrim. Or the warm-up. I mean, fair play, like...
You said Jacob did good. What did Jacob do?
I mean, okay, so I feel like during scrims he was like nervous, not like today, just in general. But he feels kind of like pressure on him. So him actually showing up when it matters and not letting the pressure get to him is like, I don't play Lucius, so I don't know how he plays, but the fact that he did not feel like he was in thing, like he played well, he thought he played well, which is what I think is like the most important. I think that's like not many people can notice it, but as you can tell, I'm like body language connoisseur.
He didn't int, and that's like
I thought he thinks he ints, you know? Like I don't care if he fucks up beat, I don't care if he double support ults, you know? Like I mean I care kinda, but it's not like if he ints, you will learn from it. So
I think every main support feels that way, right? Like these days, I don't know why it just feels like it's hard to be a good main support right now. So that's fair enough.
But as long as he, you know, keeps his cool, which he did, I think that's really important. And, you know, body language connoisseur, I could feel that.
Good body language coming from your own team as well.
Yeah.
Why didn't you have a cam on for the interview, Dennis?
My cam like broke or something. Plus I got like a cheeky neared, I think. I got a shave.
I see.
Allow it, please.
I'll allow it.
Also, funny enough, I think I had a choice between playing on this team and then playing on another team, like a mixed team. And I was like, you know, I had my doubts, but I chose this team. I think I made like the better choice because unlike other teams, where you know ego can be an issue, arrogance can be a massive issue. When you say something, it's like disagreed or countered or argued. But this team, it's more like, all right, we bring an idea. How can this be good? How can this be bad? And then it's more like we just follow, even if it's bad, you know, like we still follow. So players that are without egos and arrogance is very, very important.
You've got low rookies and stuff, right? People that didn't maybe have so many opportunities before, especially the supports, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why like when they do double support ult in scrim, they don't like blame each other. They just kind of like, okay, you know, like I fucked up, kind of.
You said you had a mixed team offer. What does that mean?
I think it was like, it was like so early. It was like I was considering so hard playing. Not mixed team. It was supposed to be Pip, but then I kind of like led them on. I thought it was a mixed team. I thought it was another team. But I was like, they have better placing, better players on paper, but I think with this team it's more like everyone likes each other. It's easier to.
Yeah, their backline is Annie on Magic 8 Ball, so I can see what you saw in them.
Okay, okay. Listen, like it wasn't that when I got told.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know.
I mean, it was Meatball. He's not bad. I knew I haven't played with.
I think Maple was actually one of the better main supports in America.
I mean, how many people can say they beat Shock, or apart from Gunba, I guess, proper, you know?
Me.
Without playing
like
right
everyone in this call.
Without playing. It's a weird caveat to add, though, I guess.
I mean, it's true. I suppose we didn't do it without being there.
Oh, you know what's actually funny?
Tell me.
I have like you know when we have like Cloud9 merch and we get like allowance to buy clothes, right? I'm actually rocking like the Cloud9 baseball jersey. You know what I mean?
Oh.
The whole official. Like I was so locked in, repping the boys in blue.
You got an allowance to buy clothes? Excuse me?
Yeah, that was like our benefit we had. One of our benefits was like, okay, from the Cloud9 merch, you have like some $100 by your
Yeah,
clothes.
it was quite good. Quarterly, right?
Yeah, like every 3 months, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like $250 quarterly. This is why like everything I own has the Cloud9 logo on it.
Oh my days! Listen, Oliver Admiral, he's wearing Cloud9 all day, every day. I'm dead serious. Listen. He walks to class. Cloud9 t-shirt, Cloud9 socks, I'm dead serious, Cloud9 shoes, Cloud9 bag. Like, bro, okay, we get it, you know? Type.
Yo, what's Ollie studying? Is he still there?
Yeah, he's studying cybersecurity.
Oh, nice. He's not going back to EU to play with TM, or is he staying?
Oh, he's definitely leaving.
Oh.
No reason.
Should be studying how to play tank.
Damn. I mean, if he has to study anything, I think he needs to study not to match beats when there's no reason to, personally.
Ooh.
But I deck my monitor every time it does that for fun. Okay.
What is going on here?
Nice, finally UNC INC playing a real comp.
But yeah, I have to go. I think fucking Lauren's been spam calling me.
Say hi to Lauren for me, will you, Dennis?
Yeah. She doesn't know the business I'll be doing.
Yeah.
I bring home the cash, which is like more like disqualifying, I guess. She doesn't get it.
We're rich, baby. We're rich.
Alright, take care, guys. Thank you.
Alright.
Congrats,
nice
man.
Dennis.
Take care.
It occurs to me you can say pretty much anything and do a better job interviewing someone than the fucking broadcast, but...
Ooh, nice. Spicy take.
This is another classic example of just taking a normal situation and finding the most negative angle to approach it.
Oh, my bad. No, you're right. Keeping things normal, that's way better. Go on stream and say normal things like a normal person. Yeah, sick. That's what the people want. The melody. How can I make this about Danny? He's not still there, is he?
I always enjoy Dennis, unless he's on Tracer.
No.
We actually made his life worse, and we made our own lives worse. We made everyone's lives worse with that decision in hindsight.
I've been on broadcast several times.
Okay, it was all part of a greater plan.
Yeah, the Isaac interview, that guy was high as fuck, surely, right? Like,
yeah, he was gone. He was he was like the most.
They put him up to that
person.
shit. They knew he was high. They put him on that.
100%. Well, yeah, because also I bet when you're high as well, you'll just sort of be like, yeah, okay, it's fine. And then next thing you know, you're just on broadcast, and he's just fucking.
He's that Discord muted so I could hear his team. Like.
Well, yeah, the first thing he said was just like, hold on, I just need to close Discord. I need to close
waving
Discord.
his hands around, nothing. Like, yeah. I think OEA probably has one of the best team experiences you can possibly have, right? Like, you show up scrims, you play your favorite hero. When you lose, you don't have to worry about what you could have done better. It's just like, he's playing the patch. Full Junkrat wasn't good enough on this patch. It's not my fault. Like,
but even when you hear like, you watch like, I don't know if you watch like ever like Chasm stream or anything, like when you hear them com to each other, they're actually like, the atmosphere is like really good. Like they're all clearly trying, but they're always like, oh yeah, that's good, Kaya, you play there, good spot, or I'll do this, or I'll do, you know what I mean? Like they're always like suggesting these things to each other. I'm like, I've definitely like worked with teams that don't do that half the time, you know?
Yeah, my team. No positivity whatsoever, only negative, yeah.
So yeah, it actually just feels like a really nice vibe.
Is this gonna be one of those series where, yeah, just a roll?
I don't know.
I mean, probably.
Pip always find a way to
Wait,
drag it to a map 5.
What's the PXG?
Was it?
Nice though.
More letters.
Oh, it's Phoenix Guard. Atlanta, like their Atlanta content thing.
Oh.
I'll put it in chat.
Let's have a look.
The official supporter group of the Atlanta Reign? I don't know what that means.
So they're now sponsoring... Pip?
I mean, fair enough.
Alright.
Better than...
There was like whisperings that Atlanta
Timeless.
was going to do something in Overwatch, right? Like before Stage 1? Maybe they still exist, I don't know. Wait, so Unk lost on the Sigma BAP, right?
Fortunately, and now they're
Now
back
they're winning
on the mirror.
Interesting.
Fuck. They just didn't know how to play it.
Are you surprised that you haven't seen any sim in this region whatsoever?
Yeah, well, no. I mean, not to... Hopefully Gator's not watching, but I actually think like the NA teams have like everything I complain about the Korean teams, to be fair, I think the NA teams do it like a million times worse. Like, this region is literally just like, except for Toronto, I don't know what M8 play, but everyone else just playing the exact same comp now.
And Toronto's not in a position where they need to win, in their mind. Like, they're not picking those comps because they think that's how they should win. They're picking those comps to practice the comps, Like...
Yeah. What do you think of that approach? I think I understand, but I don't know. Part of me which thinks it's like they could be so much stronger if they'd like, I don't know, I would have used the practice time differently, Like I don't think I would have ever done, if they have so many maps where I'm like, because like, I guess the reality is like if I play, I don't know, like some fucking Echo Tracer comp for like a few maps a week, like, if that then becomes meta in 2 months, am I even going to remember the fucking scrims I played on it? Like, is there actually anything like, oh, thank God I practiced that a little bit,
Our approach is a little different. Like, we're playing different comps on very few points, just so that we're like creating the knowledge. Does that make sense? For later. But like, still 90% of our results are determined by the comps that we're like mainly playing, So I don't know. I think the way they're doing it is like probably bad because it depends. It depends when they stop doing it. Dallas is like so soon, but not that soon. It's still like over a month, right? So
I
just wonder if like the meta does turn in like 3 months. Are they ever actually going to look at the practice they've done and be like, thank God we diversified? Or is there like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you feel sometimes, Gunba, but I feel like in Overwatch, like if a team can actually become like a fucking freight train, it's actually just it could just fucking roll, And I look at this Toronto team and I'm like, this team should just be like fucking never losing a map to any non-Korean team.
You mean in terms of like the mentality over time if they just win?
Well, like, I think if they just played purely sharp in their sword, like just be as good as they could be, and just like dominate everyone. If this is like actually like a stronger thing because their mentality is one where they don't go into any like Dallas thinking they could lose to any Western teams. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd do what you're saying as well. Honestly, I'd just win everything, right? That would be the approach I would take as well. I don't think their approach is like terrible though. Like,
yeah,
I think it's just too far, right? Like, I think there's like, you just want to sprinkle it in more. Like, I think there is value, like if they're gonna play like the Anna Brig, like maybe they're never gonna play the Korean team in a fucking dive mirror, right? But they might well want to play Anna Brig to get past like a Twisted Mind style team or something, or like one of the other EU teams. But when they just do it for the whole thing, it feels like it's like they're missing out on a lot of other practice as well.
I guess the theory is that they can just pull out any comp on any map, but in reality, like learning how to play the comps on the maps is also a part of the problem.
With like the specifics you miss out. If you just force Anna Brig everywhere and like half these maps are just like maps you're never gonna do it on, you're not learning quite the same way or as usefully. It just feels like an inefficient way to do it, I think, more than anything, more than like inherently bad.
You kind of lose track of like the map development over time and like what teams are doing and like why teams do certain things, and you kind of like playing your own game no matter what. It's like, I don't know. I mean, you have to look at the results. Are the results good enough for their roster? I think that's kind of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I think that there's like no doubt that they're gonna win NA. I just like I think if I played like I don't know, I almost like want to save this for our latest Uncoachable, where we're gonna get you on Gunba and we're gonna get everyone on. We're gonna do this big NA versus EU debate. I look at Toronto and I'm just like, I think that this team has much less chance of beating a Korean team than some of the European teams. You know, like even though I think they could arguably be the strongest Western team. Like I could see an argument that Toronto, especially when they cut out the bad comps, are stronger than us and you.
Yeah.
I think that this team just has like nothing special that can beat teams that just do what they do, but with like better players, you know. As I'm like, I have like some confidence in like in my team, and I think in you, and if TM can figure out what they're doing, to maybe be able to beat these Korean teams like in a different way.
I don't know.
Thanks.
I don't think they look that good in terms of their coordination either, though. Like, they're still carried largely by individual play, in my opinion. Like the way they play, it doesn't feel.
I mean, I agree. When we scrimmed them the other day, it was like someone was just like Ajaxing us every fucking.
I guess RCA is down cooldown, playing monkey every fight, just instantly planked because it's just like he's alone when he jumps in. Like there's no setup or anything. Like the macro isn't there, and like. But yeah, I don't know. Different experience, I guess. I feel like when we play them, we usually get even, and that feels generous. You know, that doesn't feel like that should be the case at this point.
I feel the exact same. Like every scrim we have against Toronto is always like pretty competitive, and sometimes I look at it and I think, fuck, like this should be like it shouldn't be. You know, I mean, I guess like there's ping and everything, but. Just in my head, this Toronto team, like if you had like an unlimited budget and you could pick the roster you'd want to be further ahead than they are, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah, 100%.
I guess it's probably an argument it's more useful for some of their players than others, right? Like, is it more useful, like when we're getting like Vega all the reps on Brig and stuff with RuPaul, it's like maybe more useful for him than it will be for obviously someone like Someone or Merit?
Merit's a waste of time though, isn't he?
What do you mean?
I mean, just not winning with Merit on Tracer ever in any circumstance against any team that's human. That you
can also practice Anna Brig without having to practice Merit on Tracer, right? Like for 2-on.
Right.
Yeah, agreed.
It's like there's a balance of like developing the things that you think you'll be able to use, if that makes sense, and not just everything. Yeah, like every time they're playing Echo Tracer, I just think, for what?
Yeah,
are you going to win any events playing that comp? No, never.
You're never going to play under
beat
pressure.
Us, like,
never, yeah. And
it was like so obvious. You're not going to beat Falcons. You know, like this is not a thing that's going to happen. So.
Yeah.
Well, I think the problem, it feels like maybe this is like more of an American problem than a Toronto specific thing. But it always just ends up feeling like they just play mirrors, right? Whereas actually what they want to get good at is playing Anna Brig against like a Orisa type comp or a Sig type comp or something you might expect for European teams to run once you get to LAN or something. The dive mirror is maybe just not where they're gonna have like the huge like international success.
Yeah.
What if they got proper instead of Merit?
Yeah, I think they should have done that. I think if it was an option, they should have got one of like the elite like flex DPSs.
I think they, when I spoke to Cass...
No, I meant sugar-free proper.
Oh, so you mean... Yeah, I mean, maybe it's fine. I mean,
that's a one-for-one choice they had. They had that choice, I assume, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but...
When I spoke to Cass, he said they spoke to like all the names you would expect to in terms of like Proper and Lip and all the big boys. But there was an element, I think, with some of the players where they were really interested in the paycheck more than playing on a mixed team or playing in coming back over to America. So he went for players he thought were like more invested in actually wanting to play on a mixed team.
It's not even like hit scans that can play Tracer at a good level. It's that Merit's below average on Tracer, you know? Like Merit's below the average of hit scan players. So it seems like a weird signing to then push in that direction, I guess. But did Kasaurus just say that because those players wanted more money than they're willing to offer? That doesn't seem like... Who's turning down Proper because he wants too much money? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, I think you probably can figure out the vibe of someone, you know, like when you're talking to them, like, oh, I really want to play for you, or it's like, oh, like they only ask about like the money or something. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, hard to argue that like Merit joined this team for the love of the game more than
exactly. Yeah.
The paycheck.
Well, it's also possible that if it was like, because obviously there is a budget, right? They don't actually have infinite money, right? So it could be something like if one of the players is more keen, more happy to play in a mixed team or come over to America, whereas if, say, one of these big players, like a Proper or a Lip, is like, sees it almost as like a downside having to move to America, they almost want extra money as compensation for having to go through that.
Every Korean sees it as a downside to move to America.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we're all going to ask for money for it, though, if you know what I mean. You know?
It's implicit, though, isn't it? Except for Gamsa, he's the only exception, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is that essentially there is a number that would just mean, you know what I mean? Like, maybe if you could have gotten Proper, but it meant you would have had to have, like, a very small amount of money for your other import or something, right? So it's better to get, like, two... I don't know what you call them. Mid-priced? That doesn't sound like the right word, but... Get two good players rather than one good player and one not so good player, right?
Well, the problem with that is they have to pay housing anyway, per player. It's a fixed cost, right? You can't, like, halve the salary, like, for two different players and then...
Yeah.
I think...
Still adds huge budget costs.
Yeah. I guess the logic was probably somewhere that was like, I have like effects, like I really think that Sugar Free is like a pretty high level flex DPS, so we should get a hit scan and then just pick the best hit scan. But yeah, I think I could fuck with the Proper vision.
Or just don't play Merit Tracer.
I mean,
don't play any direction that requires that.
Yeah, I mean, it was so obvious for a long, like ever since like that Zarya cast comp got invented by someone, it was like, okay, officially hit scan is back on the menu, you know? Like everyone was like, because it was at the start, everyone was on the Echo Tracer train, right? Like I think we were playing it a lot. We did like some Genji Tracer, but there was like a moment, it was like literally weeks after like everyone started scribbing. Everyone was like, yeah, Soldier's still pretty strong, Cass is pretty good. If I was Toronto, I would have just immediately banned fucking Merit from Tracer from that moment, I think.
I mean, you can't play fucking Doom into Orisa. I just feel like people had no idea what they were doing back then, to be honest, as well.
Yeah,
like,
agreed.
Do you think the Koreans are ahead on the meta?
I don't know. It's actually really hard, like, because you try to look at stuff objectively, but I think it's like, I look at some of the comps and I'm like, this actually couldn't work, but I have so much like anti-bias and bias towards that my meta read that it's really hard to say, you know.
They definitely underrate things like Ram and Sim. Yeah, objectively, I think that's fair to say, but they might also be right, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion. I think Hattie thinks like the Korean meta read's like pretty spot on, whereas I look at some of it and I'm really skeptical of like the heroes, and especially the way that like they pick like against their opponent. I think is still weak, like I said on the podcast a few times.
Oh, objectively, I think the way they pick maps is bad. I mean, there's no doubt there. There's no denying that. You can't pick mirrors that you're gonna lose every time with a straight face. But like, that's not really the issue for me. It's like,
yeah,
the more we learn and the more people improve, the more we become like them as a team, like our team. Yeah. So I just wonder, like, is the problem that we're just not playing good enough teams, that we're seeing the things that they're seeing that make them do the things they're doing, you know?
Yeah,
we can play Monkey and crush teams, but they can't play Monkey. It's like, that's a little weird to me, you know? Like, why is that?
As in, like, you feel like you might be missing, like, a key piece of information on...
The fact that Monkey's working for us is more suggestive of the other team, not our team. You know?
I mean, yeah. There's tons of stuff that we do that will like feel really confident, and we'll roll into a scrim against you guys, and like immediately we will have to change or adapt theory immediately because you guys are actually able to find holes in it, which like nobody else can, you know. And that's like a real problem that like us and you, I guess that happens the other way around too. It like probably really sucks that you only get those scrims. Like for us at the moment, it feels like Toronto and ENCE are the only scrims where like any theory problems we have get like the button gets pressed. Like everything else, it's it feels like whatever our meta read for the day on that scrims is going to be the meta read in 24 hours because there's nothing that's going to change our mind. Yeah, that's probably actually where like a big, if like, I mean, I guess there's already probably presumably a big Korean gap, but it might start to get bigger because of that factor, you know.
I just think Koreans were like doing the Orisa mirror with the Kiri and all that shit like a month ago, and now everyone's doing that in both regions. Our region, their region, US, like not entirely, like not to the same extent. There's still way less mirrors, but I don't know. I just think they have way better opponents in scrims, and because of that, they probably know things that we don't know because we can't know them. It's hard to like know things that, you know, imagine like the enemy plays this way, and then like what does that look like for us, and then what do we do? Like.
30 seconds remaining.
But yeah, I meant they also don't play sim, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I look at it and I don't know. I don't know why, but I just have like an unwavering confidence that we can win. But maybe it's just pure fucking delusion. Like, there's no way to.
It's probably delusion.
There's no way. There's no way to find out until it's too late.
Until I'm 0-3 down and Propper's teabagging me and tell me he fucking loves Korean and coachable, and then I'm fucked, you know.
So that's why you can't. Okay, yeah, great.
I mean, the tank flexibility gap, the support flexibility gap, right? The hit scan gap, like there are some huge skill differentials there. I think it's like hard to imagine that they fumble that badly, and then probably their practice is better too. I think we just need to cheat. Like we just need to leak all their scrims and like hopefully don't book scrims against them when they come to Europe, you know, or they come to NA. We need to discriminate against the Koreans.
I can't resist it, you know. It's too fucking juicy. See, Testar. I'll be getting a Falcon scrim from day one.
Jesus Christ, traitor.
Only let them book with Arya or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, about to be feasting in the scrim market all of a sudden.
That's something I worry about. I think about the fact that like, I feel like we probably play the same stuff that London's going to play against Korean teams, and then I'm worried that they're going to scrim them. Exactly what Krista said. I was worrying about this actually. Like.
And then you're not going to scrim them, and then you.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah, it has to be a handshake, but the question is, can I trust you?
I'm very trustworthy.
And the thing is, we know if TM make it, we can't trust TM, right? They're just going to fucking.
Yeah, 100%.
TM are super career pilled anyway, so maybe it's like you know, like all these things.
Just imagine if there was two Rhine teams in playoffs, and the other Rhine team scrimmed your opponent every day. You know, like you'd lose every time because the comp isn't as good, right? In the end, it's like. Like, do you think he would have done well in Rhine like a month after that playoff?
I don't know.
It's even based on the scrims. We played like Orisa Junker. I don't know if you remember this scrim.
I remember it.
So when you're playing like Genji Echo as well, or like Echo
yeah.
maps, fuck.
Just really pushing the limits of what we can play against Rhine other days.
I think there is like an element, especially that Season 6 run, where because of how badly we'd done, we'd actually lost all the respect from teams that we'd gained in Season 5, so teams had stopped worrying about us. And then we were able to, like, re-surprise teams with the same trick.
Teams had too much tolerance, he has to, like, drop it down, you know? Now, Spielo's in chat, the master apologizer. Just commit to what you believe. Just say it proudly, you know? Like... If you never apologize for anything, you can't be guilty.
He's gonna say, "Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'll wait to improve that."
Is KSA not playing it? Really not playing anymore? That's for word on the street. That's for word on the street.
Those seem to be on the street.
I keep every time I stick my head out my window, I hear people saying, "Yeah, Lubda's on tank now." Actually, and I go, "Oh fuck."
Wait, no. Are they pushing Donnie? No. I'm back.
Bring them.
Nice. Wait, 4 sec here. We have 9 line.
Just run.
I can't.
Yeah.
It's fine.
We won. Should I take? Yeah, take it no ship, take it no ship. We should push. We should push here.
Yeah.
Why are they playing this?
But they're all fucking one.
Take space out left.
Nice. Tracer above me. Tracer above me. I'm not playing too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play guys.
Good night.
I'm touching point.
Maybe it's the same situation where North America have figured something out that we haven't. We just can't see it yet.
Tracer's above.
Yeah. It's fine. She can look be there. Lucius back from main. She's back main.
I know, man.
I can't.
You let me?
Back one.
I'm gonna try it.
Lucian.
They have no BAP.
Lucian half.
Try me. I'm dead.
Lucian one.
Lucio.
Lucian really one.
You're only two there.
Dead.
Okay, it's fine.
This is the longest listening ever.
Yeah. The fight just kept
Did
going.
the casters die or what happened? Like, those are awful comms. Holy shit. There's one guy in the back just being like, guys, yeah, like it's like, what the fuck are you doing? They are like a really like low ranked team, right? To be fair, maybe that's just normal. I don't know.
Who? UNC INC? Yeah, I feel like I only recognize Cowman and Haven, really.
Is that in-game audio? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's yeah.
The payload makes that sound.
Yeah. You never been to New York? Just fucking police sirens all the time. It's giving you that
Jesus
authentic
Christ.
feeling. Oh yeah, I remember Paintbrush as well, but obviously he's not in because it's a it's a Bapalari map.
Of course.
What do you mean I don't know anything about this map? I helped beta test this map in the original Overwatch 2 beta. All the way back in whatever year that was. 2 years ago.
Get fucked.
I got to 1v5 the devs who are all like gold.
Neb was in chat like an hour ago. Yeah, but how am I supposed to make the connection that some of the people in chat will later be in the game?
I mean, that's true.
I can't remember everyone in chat's name. In case they play an OWCS later.
I was good at the game. Was.
Oh, fuck's sake, Neb.
6 years ago. You saw the Capitology tweet, right, Chris?
Yeah.
The blame me one, not my...
How do you feel about tweets like that as a coach?
I don't know, you know, I understand it, but I don't know, you know, I think me and you have a similar, what's the word, lens on how we view life. And every time I see a tweet like that, I always look at it through how I would, if I tweet that, what I would really mean. And my assumption somewhere is that what he means is it's just like, it's like a little bit fucking fake, you know? It's just like, I'll just say this because people will be nice to me if I say it, you know? It's the same with all these tweets. I actually just think like everyone's just a piece of shit and no one ever means nice things. It's all
It's
just
just
a
like
fucking
blatant
ruse.
virtue signaling. Like, what can that possibly mean? Blame me, the assistant coach, for like not stopping my Orisa from just feeding the whole match. Like, come on, man.
So that's what I think. But maybe it's just, you know, maybe I just have like.
It also
sore
seems
weight.
like so grandiose and delusional to say like, no, it's all my fault. I had responsibility for everything. It's like, you don't have responsibility for shit. Like,
Because you get it in traditional sports, but it's mainly to then try and like shield certain players, right? Like to shield like your younger players in a team or whatever. You see it in like football where like the manager will try and take some of the heat on themselves or say something
Does that work,
controversial
though?
to pull. I think so.
Sir Alex Ferguson was
yeah.
like a master of it, because what he would do is he wouldn't like, he would just like start some fucking drama, you know, like they would lose a game, so he would just like call the referee pedophile or something, you know, and then like the week all they would be talking about is this referee, and then no one would talk about the loss.
that's smart though. That's like,
He'd
that's
like
good.
absorb
But this is the
aggro
thing.
essentially.
He would never just say, "Oh, sorry guys, this is on me," you know, like he would like he would effectively he would be the one
distraction.
getting the yeah, but it's like it's more smart than that, you know.
I don't see Capitrology's tweet and think, oh yeah, Riker wasn't feeding. It was your fault. Like, it's just you're not gonna convince anyone that's hating already. Like,
that's it, you know. There's like two ways. There's either this one where the way that I'm thinking of the world is like wrong, and like I'm just a piece of shit, and everyone else is nice. Or everybody like sees the world the same way that I do, and my human experience is actually more similar to most people. Where most of the time when people make these tweets, it's just an attempt to get like likes or to seem good, because humans are some tribal creatures who want to look good to their tribe or something like that, you know. But I guess I'll never know.
you should have tweeted they lost to a pedophile, right? That's how. And not even say who, just say lost to a pedophile. GG is like. Let people speculate.
That's literally it. If he was a real coach, that's what he would have done.
I think there's an in between as well where it's not as cynical, but it's just like he feels it's the right thing to tweet. Like he's trying to do the thing where he's trying to take the attention away from his players, but he's just not done it very well. It's not cynical. It's just try to do the right thing, but doesn't open
when the
tech.
the pros will always say stuff like, "Oh, like my bad, sorry," or something, you know, and it's like. Sometimes you see a player who like went like 20-1 every map and his team just entered the game and he'll tweet, "My bad, sorry." And I look at it and I think, nah, you don't think it's your bad, it's like just attention baiting, you know? It's just like, sorry guys, and oh, thank you so much for cheering me up, my fans, you know? That's just, I'm sure I'm right.
I think Koreans actually care about their fans because their fans give them shit.
Maybe.
Even when we went to Korea, we got so much shit from random fans, like for the whole team. They just bought like hundreds of dollars of food for no reason. The fucking Florida Mayhem, like.
That's wild, actually. I feel
There's
like
economic value in having fans, you know?
I feel like we received something. Was it? Do you remember Hawaii? They came and gave us those like gift boxes or something. I think that was the only time we received anything.
Yeah, but no,
Like,
it's
I think
true.
maybe
Like on
gets
Fusion.
Haddy gets gifts sometimes, I think. There's a rocket
I
tweet.
think Tensor's the real genius. Nobody's hating on Tensor, because he didn't say anything.
It's like the face tech, you know? Like face, just live a life of obscurity, crash your multi-million-dollar team into the ground, and everyone blames you on that.
And then just dip. What's Rocket saying? Really put everything into the past 2 weeks. More so than maybe I've ever put in my whole career. Obviously none of it matters if we just crash out in groups. Good luck to everyone around us who's fighting for Dallas. I just don't even know how to feel. Never felt something like this before.
This is a 100% good tweet, right? Like,
it's just
everything he says is real.
Honest.
Like, authentic. Yeah, that's it. There's no veil of, like, this is not what they mean. So for me, I'll never shit talk a fucking tweet like that. But, you know, oh, if you tweeted "my bad, I suck, sorry," but fuck off, you know.
It's not baiting sympathy, right? It's just saying we tried really hard, we fucked it up.
Yeah.
I'm upset right now. I'm upset because it went badly.
Yeah.
And even the grace to say good luck to everyone else fighting it out.
I did tell their DPS that playing with friends was a mistake. Before the season. I tried.
The anti-friendship campaign.
Doesn't work.
Is Chronic really good? I feel like every time I watch Pip, he does a significant amount of the work for them.
This is a close map. Like, how are we in overtime? I'm barely even paying attention to the map at all.
Yeah, I've just been on Twitter.
That's why Vistola is gone. Vistola's not gone.
He plays a decent amount now.
He plays like
Every
half the time.
yeah.
Like, he's playing really well. Like, he's actually crushing on Orisa, I think. Like, pretty much everybody.
I was surprised because I always thought Chase was one of the better Orissas as well. Like when I saw him play for like EXO and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know, Versus has crazy Orisa mechanics, I feel. Just like every spear, fucking every bullet hits, like he's very good. This is starting to look not so good for Unkink.
Oh, Chronic's dead.
Oh!
That's a combo.
Oh, that was nice. That was nice.
Yeah.
He milked that. Maple, wait, can't bash in the flux or what? I guess not.
No, you can still shield it.
Right.
Score 3-4. Switching sides.
Oh, Chase is in the chat. Who's the best Orisa, Chase, or it's definitely Vest. Vest is definitely the better Orisa. It's not even close. Chase sucks.
Cunt.
Yes.
I hate friendship. It's actually good if teams can be friendly. Like, you know, like Mayhem was really, really friendly. All the players like super good friends and like hung out and stuff and like went out to Miami together and drunk together and stuff. They didn't drink together, they're underage. I made that up.
Good save.
Yeah, thanks. But
game.
that happened after that happened after they joined the team, not before, you know? Like some of them knew each other before, I guess, but I think that's the magic. It's like a team that's really good but also becomes friends afterwards. I don't think it's necessarily the case that like if you join a team with people who aren't your friends, you can't become their friends, you know?
I think it's actually
so at
easy.
that point you just sacrifice.
It's easier the other way, right? It's easier to be a team first, I think. Because I think that was ultimately true in London for the most part as well. Like, everyone sort of knew each other because everyone's European. But we weren't really, like, as tight a group until we were all together on a team. Like, Haddy and Spark are the exception, right? But I think it's actually easier to have success as a team, then become friends, and then it turns into this really nice thing, or this really stable thing.
It's also it's a motivational thing, you know. I think if you let people do whatever they wanted, they'd do nothing and not practice. Because most people don't want to play Overwatch 8 hours a day, you know. Like most people in the default state don't want to do the work required to be a pro player. So like having an environment where it's like conducive towards not pushing yourself, like not having expectations from other people, i.e. having friendship be like sort of a modifier on like the amount of work you have to do. That's really bad, you know. Like you need an environment where you're pushed, or your teammates will like low-key turn on you eventually.
Alright, Pip have this now, surely. Maybe not. Kaman's killed the backline. How's he just walked in and killed the backline?
I don't know, it's fucking Papego Overwatch. I just walked into the pulse bomb.
I just seem so unlikely in like a Bat Brig mirror type thing that you can just walk in and kill the Bat Brig. Oh my god. It's not over.
I feel like NA looks pretty decent now, no?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you look at like, we should talk NA a lot, you know, but you look at Europe now, it's like TM's in trouble for a lot of reasons, it seems. Like EXO is literally dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's just us and SSG, but in NA you have like M80s coming out with the new roster that might, eventuate, like, when they get like to America, which I think they have already, you know? You have like LG's really good. There's a bunch of really good like second tier teams, you know?
Yeah, I was actually thinking this today. I feel like in my head, in terms of power rankings at this moment, I think like Toronto, ENCE, and SSG are like the top tier. But then that second tier, I actually think there's more NA teams than EU in it right now.
That's assuming M80 doesn't reach that level, right? As well, you know, like
I mean, for sure, like presumably right now there's no way to put them there, right?
Of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but if they do, I think for sure. I mean, that one has potential. Them and Timeless, you know, like they're the two next up from NA.
I just don't think the level we're playing at is like aspirational either. You know, like the shit that happens in practice. Like every time you TP high noon, you kill our whole team every single time without fail. Like it's 100% success rate. It's like that's ridiculous. Like I feel like we're not that good either. You know, like
it's OP.
Yeah, but it's,
I think
it's like, come on, yo.
We should do it. Someone should bring a tier list creator of all the teams in NA and EU. We should do it.
I think especially
Surely
right because
content.
Who would you put like Peace and Love? Obviously not Ataraxia anymore. Like who is that mid tier of EMEA?
I don't know. I think Peps maybe are like the 4th best team. I don't know. Like who do you think if they played today? Do you think Peps beat TM?
I think Peps are really good. Yeah, I do. I do think that. I really like the new Peps roster. I'm like a massive racist against French people, but like, I like that Peps roster a lot. I think they've done a good job. I think Tread's really, really fucking strong. Zodiel is like crazy.
Yeah.
Who'd they have on Flex support before? They got.
It was Cronus and Hybrid before, right? And then it was.
Oh
Crook
my god, they Cronus on Flex support. You're right. Fuck me.
Crook and Zodiel in.
I'm more surprised they built that first team that they built, you know, like the initial roster. Because that roster was fucking horrible. Like, I don't know how those were the best choices they had for that roster. But yeah, now their roster's really good, and they're like really strong. They're a really strong team, I think.
I think Nag is actually really good as well. I feel like
Naga and FD at least on Lucio, and then whatever Naga's
with
playing.
them. Yeah, I think FD's been rock. Like the game against you, I think FD looked like really reasonable. Like rock solid. Oh wait, what have you sent me? I've been sent a tier list. I'm gonna go get a drink first for you. You wanna do the tier list? I'm just gonna grab a drink first.
We can do it.
Oh, one sec.
First event SSG was the favorite. Is that true? I think we were the favorite.
Probably not based on scrims, right?
We'll also beat you in Swiss, from memory.
That's true.
There's no narrative. I think that's the narrative for this tournament, for sure.
Hmm.
I think TM was the favorite, and then midway through the playoffs, it was us. So, and we beat them. That's the only reason, probably, to be honest. Like, that's probably why that changed. I mean.
Yeah. Stage 1 also went through so many patches, right? Like, this one's actually been, like, super, like...
It's almost been too stable, I think.
Yeah, this, like, patch hasn't changed enough.
Is Dallas the same map pool and everything?
Yeah, no clue.
If we're playing Dallas on the same patch, I'm assuming we're making Dallas, so we make a time list, which, you know, who knows, but... It's gonna be so fucking boring to play the same map pool for 5 or 6 weeks. Same patch, basically.
Well, we have, like,
mirrors.
Yeah, we have, like, 5... I mean, Venture's out, right? So that's actually, like, potential to change everything.
Is Venture good?
I got a feeling they are going to be, like, super OP, actually.
You had the fucking
after, like... I mean, after fucking... Yeah, I need to really try with it, you know?
Still a misgender video game character, fuck's sake.
Well, no, I don't. I don't know. People, I don't know. I saw Speedo had like a take that Venture wasn't that strong, but I don't know. In the beta, when we played them, it was like super fucking OP actually. But they're also nerfed since then, right? So.
The fact that it's strong before people have played a lot of it is important.
Yeah, that's it. Like on day 1, it's already like...
Yeah, because Ram wasn't like that. Ram was fucking garbage. No one knew how to play Ram.
One shot on everyone. It's like, okay, yeah, you give people a week on this, and it's like, it's going to be outrageously OP. Whereas, yeah, like even like a lot of heroes, it took like weeks and weeks, and okay, this hero's strong. So, I don't know. I got a feeling it's going to be Venture season.
I guess that'd be more fun than it not being that. I'm here for that,
for
honestly.
sure.
Fuck it.
I mean, I've always really enjoyed, like, when Queen came out and it was super busted. I thought that was really, really fun. Like, when Kiri came out, I really enjoy, like, these, like, new, like, because every time there's a new hero, like, it changes the game a little bit, you know? Like, there was, like, things that weren't possible before, which are, and not just, like, in terms of hero abilities, but in terms of, like the core way. I remember when, like, Queen first came out, we had this fear. I was like, holy fuck, like, you can actually, like, push, like, kill boxes, which were never, like, it was never viable to push into. And are quite reasonable because you could just like fucking send it with this new shout and this new ability, you know. It's like there was all these like new things, and Kiri, it was the same, like the way that you play. So I always feel like as long as they don't go on for too long, I don't mind like these metas where it's like 5-on-5 with a new hero. I think they're quite fun to see how everybody figures out like who's the best, like who's the
Yeah, I
counter.
agree. The current meta also just has nothing going on. It's like it's pretty much lowest depth possible meta. Like has the least impactful, interesting heroes that you can possibly play in every role.
It's yeah, I mean, this to me, like, this is insane that, like to me, I actually think it's fucking crazy that I don't, like, I know this is obviously the fucking classic Chris CFF rant about the working class, but I think it's fucking insane that I don't see a single tweet about this meta being boring, but, like, the amount of, like, shit I see. Like, look, I saw this tweet yesterday, and
Morga was better than this. The Morga sim meta was better than this, 100%.
Yeah, at least it's new, at least it's fucking interesting, you know? And, like, do you see this tweet? And it's like, they fucking like Super Shy played fucking Malga for like literally 2 minutes in the series, and
I think that's a joke, surely.
There's gotta be a joke. Wait, isn't this viewer guy the guy who did the fucking
maybe I'm getting baited.
The Sam stuff, right?
It's a meme that every time Morgan's on the screen, everyone's asleep. Like that's
But like honestly, like how many fucking anti-Morga tweets was there? Whereas like fucking Orisa was just like has the pass, you know, like it's just acceptable. But like I don't know, I look at this shit and I think I don't see how this is any more entertaining.
It feels like none of the heroes in this comp interact with each other in any meaningful way. You just stand together and you shoot the other guy on the other team, and then you get HP advantage and win.
We're all just
and you trade the
independently
ults.
good.
Yeah, all the ults are just like traded evenly. It's just not, there's nothing to it. Pulse bombs are all Suzu'd, like Sojourns are all kited. Nothing ever happens. Like it's super boring.
What happens as well with the Suzu Pulse Bomb interaction is now I stop getting excited when Pulse Bomb hits because I expect it to get Suzu'd, and then it doesn't get Suzu'd. I'm like, oh, I guess we saw the Kiri had to use a Suzu off screen for some reason.
But we don't know when that happened ever. Yeah, we know. Even watching overheads, you have no idea the Suzu went half the time. Like,
yeah. And it's actually 50-50 now. Oh, did the Kiri fuck up and waste her Suzu, or did they have to use it for a really reasonable reason? And it's just, you know, the Tracer did well, right? They forced the Suzu, then they downed the thing. Like, what's you don't know
I
if
really
it's
don't
like
like
an
do
outplay or a
nothing and then
mistake
wait for
or whatever.
mistakes. Like the mistake methods are so boring. Just wait for like the Orisa to take a little bit too much damage, or like wait for the Suzu to be wasted, or wait for like a bad TP. It's just gross. Morga Sim was really interesting. I think there was a lot to that comp.
Well, even like you talk about like new thing, the Cage is actually like in those big macro alt layering trades. The Cage was, I think, really interesting in terms of
There's so many ways to use it and like how you positioned it and like
how to counterplay
why you
it.
trade,
And
yeah.
maybe even times where you can't actually use Cage in some situations, or you should, you know, you want to like bait and disengage your own Cage or something to bait other alts out. And there was lots of like weird counterplay things that were like we didn't actually get to see come to full fruition.
I think like you compare Cage to Symbol. I think Symbol is 100 times worse than Cage as an ult for the game. Like Symbol is horrific. I feel like I've looked back at this match like 5 times and they've been in the exact same position.
It's been a very long fight in this area.
They've been here for such a long time. What is happening here? Like, can you play Venture and face it?
I'm almost certainly yes. I'm almost. I think 100% right.
No idea actually.
I think after this weekend, I think Venture is just enabled in every single tournament. Like I think I can't see why like 4 weeks after their release, then we're still
locking it.
Yeah.
They need to add more main supports. I feel like Zen and Alari are already main supports though, no?
As in sitting that non-core healer role or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you can't play them with Lucio, so they're basically main supports. Right?
Lucio Zen Ball was good for a week.
Was it ever good though?
We never lost on it, so it was good.
Oh. Well, we never lost to it, so.
Oh, there must be. There has to be some conflicting reports. Presumably, must have been a time.
Pull out the spreadsheets.
Yeah, only one of these statements can be true. When there was a week where you didn't scrim.
And games like this actually just make me so I can really start to believe in hero band, you know? Like,
yeah, I want to jump.
At least yeah.
Oh wait,
at least it just. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I presume you also got sent the thing that I got sent.
Yeah, but is it
I feel
public?
like you've said this in such a way that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. You fucking baited everyone.
You're a
now.
criminal. And
Yeah.
we're not criminals.
I literally didn't say anything.
What do you mean I'm a criminal?
You're a fucking criminal.
Just look like you commit crimes, doesn't it? Wait, this guy in the chat spreading lies. Get him out of here.
Which one? All of them?
Nothing confirmed at this stage, you know?
Wait, actually, maybe there's an insane way to check it, no?
How?
Just give me, let me cook.
He's
Oh,
cooking.
no. What's he up to? Can Pit please win quick? Yeah, big upvote. Get us out of here.
I know. It's coming up to the 80-meter fight, right? So this is the pivotal one.
Yeah, this is the important moment. The reason that feedback came about that Sauna had was like, my team would, at 80 meters, let them push to 100 meters playing slow for ult. And it's like, what have you fucking done? Like, it's over.
Yeah, I think it was something that was lost in...
heart.
Like, for us, it was literally like, it was going to tick over 80 meters just because we were respawning. You know, it was really unreasonable for us to touch in that situation. He was like, it's going to go past, and he was like hard comment, like, it's going to go past 8, it's going to go past 80. And obviously, as you can imagine, none of us on the London team were there for the VOD review at
Like, it makes sense when explained, it doesn't make sense when you yell in the middle of a scrim with no warning.
You just start shouting about 80 meters. I remember looking at Chris like, what's happened? What's happening? Is I mean, like, am I missing something? Yeah, like, what happens after 80 meters? I don't know.
Did you guys all share a PC or some shit? I remember seeing pictures of London all looking at one PC during a match.
Well, I think if it was during a match, I don't know. Sometimes if it was game day, we would do VOD review around my PC. I think.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, like literally only game day, like between maps or before
like on
maps,
the stairs and stuff, because the stairs were right behind where me and Chris sat. So sometimes the guys would just like line up on the stairs, like something out of maybe
Yeah, but you know they make
sitcom.
like bigger screens that like everyone can watch.
I mean, it's fine. I think, you know, we always got the job done.
We had a TV in the lounge, which we could use, but it was like slightly more set up.
We had like a 3 couch like setup with like a huge TV, and like it was onboarded for the matches, and everything happened on that TV. Like the review, the watching the matches together, everything. So that's why I saw that picture of you guys on like that one computer during a match. I was like, what the fuck?
We did everything through Discord like 99%
Oh,
of the
Jesus
time.
Christ, okay.
We'd be in the same room, but yeah, we'd all be on Discord.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Or just videos.
I guess
think it's fine, though.
I mean, it was fine. I mean, some of the players would just sit there with their headphones off anyway and just hear Chris because he's in the same room.
Yeah, I mean,
You have
also
to-
we always had like someone like 90% of the time, like X or Speedo or someone was remote, so.
Yeah, like
I
half of
think
it
it's
I would have
fine.
been remote, so it would have
Yeah,
been...
really flexing the fact that we had a TV.
Yeah,
On
it
couch.
does seem that way.
It's not a money thing, they just didn't want to do it, you know?
For us, it was more of a PC that was hooked up to the TV was like onboarded, but it would mean like we'd have to move everyone and then move all of our stuff. I don't know, I guess in reality it would have been like super manageable. Alright, let's go into map 4.
Thank God. What's the last game after this? Is it also...
It's the Chungus Vice game.
Oh, no comment on any players on Chungus Live. All very good.
Except for one of them, but I'm not going to tell you which one. You want to do this tier list while I'm thinking about it?
Okay, do the tier list and I'm going to bed, I think.
Right, Crazy Raccoon. Probably S tier, right?
Yeah, I would say S tier.
Ents?
Falcons S tier. Dude, yeah.
Oh, this
A
is
tier.
where it starts, isn't it?
Ents A tier.
Right. SSG A tier.
Yeah.
Toronto make it.
A tier.
Alright.
TM. I don't know.
Depends on the
Depends
lineup.
which version
Depends
of
on the
TM.
lineup.
What, yeah, what tournament are we talking about here?
Yeah. Current normal TM, I think is A tier. Current TM is like C tier.
Oh,
I don't know.
They're
I
to
think-
be beat now, right? Surely.
No, I think in the game at the weekend KSA is gonna play.
I reckon so too.
I don't.
I think I just don't see it, you know. I just think
I think cancelling the week of scrims before the event is not a good indicator that you're going to play that person.
No, I think we'll just work some stuff out, you know. Just gotta get them in a room, a little bit of negotiation, and then I think
Yeah, with their coach that changes every week.
yeah. I mean, they could just use Willie V. He can coach of the year.
Oh,
and then-
Jesus Christ, Willie V, dude. Championship coach, dude. Fuck.
Where does it
So
seem
then
like?
I think
To FTG
M80,
make the
I
A
think-
tier?
yeah, I think I'm putting like Yeti and FTG with us in A. That's what I think.
Oh my god, this AT is going to be so big.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it's only
16
6,
A.
and I think everybody else is somewhere in like B/C.
Game 80, Timeless, Luminosity, Peps.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Is there then like a tier
I mean,
break?
Is it why you actually need to take Timeless out? And X out,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah, top
Actually
16
do.
teams I think should be in detail. Like,
Yeah.
Super Shy got a better chance of taking it than Timeless. So
It's weird they've not put all the other top 16 teams on here either. Well, because then Ataraxia, there's like a didn't make top 8 tier. But didn't make top 8 tier is actually massive. I mean, I guess like maybe Chungus are around
oh, I think
here.
any Japanese team is an easy D tier.
Is this Farrell? I don't even recognize the logo.
No, wait, isn't Varel the V? Who's
That's
the
right.
heart? Oh, Peace and
But
Love?
the heart is Chungus. Peace and Love didn't make the list,
Chungus.
unfortunately.
that Chungus is Dino.
You fit? Nah. Well, maybe.
I mean,
On
Timeless
paper,
is better
no.
than Chungus, right?
No, good. Well, it depends if Chungus win their next game.
This list is way too safe.
What?
Needs to
You
be
need
some more
an
hot
extra
takes on
tier
this A tier.
Yeah, true.
You need to
I
divide
mean,
it up.
okay, yeah.
Wait,
Can
I
you add a
think-
tier? Do you have the technology?
No. Yeah, again, fuck it up though.
There must be a way.
I'm sure a
The-
younger person in my chat will inform me quickly.
Scroll up.
Press for
Let's
cog.
see.
All right.
The cog, the settings wheel.
There we go.
Add
What's it,
row
like
below.
A
Boom.
plus.
Good. Yeah, good.
All right. I feel like. Is that
Okay,
the divide?
I think FTG is better than all of us.
I don't know.
probably right.
Whoa, this is
I mean, I
slander,
think I put us above Yeti though. I back us. To
yeah,
beat Yeti.
yeah, 100%. In this middle, I agree.
But see, I want to put us, the big free Western. I want to put us with FTG. I want to move us up. Toronto,
Move all the Western teams to A and then move TM.
That's it. Like this, it.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah, here we go.
I feel like FTG are the biggest problem is all their comp decisions in that final week were just AIDS as fuck. It felt like. They were just
who's
playing
their
all the
coach,
worst
Fate?
possible comps.
Who's their coach? Fate and Yaki? No.
No, Fate is Yeti. It's Yaki and Neko. Yaki and Neko, I think.
We can win that. Gunba.
No. Listen. Look.
There's a gap there. There's a gap
How about
to be exploited.
listen, Chris, how about DM you and then we just one sec.
Alright, okay. Guys, I'm receiving the DM.
Alright.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just leave them at that position, I think. Maybe even the next one up.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
Oh wait, is it started? Oh. Sorry everyone, we missed the start of map 4.
No, ask the chat. I think they'd rather talk about the tier list.
I guess Pirates in Pyjamas getting reverse swept could be exciting, you know? Like, that'd be an upset for sure, I think.
Pip love to go to a map 5. It's actually... I would say it's their comfort zone, but they normally also lose the map 5 as well, so... It's familiar, but not comfortable. You want to go back to the tier list? So 1 for tier list, 2 for the game.
You know, I had this realization. I had this realization the other day. I was watching a little bit of Tactical Crouch and a little bit of Plat Chat, and it occurred to me, nobody who's interested in Overwatch is actually interested in Overwatch, you know? Like, on those podcasts, they don't talk about the games at all for more than, like, 10 minutes without falling asleep. It's all just around, like, what we're doing with, like, fucking tier lists and hypotheticals and stuff. Like, the actual, like, everything around the game people are interested in, but no one actually fucking cares about the actual fucking game, you know?
I think that's universally true. Think about all the football videos you watch, right? How many times do you watch a football video? Because I think I would watch somewhere it's actually like somebody would be talking about here's how they changed their press to adapt to what Man City were doing. And the video will have like 5,000 views. And then there'll be some absolute fucking idiots now everybody hates who get to rank all the managers of the Premier League based on their best shoes or something. And it will have like 50,000 views. And everyone in the comments will just be complaining that these guys are fucking idiots and their tier list sucks. But they've all watched the entire thing.
Have you looked at the viewership for this fucking game recently on the website that tracks, the one website that tracks all the viewership?
Esports tracker or some shit?
I think we're the 40th esport. We're behind Pokemon. With a straight face, we're behind Pokemon. Like,
are you saying we should pivot this to a Pokemon discussion?
We should pivot our lives to regular work. We're bullying Necro for doing Pokemon, dude. She's doing the bigger.
She should be bullying us. Like she's looking at us like these fucking idiots are going all in on Overwatch. Fucking me. Good luck, guys.
So I remember the conversation was like about it was about the World Cup prize pool. I remember thinking like, how are we behind all these games? And I go and look at the viewership, and it's like, how are we at this tournament at all? Like,
that's fucking true, unfortunately.
I feel like on the podcast, which I always watch as a Patreon supporter.
Thank you.
Yeah. In these trying times, it's just Australian government money, I guess. But
thank you, President, whatever his name is, Anderson, for the wonderful.
I don't know how our president is. I don't think we have a president, we have a prime minister. But I don't know. Like, do you guys think that Blizzard locked the prize pool down? Do you guys think the Blizzard's the reason it's 1 million? I think it is.
I don't know. Riot did for sure, right? Like 100% Riot
of course,
did.
Yeah.
So I could see Blizzard wanting to do the same thing.
I have a huge conspiracy theory about why we're fucked, which is not the kind of theory anybody wants to think about, you know? Like, I've seen Anta try and do dimmer things before, but I think Blizzard doesn't want anything to do with EWC at all. I think Blizzard hates EWC.
I mean, it's like, it's such a difficult, like,
Line
it's so
for them to
difficult to
tread.
market it, you know? Like, it's like, I mean, it goes against, like, I mean, the thing is, like, Overwatch, like, it actually is, like, unironically, like, you remember, you told me this, X, you remember when we were at BlizzCon and he went, like, the guy, the Mr. BlizzCon, whatever he's called, was talking about all his games, and he said, like, oh, World of Warcraft is the biggest, Hearthstone is the most tactical, and he was using a word, and the word he used for Overwatch was, like, diverse, you know, and it's like,
oh,
it was
Jesus
like,
Christ.
It was like the actual like selling point that it was like the single most important selling point to him. It was like Overwatch is like super diverse, like I guess like hero base and then player base, you know. And it's like it's super hard to line those two things up with EWC, you know, like almost impossible.
We're also
But then
mates.
why did they accept that situation? Right? They accepted it because I think Blizzard wanted FACEIT to run their esport, and they had no real alternatives that were any good. So they had to take it, and they have to like... It's like this weird relationship where Blizzard doesn't like EWC, but they want FACEIT at the same time, because nobody really associates FACEIT with Saudi Arabia, even though, you know, it is Saudi Arabia essentially, like...
I mean, I feel like the reality somewhere is that like Blizzard is a corporation, right? So like every corporation, every fucking capitalist society corporation that claims that they like love diversity and it's like the single most important factor, 90 times it's just like rainbow capitalism or something, you know?
Yeah, right.
Like it's used like as an attempt to market, and then the second that money gets involved, all of these corporations all of a sudden are less interested in that because, you know, the point of marketing is to make money, and if there's a way to make money, then we'll go back on it, you know? So I feel like whilst Overwatch like being diverse is important to them, it's also important because it's like, I guess like our...
Like a unique selling point.
Right, exactly, you know. But then any opportunity where Blizzard can just make money, I think we're all naive if we don't think Blizzard is just gonna make money, you know.
I think there's a few problems though, right? Like that for us at the end of the day. One is that like, if FACEIT's only doing this for EWC, and then Blizzard's actively against EWC, and then the FACEIT League isn't making any money, why would FACEIT continue, right? Like that's a huge concern. And then like, EWC is the only reason there's any money in the esport, so if Blizzard's actively suppressing the money that we can earn, that's a huge problem for us, right?
Yeah, I
mean, I don't believe in them
yeah.
to put it back into the majors, that's for sure.
I mean, like EWC is the only way that like esports like beyond like maybe any game can be profitable in theory, is because Saudi Arabia they're attempting to like, they're effectively accepting that they're going to lose a lot of money on this to effectively marketing for their company, you know. So then all of a sudden esports orgs and games can maybe run something profitable, which has just not been possible before. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, like, to be fair, I don't know if like Blizzard are like actively against it. They advertise it on the broadcast and stuff, right? Like there's like a little clip of Zoe talking about like the Esports World Cup and the FACEIT League, so I don't know if they're like hiding away from it.
This is my prediction is that they're gonna not do that much to support it. You know, I don't think for them, everyone like what did Blizzard benefit from everyone associating them with Saudi Arabia? What's the benefit to them? It's like a net negative, right? Especially based on the image of the company and like the fans for this game, and it's also just a sponsorship problem, I think, because what are organizations supposed to do when EWC is such a big part of their year? Like probably the main event of their year, right? And you can't get any edgy sponsors with Overwatch. You can't get gambling or alcohol or any of that shit. And maybe you can't get alcohol with Saudi Arabia either, to be honest. But it's like an opposite problem, you know? Like the kinds of people who would sponsor EWC aren't allowed to sponsor regular Overwatch.
Yeah.
So we're dependent on this event
like,
by virtue of it being what it is.
It's like HyperX or something, you know, like maybe they'll go with both, but like anything outside of just raw gaming, it's probably so tough.
It feels like the esport, if you do the math on like all the interactions between FACEIT and Blizzard, is fucked because the incentives don't work.
I mean, I think that I feel like this week there's been an like Face It push is going super strong, right? Like I think
Yeah, I
obviously,
agree.
like,
Yeah,
every
100%.
content creator, it feel like it took them ages, but it feels like they really panicked. Like they're DMing everyone, like they're doing stuff on Reddit, blah blah blah.
On the broadcast as well.
Yeah, but it feels like they needed to do it a little bit earlier. But I think Gunba's prediction on the podcast is right. I think it's fucking doomed actually.
I think Face It's just dumb for having even like, have attempted it. It's like, what's the point? Like, no one's ever gonna, the reason they're even successful in CS:GO is because you can't play CS:GO matchmaking. It's full of cheaters.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only reason Face It's big is because pugs in CS are essential. Like, can't play the game otherwise. Face It is ranked in CS, but they'll never be that in this game because there's incentives to play ranked. There's no incentives to play Face It really.
It's also been like that in CS for so long. It's super hard baked into the entire ecosystem. The entire way to move up is through that.
What do you mean?
As in...
range out.
Oh, okay.
No, like, what'd you say?
Oh, right. I was saying in CS, it's also been like that for a pretty long amount of time. So it's really baked into the their version of the path to become a pro. That you go through Face It and you develop in that, and all of a sudden, if you start getting good, Face It does become the natural next step, right? And all the big up and coming, every time you see a pro come out, they have gone through Face It.
One of the best ways to get there is to get into like FPL or whatever, get into like the pug system for like elite players, and then you start getting all these streams. And,
right? Yeah.
It's a huge deal.
You get noticed. You play. Yeah, exactly.
There's a diversity discussion in the chat.
I'm anti-university.
What?
We're anti-university.
I'm anti-university.
It's a diversity discussion.
Oh, just diversity. I'm still anti-university. I will not change my mind on this.
I do think the venture stuff is just virtue signaling, to be honest.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's not really a hot take, is it?
What, the fact that they added the hero?
Yeah, right. No, like the gender thing about it. And then Riot did the same thing at the same time, like the exact same time. I wonder if that's what happened. Did Blizzard see Riot doing it?
Implying there's some kind of time. There's a timeline where one copied the other.
Yeah, right.
It's all about.
It takes 6 months to make heroes. It takes 5 seconds to change their gender. Like,
that's true. I feel like it's one of those things too, where like the gender identity of the hero is being like so talked about too, you know?
Yeah, it's emphasized, right?
Like super emphasized. Like I remember,
is that because of Blizzard or because of people on Twitter though? I
remember I watched there was like they did like a vent, you know, the SVB podcast, and they did a venture podcast, and it was like 2.5 hours, and it was like 2 hours 20 minutes of talking about like the gender identity of the hero, and 10 minutes talking about like the actual like gameplay. It's
actually BlizzCon was like that too with Morga, right? I remember when they introduced Morga, what they actually said. I remember watching it.
I mean, this is the thing. Like it is unironically, it's such an important thing for Blizzard in terms of their heroes. Like they want like everybody to be represented, you know. Like it's like unquestionably like it's not like it just happens to be like this. Like it's 100% a push from Blizzard. But
no, you're right. Because when they announced Morga, they said like, I remember the announcement. They were like, "We're proud to announce our first," like I forget what it is, Polynesian or Samoan or something. Samoan hero. I was just like, that's what is there going to be another one? Like, Are we
The
starting
first
like
in a long line of Samoan heroes.
Yeah, what do you mean your first Samoan hero? It's like 150 countries and 30 heroes. Like, I fucking hope so. Like.
Maybe this is I'm normally pretty anti the woke mob or whatever you call it. But I always felt like representation is actually like in like on TV and stuff. I always felt like it's kind of reasonable, you know. Like I've never been like. I just can kind of like understand why people think it's really important, you know. But maybe that makes me.
I think it's a spectrum
maybe
of like reasonable to like Star Trek Discovery, you know, like. There's a line, you know. I think.
I think for.
I guess the argument would be like if it ever comes to the point where like they release like half-baked heroes, because they've like focused on the
absolutely love to see it.
the gender or the race or whatever of the hero, then that's bad. But I think you can probably really do both, you know. Like presumably it doesn't take that much to like design the lore and stuff of a hero.
I think as well, I don't think any of the heroes have felt like that so far either. Like I've never felt like, this hero's not fucking done. They're just trying to rush it out for X reason or Y reason.
Yeah.
That almost didn't sound convincing. Are you
Well, is that what Chris meant? That they would release a hero early just for?
No, I'm saying that I don't think that they will, and I don't think that like they ever have, you know. So I don't know. I look at all of this stuff and I think like it's actually not a big deal, you know.
A very interesting question, I'm sure.
I don't really. One thing that like I did think of it, I feel like one thing that I do worry might happen is I worry that pro teams when they call, you know how you always call like heroes like he or she, like oh she's one, he's one, you know. I actually think it's really difficult for pro players to call their one because it's actually like
it's an efficiency thing.
Or more importantly, like they're behind, they're pushing like this type of stuff. Yeah, this is going to be a problem, I think. I agree.
And I worry that what happens on broadcast at some point is that like a team, like because when you're actually in game in the heat of the battle, you know, like you can't like, you know me, like I was like it's not normal in my life to call people they, you know, so I have to like actively like think using my brain to do it to make sure I do it right. Whereas I think that like when you're in the game, it's actually quite difficult. So I worry that there will be this situation where they will do a comms check and a team is going to call it like she, and then it's going to become like this like massive story. Whereas I don't think that's like a sign of that pro players are transphobic.
I don't think people care about gender labels though. That's not really like discrimination in the same way that like discriminating against, you know, transsexuals or something would be considered. Like I don't think people care about that as much. There are some people, but like I think they're mentally ill, you know. I think at the end of the day, like of course pro players are going to say she for Venture in pro play in their team, because otherwise it's literally going to throw games. Like you don't really have a choice. That's also misgendering like a character in a video game. I mean, who gives a shit? Like it's not a person.
I think Astro is right too, where it's like it's like you probably call like is it Arissa a he or she? I actually don't know, you know. I feel like it happens all the time where you'll just call like someone a he or she or whatever. But it feels like with this one that if it gets like caught on broadcast or something, that it has potential to be a problem.
I don't think it will.
I'm hoping it's not.
I don't think it will.
I don't think so either.
I'd be really surprised.
And maybe it's just a classic Chris TF, you know, the establishment is gonna do something, but I don't know.
Yeah, what Shazam said is also interesting. I don't think those labels apply in any other language. Like if you translate Overwatch, if you play different, if you play like Korean, I don't think they're using confusing gender labels for any hero. Like, it's a uniquely US targeted thing, I think.
Well, besides Arissa, I think we probably need to work on our monkey comp, but I'm not too
well,
worried.
hopefully everyone's right that if it happens, no one cares and everyone's reasonable about it, and then we all move on, and then Overwatch becomes the #1 esport at the esports World Cup.
Well, because I'm pretty sure I misgendered Venture when people first asked me about it, and then someone pointed out it was they and not she. And I went, oh, okay.
Yeah.
There was no big fallout or big drama or anything, you know. I think it's pretty common for all of this stuff to have to be like
I like the way
corrected and learn as you go.
we're like I like how they talk to each other very well. We're always talking to each other about things that went wrong and botting after scrims. It's all good. And I think the best part
a constructive environment then.
Yeah. The best part I think is it's been a while, but getting full play time is very nice.
That's right. I feel like you've been wrong.
Anyway, before Gunba goes off, I'm gonna go to bed because this is not how I'm ending my career in a fucking conversation with you guys at fucking 1 a.m. discussing gender pronouns, guys.
My career's already over, let's be honest.
When I'm gonna pin my career down to the ground, it's gonna be for a good reason, okay? I'm gonna go out with some sort of fucking insane tirade.
You've got one saved up. You've got the exit tirade.
It's gonna be some outrageous political rant about how we need to overthrow the government. That's what's gonna end my career, okay?
I mean, Lethal said the word shit in an interview today, and he's fine, so.
Actually true.
You're gonna say, as long as you say it in game, you know, where no one can, like 6 people hear it. Just say it on broadcast instead.
And the Rockstars called someone a paedophile in mic check, and they kept doing it. So that's actually such an unbelievable step forward for Overwatch esports.
Fucking amazing.
All right, good night, gentlemen. Enjoy it.
And good night.
Yeah, time was lost.
Yeah, Timeless did lose, yeah. It wasn't actually close either. That's maybe the most surprising part of it.
Moth retired, I think? Don't quote me. Because he wanted to become like a software engineer or something. And also, COVID happened when, like, right before he retired, right? So he couldn't travel anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Sounds reasonable enough though. Who's playing now? It's Chungus, which is the Seeker. Well, Seeker Wimone team, but Wimone doesn't really play.
The path I should have taken, absolutely. I should have taken it 5 or 6 months ago, I think, though. I think...
Well, surely you've not missed the window, right? There's always... The jobs, that type of job's always going to exist.
Oh, it's still on the board. It's just DWC is quite close.
Moth's at the same uni as Chopper? Oh.
Moth's still at university,
Good
doesn't seem
trivia.
right. I mean, I think jobs are trending down in general, right? I think any like degree qualified job is probably under threat. I feel like the trades are probably the way to go.
Well, practical jobs that provide like a real tangible thing. They're all quite well paid as well. Like if you want to be like a plumber or an electrician or any of these things, they're constantly in demand and constantly well paid. You also get all the nice bits as well in terms of like job flex. You can like scale it really nicely, you know, to be like, I'm gonna work loads this fucking month and then only work a couple of weeks next month or something. As opposed to do something like Overwatch where you're just like, what if I just have to work every week of the year for like 8 months? I'm glad everyone's here at 1 a.m. on a Sunday for their career advice. Being an Overwatch coach is harder than 9 to 5. I don't know. Do you get this ever, Gunba, where you look at somebody with what would be classed as like a normal job and just think, that looks so much nicer?
I do. All the time.
It's just straightforward, right? When I especially like my fiance and my friends, if they do their 9 to 5 and then they've just got like the full evening to chill, they don't have to factor in any like shitty time zones or something. I'm like,
I don't feel like I have time in my life to do anything ever. Like I wake up at like midnight, I work until like 8 a.m. in the morning, you know, like I go to the gym, maybe that's like an hour, you know, like I do notes, maybe another hour. You start to add up the hours, and then like, you know, the fact that esports is pretty taxing, you don't really have the ability to have weekdays. You know, maybe you're spending 12 hours a day on things that like aren't your time, and then you're tired at the end of it, you know, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. But to be fair though, like, in saying that, you know, I was a software developer before I quit to play professionally in Taiwan for like peanuts, you know? And at the time, that seemed like an obvious decision to me, so maybe the grass is greener in a way as well. You know, maybe you imagine like the working life is, you know, the 9 to 5 they're at is not stressful, and you know, they're not worried about getting fired, and their boss is nice. And...
Well, I used to work, my first full-time esports job I would have got when I was like 27, 28 or something. So that first 10 years or like 9, 10 years, I did just work normal jobs from customer service to generic office type jobs. And I was so keen to get out of those at the time. So I think there's a big grass is greener type thing. Maybe
but
some
that
of
being said,
it changes
more
over
about
time
that job
as well.
than esports, right? You know, like you probably had. Yeah, I'm thinking back to what I thought like esports would be when I started doing it, and maybe at that sense you had a real perspective of like a 9 to 5, but not a real perspective of esports.
Yeah, true. I think a big thing for me was a lot of because I have a degree, but it's just a fucking media degree, which means I don't have a degree essentially.
Oh, useless, yeah.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, the degree's never once helped me get a job or get in a situation I wouldn't have gotten anyway. So it was a big part for me, the type of office jobs I was working. I was able to work my way up, but it was all entry-level working up into quite generic companies. And if you just work in these big generic companies, they're obviously very corporate and a bit shit, generally. So a big part of me of working at esports was like, I'm actually going to get to work with people who are actually fucking trying. I'm going to work with people who are kind of all in or really focused on this thing. I'm going to get to do something way more interesting and way more exciting than I can ever do working for like a credit reference agency. What's the big exciting credit reference fucking goal?
Yeah, there's also a bit of a.
It's true
stress,
ultimately. Like, I think I got that in London, you know.
There's also a question of like, because I think you're old as well. You know, I think we're both in the 3-0 plus club.
Yeah.
There's a concern about like the longevity of the esport angle. You know, whereas I think it's reasonable to suggest that maybe the best days of coaching Overwatch are behind us.
The glory is it,
right? And then you think to yourself like, what if I'd still been a software engineer? What if I'd stuck with that? You know, it's like where would I be now? And like how much money would I be making now? And you know, like what would my day be like? And it probably is, you know, in hindsight, a bad decision to go into esports ever. Like plot twist, who would have thought, you know? But I don't regret it, you know. But I do, in all honesty, see Overwatch as an esport as being completely fucked. Like, not a positive message for an Overwatch channel, but
well, yeah, I think in a weird way, it makes me more keen to do it now because the time, whatever you want to call it, the hourglass timer feels way closer to being empty because it always felt like it's an Overwatch League. I remember I was saying to my fiance of like, there's no guarantee of another year. Whether I'd have a good season or a bad season, there just might not be a league at the end of it as well. So there's always like a chance for league ends, regardless of like whether the team goes badly or not. So there was always that thing, and obviously like now it feels very much like this first year is going to be a gimme. Like this year we're in now is going to be a gimme because they're going to try and do something. But I can't see anything that maybe dramatically changes.
I just think their plan this year is shit, and they're going to realize that at the end of the year, and there's nothing to stop them downsizing again, right? That's like, we're taking this as like the consolation prize for Overwatch League, but it can go worse, you know? There can be less investment, I think. That's what I'm worried about at the moment, because I don't see what's in this to face it. Oh, yeah. Someone answered the chat question for me, thanks.
I think... Because I remember thinking as well, especially when like they were first making their announcement plans, and I got the impression as like, it feels like Blizzard don't super want this. You know, they don't want the Overwatch esports scene to necessarily be their responsibility. But I was like, why aren't they giving it away then? And then I kind of thought, well, actually, maybe it's not that they can't give it away. It's not that they don't want to give it away. It's that they can't give it away. Because if you give it to, you know, if you're Valve, it's quite easy to outsource these things to companies that are pretty keen to take on running CSGO or CS2 majors and all of this. is there that same queue of companies fighting over the spots for an Overwatch LAN or something? Probably not.
Yeah, that's
So
the question. Like, where would
they're
Overwatch
forced
have
to-
been if, yeah, Overwatch League didn't exist?
So then they're forced to keep it, but then they don't really want to keep it, so they just don't invest in it. So then you get all these things that all these decisions that feel really poor or limited or not doing the whole thing. But it's like they just don't have any money, right? They just have no budget, so they make all these decisions that will ultimately make the product worse. But then how much money would it actually take to make it good enough to make a difference? Or to make it a big enough spectacle to make a difference?
I think the question isn't like, is esports dying? Of course it is, right? It might come back, with the economy or whatever, but the question is, would there be Overwatch as an esport if it wasn't for Overwatch League propping it up in the first place? Was Overwatch League over-indexed just based on where it was 6 years ago even? I mean, definitely 6 years ago, yeah, people spent $400 million to buy into Overwatch League. Yeah, that's way too much. They spent too much money, I think people agree on that, but I'm not sure that it's the case that if esports improved, that Overwatch as an esport would necessarily improve, given that we are behind Pokemon currently. I think there's question marks there about that, It's not really a game where people care about the esport. The people who play this game don't give a shit about the esport at all, I think Overwatch is one of the games with the least people interested in competitive Overwatch. Like, in the game being competitive, like the rank system or whatever,
I think it happens because I used to play Team Fortress 2 and it was the exact same thing. It was a competitive league and a very small community that was really passionate. But TF2 is still a super popular game to this day, but no one gives a fuck about the like, there's literally zero interest comparatively. And if you're in that side of thing, the game can be very popular, and if it doesn't translate, it doesn't translate. And I think all games have this problem. Like, I think even League has a really tiny conversion rate from actual player base to esports.
Well, maybe not in Korea.
Yeah, but the idea, their player base is so big, it actually doesn't. It's still monetizable, the percentage they do get. Whereas if you scale those numbers down, it starts not to work in the same way. You compare that to, I don't know. I guess like maybe some of these like small fucking RTSs, like a StarCraft or something, is like actually most of the people who play that are probably pretty competitively orientated in terms of that.
Yeah, 100% I agree.
And so then you add in the fact it's a single player game, so everything becomes way more fucking feasible when it's a single player game or like a 1v1 game. And it can actually have a sort of smallish scene that runs relatively successfully without it being too much of a tax on anyone.
Not to hate on Koreans, but yeah, I agree that having 70% of the league be Korean for 6 years didn't help either. That wasn't good. That wasn't a good decision. I don't know why they allowed that. Like, I think COD has been saved by the fact that's not the case.
It was COD. My assumption is mainly American, right? That's always seems to be a trend with these console games.
Probably increase the costs to a large degree, or the visa and housing requirements as well. For what? Yeah, COD does have Europeans.
Oh, it's majority. Okay.
But the COD guys like fought back, right, for their league or whatever, and now they have a league still.
Yeah. Also, the guy who said massively underrating Pokemon.
If we're behind Pokemon as a fucking esport, we failed. I don't hear it, like.
Which version? Because isn't there loads of versions of Pokemon as well? Because you can play, like, the actual card game is a thing, and there's also the, like, battling within the game as well. I forget what the correct terminology is.
Yeah, there's a difference between how big Pokemon is and watching Pokemon being played professionally. I don't think there's a huge overlap there in the audience, you know? I don't think the conversion rate of Pokemon players to esport watchers is very high.
There's 5 different events at Pokemon events? Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew there was multiple.
Doesn't OWCS have similar numbers to Rainbow Six? That would be interesting to find out, because Rainbow Six has been really big recently. It's like super developer supported.
Hmm.
I mean, their prize pool is double ours at the event, right? So. Oh yeah, they have that one streamer, right?
Oh, do they? I'm not.
They're the guy.
I'm out of touch. Imagine I'm an old man out of touch for a second.
That's like the basis for my theory about Blizzard cucking the prize pool at EWC is StarCraft got the same prize pool we did. Which is obviously nonsense.
Well, especially when you factor in the single player versus 5v5.
I don't think they care about that though. You guys said that on Coachable. I don't think that matters at all, right? Like, the viewership is what matters. It doesn't matter if it's 10 people playing or half a person playing.
It's just like almost a side benefit if you happen to be in a smaller player game.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
But they still definitely cock the prize pools. I'm saying definitely.
Yeah.
I'm totally speculating, but
well, the running theory is right. Is like prompt or promote the fact that it's not going to be the premier event of the year, right? And that's why Riot want the same thing. So I guess that's the assumption that Blizzard are trying to do the same thing and make OWCS like the Stockholm. Stockholm still becomes the big event. But obviously that means
the difference between League and Overwatch is they have a whole ecosystem as well throughout the year. EWC was basically, I think, the main reason that Orgs got into this year, right?
You mean into Overwatch this year?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
I think most Orgs right now that got into Overwatch are regretting it. I think that.
Yeah, my assumption would be most of them expected a bigger possible payday. Purely from the Overwatch event, not even factoring in the whatever it's called, the collective org prize type thing.
GeoGuessr World Cup. It's kind of sick though.
Oh fuck. We're moaning over Zero now. Interesting.
I think Zero's good. He was on that team with Neutral and Jacob. That was the team.
Was he on the cut list or not the cut list?
Not the cut list. He was on the he was on the got baited into thinking that M80 was signing him list before they pulled the rug. He made it all the way to the finish line just to get killed at the end. Like.
Just to get shot at the final hurdle. And I always thought of all these, I guess I don't really call them like the non-Overwatch League flex DPS in North America. I thought Zero was one of the better traitors. I just think Ramon's actually really good.
Yeah, I agree. Wait, is this public? Let me ask you something and damn, you tell me. I have a hard time keeping track of what's public or not. Is this public?
I have no idea actually.
For fuck's sake.
Honestly, one of the nicest things about doing this Twitch stream is it's like, I just get the news brought to me. So have you seen this? I go, no. Ask chat.
I think it's public. No, there's nothing like that. It's just
it's
the Hanzo skin. I think it's public. It's public.
Okay.
The fact that we got a Hanzo skin for the crowdfunding means we're fucked. Like, fuck's sake.
Isn't the model for this thing kind of proven already that you just like make it the fucking battle pass for like whatever it is the month before?
Right, yeah.
That's the model, and then it just works. It just works. And everyone gets money.
But what Blizzard's done in the past with prize pools for this is they front up some amount of money and then they replace that money with the crowdfund, so the end result is like quite a low amount of money compared to like, I'll use the International as an example, but like any esports crowdfund. Blizzard like strategically designs it so they get most of the money. Like all of the money basically, right? And they put up basically nothing. So the only hope we had there was if it was like a Tracer skin, But they gave us a fucking Hanzo skin for fuck's sake.
Well, do you think, because Hanzo's Japanese, right? And Overwatch is kicking off in Japan, so do you think there's a disproportionate? Do you think that's how it works? I think Tracer skins sell better in the UK proportionally to other ones. So maybe they're tapping into the Japanese.
Good. They have a lot of disposable income.
We've got a lot of people interested in Overwatch. Yeah.
Yeah, but they have no money because Japan's dead. Japanese people are broke.
Fuck.
Yeah, carry skin, 100%.
Ah, fuck yeah. I mean, it's also not out of a question. Maybe this is really stretching the idea, but could also have multiple skins on the go, right? Multiple skins, really possible.
But yeah,
as
it's
well.
Genji. What? Like, what's so many Japanese heroes?
All three.
Is Kiriko actually Japanese? She is, but is she actually like from Japan?
I don't know the lore. I can look up the lore.
They have 3 Japanese heroes?
And only
That's
one.
fucked up. Only one Samoan, like. Yeah, I knew Kiriko's Japanese. I thought she might be like an American Japanese or some shit, you know, something to like change it up. But no, just all Japanese apparently. Like.
Also Japanese, yeah. Maybe that's why
3
the game's so
Aussies?
big in Japan, because it's
There
just...
is 3 Australians.
Oh my god.
3 Japanese heroes is virtue signaling. Like, fuck yeah, get Japanese people in here, dude. Let's get some fans of this game. Like.
Well, on this basis as well, and there should also be a massive player base in Australia as well, which doesn't seem to have quite translated. 4 if you count Ball. I feel like we might be stretching. Stretching to put Hammond in that one.
None of the Australians the same. 100% true, fuck. I like how in the Overwatch universe, Australia's just a shithole.
Yeah. It's just a complete, it's just a full Mad Max situation in
Building
fucking
houses out of junk, like.
But you look at any other city, like, you know, we go to Numbani, or we go, even Iconwold, right, where it's the ruins of the castle. In the distance, there's a super high-tech city, right? Numbani, super high-tech city. You go to Australia, this place has just been, like, nuked to fuck or something. It's an absolute wasteland.
How are you dead, man? Rico.
They don't, like...
I'm not trying anymore. I'm not trying anymore.
I feel like the comms checks are great, but not in the way that the broadcast wants them to be great, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It feels like they don't have a read on when it's going to be, like... They just do the same situation no matter what. And they don't realise that, say maybe when, for example, Chungus are playing Vice and they're just rolling, the comms are just going to be a shitfest. And there's going to be some kind of trolling. Or even the same, I mean, I guess it's obviously aged badly for Rockstars, but when Rockstars are just playing the second map and just rolling D Impero on Iconwold and they're just talking shit.
Wait, are Australians racist in the Overwatch universe? To Onyx, is that true?
I don't know. Wait, racist?
I stopped watching the lore when they made fucking Soldier gay, so... Oh, man.
They're racist in every universe.
Fuck, true.
Rhine is too. Oh yeah, Rhine is. I remember the Rhine
he's
cinematic.
German, that makes sense.
Yeah. They're racist, but they're Australian, so it's fine. Oh yeah, true. Don't know. Do they fight robots?
Well, Omnics aren't people, obviously, so...
Rhine... Because Rhine definitely fucking hates the robots, right? That's his whole thing. He's in, like, some ancient forever war. Rhine is reformed? Oh, okay.
Wait, why is Ram racist?
What? I actually don't know the Ram lore at all.
There's some lore there I don't understand.
Ram's racist against humans. He hates humans?
Oh.
Oh.
That's fucked up.
He's an Omnic. Oh, okay.
He's an Omnic Black Panther.
Okay. I'm glad this now has just the dynamic of trying to find like a synonym to explain Overwatch lore to us. Oh, Ram is your representation in Overwatch because you also hate humans. I see.
Leak KSA stuff now. Leak what? It's all been leaked.
The leakers, yeah, he's not playing right now.
I'm not on Twisted Minds. I don't know where he went.
Why isn't he playing? Well, think about how this leak likely happens, right? It's not going to be Twisted Minds Quick, get this message to the streets. It's gonna be from people who see Lub to play tank and go, ah, that's weird. That guy isn't the normal tank player. So there's gonna be an element of detail missing here.
League and scrims, they're all streamed. Anyone that can be streamed is streamed. Like, we're not the barrier here to streaming scrims.
Get Admiral in for a special. Admiral literally dodged interviews in Overwatch League for 2 years. He's got a 0 interview record.
Yeah, Admiral killed KSA. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's a working theory.
Who played tank? No comment. I mean, we didn't play today. Fuck.
When are you getting a Korean in Uncoachable? We want the fire. We've literally had 9k. We've literally had 9k, and the viewership did slightly worse than normal, because you guys are all the real racists.
You want the fire? Don't get a Korean. They're incapable of fire.
I mean, I think it's because Krusty said he'll come on, right? So we'll get Krusty on at some point, but I think it makes sense to get Krusty on at, like, an important time when international games are going to happen. That feels like the time to get Krusty on or something, not just...
What a fucking joke that Korean Uncoachable segment was, though.
Which one? The
one where they said that, oh, maybe they have no experience with mixed rosters. I've been on more mixed rosters than them, and I won the league with a mixed roster. What do you mean?
Well, we talked about, yeah, because Unter said the same thing of, like, Unter's like, every team Unter's been on has been a mixed roster. Chris's experience was on a mixed roster. Actually, with 9k, believe it or not. He was in the same... It's only me who has no experience, but I don't think... I thought I was not outspoken about my experiences with Korean.
I just love the grandstanding of like, oh, well, maybe they just can't control their players. Krusty can't control his players. What do you mean? Like...
Well, I think it's also just an inherently unfair comparison that Krusty would have the same barrier to respect from a Korean player as a random, like, say someone like Chris, right? Who just joined Philadelphia Fusion. It's just unreasonable that, oh yeah, it wasn't hard for me, so I guess if it's hard for them, it's shit for them. Or they're just shit, you know, or something. It's like, well,
it's the idea that Koreans aren't more racist than Westerners or any other group, you know? Like, Koreans are pretty, you know, they're pretty inside. They're like their own people a bit, you know? So it's like, you can't really compare that experience. But also, I mean, if it was like Rush saying the shit that Krusty was saying, I'd be like, that makes sense, you know? Like, Rush, by all accounts, can control his players. Not that Rush ever worked on a mixed team except for Paris, right? But, yeah, not important. But, like, Krusty and 9k saying that after how many players they had, like, quit, or, like, boom, or refused to play, or, like, how many times their teams collapsed, or, like, whatever, like, that's so fucking crazy to me.
Well, I think you said something similar about, like, your second year on... Season 6 on Florida was easier than Season 5 on Florida. Because you won a load, right? So if you look at Krusty's mixed rosters, invariably they've done quite well. Right? Finals appearances or winning the championship. So it's going to be an easier situation.
It's also how you define controlling the players, though, right? Like, so, for example, on Shock last season, from what I've heard, and this is, like, completely, you know, like, I wasn't on Shock, obviously, but they talked about, I've heard people talk about, like, how the Korean players, like, turned on, I forget who it was, like, Luke or something? Whoever it was that didn't play in the end, right? And it's like, if your players attack your other players and you don't stop them, are you controlling your players? At the end of the day, it's like, if you don't challenge them on the things they're doing that are wrong, you're not controlling anything. The fact that they like you or don't like you is irrelevant at that point, you know, it's like...
Well, if in general it just felt like a disingenuous representation of what it's like to coach an Overwatch League team. That I feel like every team will have some version of some internal drama that needs to be solved one way or the other.
Some players are fucks.
And so the idea that we didn't have any problems, it's like, we didn't have any problems. What about Season 6 when it wasn't even a mixed roster? You telling me there was no problems that year? Just another. 9k didn't
what
even
about
want
when
to
one of
talk
their players physically assaulted another player? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, Yeah, I think we said it on the podcast as well. I think there is like a big caveat here that like what we're doing is reading a translation, and if you watch,
fuck that. I trust that shit 100%. Fuck them. Fuck those Korean coaches. Like,
but it's not even. It's the fact if you watch the video, they talk about it for like 10-15 minutes or something, and then the translation's only like 5 or 6 things. It doesn't add up. You know, something's been missed.
No, I'm just gonna choose to believe that translation's perfect. What juice? Everyone knows Nero got punched by Striker. This isn't like some kind of secret, right?
No, that was on the
very, very old news at this point.
And yeah, Kasaurus put it on the it's from Kasaurus episode.
Yeah, if you qualify every time you read Korean Uncoachable with, you know, the translation could be bad. I mean, then nothing matters, you know. You have to be all in, I think.
I don't know. I feel like it's one of those ones because sometimes I read some of the stuff and I don't believe it, if you know what I mean. It's like, it doesn't sound like they would really say something like this. But I don't know, maybe if I read enough of the things like that, I should start just believing that maybe they will say something like this.
Yeah, but it's a win-win, because when you talk shit about them, it doesn't actually matter what they said. It matters what the audience thinks they said, and then what you say back. So it's like mutually beneficial, because you get to misrepresent them all the time, right? And they get to do the same thing. So really, you should just read the translation and say, that's what happened.
Because we're both talking to essentially an independent audience who doesn't actually get the other one.
Also, Shogun's fucking sick.
I've still not seen it. I'm still watching Fallout, and then Shogun is next on the list.
Fallout's also sick.
Yeah, what am I in? 4 episodes in now? Having a really good time. Never played any of the games or anything, so it's all new to me. I guess like outside.
The show's better than the games, I think.
Oh, really? The Shogun spoilers part of the stream. No spoilers. I've not seen it either.
It's hard to remember any spoilers in that show. It's just like Japanese people killing each other for like the whole show. And then they bring in different characters to get killed. Like, there's just a white guy walking around with a gravelly voice complaining. Sometimes killing themselves. Yeah, a lot of that too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Chris and Hunter were saying. This is like
big plot point. Yeah.
They go to reaction to like slight problems or slight mistakes as well. Gonna have to kill myself in this situation, I think.
That's a huge one that happens multiple times in the show, where someone like kills themselves and they pan to the white guy. It's just like, what the fuck? Like,
like we're just leaning into it.
Why would you do that? Like. The white guy's just the audience, you know?
React to cow? What's happening?
A lot of Overwatch players should learn from that example.
Cal says the students of the game might be looking great right now. Oh, what, to get to Dallas? I mean, it's on, right? It's an actually, what's it, like a 4-way dogfight, really? On these last 2 spots now?
Is it weird that I actually feel bad for Timeless?
Well,
is that odd?
When it's like it feels like the retribution, because the shit talk all sort of started, but now it feels like the punishment's maybe too harsh now. Like for whatever you want to call it, the universal retribution. is too much. You know, they could have just lost to Hunter and that would have been okay. That would have felt like a suitable, fair thing. But they're full over.
Well, the dream is to have like rivalries and stuff where the shit talk.
Well, the rivalry's dead now because they.
Yeah, because they're dead. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like what can you do? Like... Well, same with the Ex-Oblivion one. Is you've sort of teed up in this big rivalry, like the SSG versus Ex-Oblivion, and you've teed up the Timeless versus, I guess, Luminosity, essentially, because that's like, or even the international competition, right? So it's like, let's fucking finish this at the major, shall we? Let's see you in Dallas. See you in Dallas, and we'll see who gets the last laugh. And now we don't get that. There is no last laugh to be had in Dallas. The last laugh has just kind of happened now because in a Citrus Nation trio was the last laugh, which doesn't quite feel as... It's not a well-written conclusion.
Yeah, I guess the big question for me is, like, do they make changes for the next stage, you know, kind of thing? Like, how do they approach EWC or whatever? Like, wait, Uber shit talking on broadcast? Can you elaborate on that? What is that? Nobody watches the broadcast, so no one heard that. But if you did, please.
Who shit talked to you?
Uber, apparently.
Oh. Well, I guess that's the other alternative, right? Is not that Timeless make changes, but some of the Timeless players pull the plug and go somewhere else.
I was thinking Timeless make changes. I think they're salaried, aren't they? Not much, but
they're like a few $100s. Yeah, from what I understand,
yeah, like
I think they're
600 or something. I thought it was.
They're like the best off of the, like, whatever you want to call it, like the half salary teams, or like the
half salary.
Yeah, I don't know what you want to call it.
When 600 is more than I get, fuck, like.
Yeah.
We're a half salary team at this point.
Yeah, because I guess in theory, I don't know, I guess where do they even go, right?
I was thinking they could make changes to their, like, get a different Lucio player, maybe figure out the DPS roles a bit, commit to a tank.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I don't really feel like the need to change any of the DPS.
Yeah, I do, though.
I guess who would you poach? Maybe if you poach from student, because there's also some, because like the Maryville or the Luminosity players are probably are inaccessible. The M81s are going to be inaccessible because of us.
I mean,
get paid
take
more,
players
right?
off this team that you're watching on screen right now, the team in red.
And maybe students of the game as well.
There's a better off tank on this team. Actually, there's 4 players on this team that might be upgrades for Timeless, right? Except for Renko, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I'm actually increasingly, maybe Cow and Rack are like the upgrade. Or even Maple. I'm gonna get increasingly Maple build.
No, don't buy those. Don't buy those dogs.
Don't buy them?
No. Put those
Which
down.
ones? Not the Maple ones?
All of the above, I think.
Not Rack, not Cow? Don't buy any
I
of
don't
them?
like Cow, actually. I'm not that strong on that one. I don't know, but the other two I'm very strong on, I think. Do not buy.
I feel like it's
It's a bubble.
It's a bubble. Yeah, but I feel like it is. There's just not. The role is just a gamble, you know. You don't.
I mean, Will and Ariel are like huge upgrades for Timeless, no?
I don't know about Ariel. I know like Hunter's really keen on him, so
Over
he's
Icy?
really good. Oh, I guess if you treat him as that, is he more of an off tank though? I thought Ariel was like a bit of a do it all
I thought he was
kind
an
of
off
guy.
tank.
That might
originally.
be right. I've only
I
really.
feel like we trialed him in 2018. He said like I have to go to the Overwatch League, or I have to go to the military or some shit like that. I can't remember what it was. I think he's like
okay.
Israeli, so like he has some kind of mandatory service. Yeah.
They have, what do you call it?
And he's still playing, so I guess in the end it didn't matter. But
he's an off tank.
Anorexia MCD. I think MCD is a fucking liar because they told us in the scrims that his ping was 180, and that's not possible to Europe. I think MCD scammed the fuck out of them. Yeah, you can't play the Finland one, which like I think you could get like 195 if you VPN'd, from what I've done in testing. But like, I think he literally lied about how fucking low his ping was to play on the team.
It seems really weird to me that even once you add him onto the team, that he started over Gala today in all but the final map.
Gala's like a Marged type play. He flanks a lot, plays a Larry, you know, like he's a DPS, you know, on support. Like, so depending on the comp and the playstyle, I mean, especially in a game like this where everyone stacks all the time now, it feels.
I guess
that makes sense.
I did play a lot of like Ana as well. You know, it was like mainly Ana Brig. Now MCD probably played more Ana in that series than anything else.
Also, their coach is a Korean, so not to like insinuate racism, but
I mean, one thing that is true, I think this is like a very fact-checkable thing. Is I'm pretty sure Gala played most of the maps for that team until Kalios was coach, and then MCD started playing the maps. So it's really hard not to connect those dots in in the way they seem to connect.
You had 180 from Asia in EU. From which country to which country? Because I don't think Korea to Netherlands is 180. I don't think that's happening. Like, yeah, Singapore is considerably lower than Korea.
Yeah, most of
Singapore
MCDs,
is the lowest Asian country, I think. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was saying most of MCD's playtime was on Anano. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I also just don't think MCD's that good. I guess it's part of the problem for me as well. That even if he is getting 180 ping, I don't think it. For me, it wouldn't matter. I would still probably play Gala, I think, on most heroes over him anyway. I don't know. Because they did some of the streaming their comms stuff, the Ataraxia guys. I think Gala streamed it in some of their matches. And the whole comms just felt really tense the whole time, you know? Like, just, like, quite combative. Not like people full-on arguing or anything, but just... It felt like there clearly wasn't a consensus on how they should be playing or what they should be doing. And
wait, which team was reading chat, sorry?
Ataraxia. This was before Kalios joined. So then when I saw Kalios join, I was like, feels like they just need someone to, like... to unite their fucking viewpoints or just point them in a direction.
I do think coaches are really important for that. Like, I've had a lot of success integrating teams of like completely random players, but like when you do that without a coach, it feels like shit. When you have like an authoritative person to say, hey, this is like what we're gonna do, you know, like take responsibility for things and like maybe even take some of the hate. You know, sometimes like I think it's really hard for teams to work without a coach if they're like complete mixed teams. Because I've seen a few teams like that now that I thought would be good and then they're just shit.
Well, I think it's a really hard thing to regulate. Yeah, you see in any team, like even was like D Impero when we were watching some of their comms afterwards, and immediately, yeah, like if something goes wrong, it's like, I think someone should be marking for Tracer more. Nah, the problem is we're not looking at this fucking Orisa enough, and it's just everyone's got like all these different things. But then them just having even like a coach just coming and say, well, both of these things are true, right? We can do both things. They're not fucking independent ideas. We can just solve both of these things at the same time, and it'll be okay. But I don't know. I think that's also a hard thing to do with the language thing as well. Like, I know they did have a translator helping them, but I think it's a hard thing to do. It's also a hard thing to actually do when you come in for a week as well, right? It's not a long time to fix a team at all or to pull this together.
You might even argue that it's a bad thing to do for his career. Joining a team when you're Kalios this late.
It's sort of a recipe to... It's a really hard job he actually took on, right?
Impossible,
like, if you had offered me that job or you had been offered that job, what realistic expectations would you have for the impact you could have in Ataraxia in a week coming into that
Probably
game?
beating all year at least, to be fair. I mean, shit, like... feels like a coach could help with that one. I mean, that seems like a good position for a coach to be in, solving a one-trick team. That seems like maybe even optimal. I don't know. Like, I 100% think I won us the game against Oya when I first joined SIP Check, because I told them how to beat that comp, like, but that's not something you can discover in practice. You have to, like, theorize.
Well, the nature of all these one-trick comps is you have to solve it in theory, and then you have to be able to solve it in practice if what you had in theory doesn't work. And it's very unlikely, I think, that whatever you had in theory just, oh yeah, I got it perfect actually, no problem.
I mean, shit, we got it perfect. Someone asked about Exo's roster. I'm still thinking about it because I hate Exo. It was like 5 minutes ago. It's still on my mind.
Ask what about their roster?
Oh, how could you fix it? I don't like the org because they fucking messaged like our player who was under contract without talking to us. So I really don't like that about them. And then like all the other shit they've done. I don't know. Exo should not have any players. That's what I think.
Well, I'd be surprised if... I feel like, especially with Ataraxia doing so badly, and Exo doing so badly, it really opens up for a bunch of teams to maybe form in this, like, post-major thing.
Yeah,
like
I think that's going to happen globally. I mean, I have leaks, obviously, about that, but, like, just in general, I think you can expect every region, the team that isn't third, and if a Korea isn't, you know, second, because they have less slots, to, like, completely rebuild, and just completely take all the players from every other, like, merge all the crap teams into one, like, decent team. I think those teams are going to be really good, because, you know, I think the game's changed a shit ton. I think a lot of these players, like, you know, people like Tread, and, like, I always say his fucking name wrong, Zodiel, the French guy.
Zodiel.
Like, on Peps, for example, they're incredible players. Like, they're doing really, really well, and, like, they're genuinely good, but, like, they could have better teammates if they wanted. Not to say Pep should change their roster, but, you know what I'm saying? It's like, there's a bunch of players on, like, there's like individual pieces on all these rosters that are so strong, it's like, they're not signed to a team, so...
If you went to... You could very easily... If you made a dream
Spanish,
roster...
that's what I said, yeah.
If you make a dream roster, excluding, like, the Ents, SSG, Twisted, it wouldn't be any of the currently existing rosters. If you made it, like, a dream roster of the remaining players outside the Big Three.
Right, yeah.
So it just takes someone to put the pieces together.
Dude, I call it Spanish guy French, I'm getting cancelled.
Oh,
it's too far. I've crossed the line. I apologize. I'll start writing the tweet.
Never going to be welcome in Spain again now. Would be pretty close to Peps. Yeah, I think you keep like Tread, Zodiel.
Yeah. I guess Crispy versus FD God's a conversation.
Yeah, I'd go for Kaneo. I think Kaneo is actually really good. Like as fuck. Yeah, I think so.
Maybe one of the TM supports gets let go or something. Because now they have
like
3
Slay
supports,
or
right?
something. Yeah.
Yeah, they have 3 flex supports. That seems like one too many.
Yeah. Unless any of them have a good tank.
Yeah.
Then it's a problem. Then it's actually essential that they keep all 3 of them. Yeah. Crispy.
It would be close to Peps though, I think. If not Peps. It's just the supports that you would debate, I think.
Would it be Crispy and Kaneo maybe something? I've not seen enough of Level 1 Crook, really, to have like a strong opinion either way.
The fact that he's been around for 7 years and has never made it anywhere suggests that he might not be the guy with the highest upside.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if support's hard, but I'd probably go Kaneo and then flex DPS. I mean, it's Wamone if you accept that he's gonna be on ping.
Over Naga?
Yeah. There's probably there's also probably an element of like somebody in this team needs to be like a brain.
But that's a team that I would like see in a match or a scrim and think this is worrying. Like, you know, like we have to think about this team. Let's think about how they play. Let's track what they're playing. Let's, you know, think about how to beat them long term. Like that's like a real team, you know. I think it's only going to take 1 or 2 more big losses. Again, egg on my face, may be possible in my future. You know, yeah, anybody can get time lost at any moment in this ecosystem, but with that disclaimer, you know, I think there's going to be only so many tournaments you can lose before you think, holy shit, I just want to play with better people, and there's no contracts. Fuck it, like, because all of these EU teams, they kind of got like top 3 pretty easily historically. Like, you know, TM is a great example, right? But like Peps as well, and like SR Peak Check. A lot of these teams with like these players are used to getting top 3 at their current level, and they've all been pushed down 3 places, let's say, and that's a big difference, I think, in terms of
well, especially with how the land placements work as well.
Yeah, but not just that. I mean, they're not even the king of the tiny jungle they're from, you know, like anymore. They're not at the top of anything. They're just losing, and no one cares about them. It's like, it may have even been better for them to be in contenders at that point, where they're winning at least. And plus, a lot of these teams haven't lost, you know? I think that's something I'm worried about with, like, TM, for example. It's like, how have TM reacted to, like, the few losses they've had? Like, 1 in Swiss and 1 in the tournament, basically. I mean, they're collapsing as a team. It's like, that's fucking crazy, no? 2 years and 2 matches, they collapse. Because losing wasn't a thing that happened to them.
Well, I think it's people kind of ask this thing sometimes with, like, the British Hurricane that we took to the London Spitfire. And all the problems we had that didn't exist in a situation the previous 2 year and a half, because we were just winning everything. So it's such a masker for all these things, or all these personal issues that don't come up. And I think that's a bit of what you're seeing again with TM here, is now all of a sudden it's a lot harder. And even if you do well, you can't win consistently. Because you've got, with like ENCE, SSG, TM, there's 3 teams who could just win it. Even if you're doing a lot of things.
I also think something that like I haven't really thought of before is like the mindset that you're not the best. Nobody on your team, including your coach, if you're the coach thinking this, is the best at their job. I'm probably not the best Orisa, Tracer, Sojourn coach, you know? Like, nobody is the best, you know? It's like, if you have that mindset at some point, it becomes easier to tolerate failure because you understand that, like, you never had the best players to begin with, or you weren't the best player, you weren't the best coach. Like, I think delusion's a big problem, you know? I think, like, the fact that we accept that we're not the best is, and, like, you know, we know that, like, we have to find ways to win matches that, like, fit us, and, you know, like, things have to go right for us, and there's, like, an element of luck, and, like, there's an element of, like, you know, preparing well for other teams, and, it helps you accept failure from like individuals, if that makes sense.
I think very much as well that sometimes, especially, you can also play well and lose as well. When it's you're playing against another good team, like when ENCE play SSG. Like, I think sometimes this happens a bit when we're streaming the scrims and stuff, and it's like sometimes you'll come out 5-1 ahead, or SSG will come out 5-1 ahead, and it'll be like, oh, they just gone then? It's like, well, they're not gone. It's just it's just like a better day situation in a lot of these things as well.
Or, you know, they have something on you in terms of a comp or whatever, you know, like...
But it's a very short-term thing they have on you. They'll have this thing on you, but actually, once you get a chance to look at it and come back the next day, maybe they don't have it on you, or they have it on you 30% less. Or whatever it might be.
When I started playing, this won't surprise anyone, but when I first joined, like, an Australian team, I kicked so many people, it was unbelievable. It was a fucking red wedding every tournament we lost, like... I kicked my best friend like straight away. Got Avril on the team, the caster, kicked him too next day. Like, it was you know, okay, to be fair, I think that was appropriate for the time period. Like, in terms of the talent, the game just came out. It was like basically beta, you know?
Yeah.
But I think over time, kind of start to realize that, you know, like, patience is a virtue, I guess. I think Overwatch League helped with that a lot because you didn't really have a choice. You know, you had your players locked down for like 1 or even 2 years, you know? There's like a lot of stability. You couldn't really just kick everyone all the time, and like having that time, like, to see like someone like RuPaul improve a lot, you know, was really useful, so. But I think if I didn't have that experience that TM doesn't have, you know, for example, like Yubi doesn't have, or whoever on that team, you know, I would probably make the same sort of shitty decisions, you know? So it's like, I don't know. It's definitely a disadvantage not having had that experience, I think.
I think it's true for those of us who do have the Overwatch League experience. I think especially in terms of team management, like, is a really unique experience that's just kind of impossible to get. I think if you're just one of these other coaches who are coming up now, like, and you
like being a coach now is impossible.
Timeless or an EXO, it's so, like, I'm pretty sure when I joined Overwatch League my first year, I was fucking definitely 100% shit at my job, and it took that year to figure everything out and to learn a lot of things. But when do you get that sort of that length of time opportunity in this current ecosystem.
Almost kicked Rupal for Teru. It was for Alfie as well, just to be clear. And it was so that we could go full Korean with Alfie. Which, I mean, in hindsight, we won. So obviously, in hindsight, if we win, everything looks like a shit decision, right? It's easy to say, you know, hindsight, well, of course we should have done that. It's like, well, man, at the time, I think that was not an easy decision at all. I remember, like, I think we offered them that, and then they took ages, and then by the time they came back to us, we're like, maybe not, you know. What Mexico Ripple is, I think Gravy suggested him from like NA, and we just looked at him, and we're like, yeah, he's pretty good, he talks a lot, I don't know. We have Marjed, so kind of desperate, you know.
Yeah, well, 100% of that team coming back was like, I was like, checkmate and Alpha Year in, and someone, fuck. And Merit.
I don't think Ripple's overrated at all. I mean, okay, I guess that's relative, right? Like, that depends on what you think overrated means, but he's like a really good flex support player who's improved a shit ton in like a year and a half, basically, without any playtime in year one, and then he's like incredible, like a lot of heroes, like Moira Kiri. His ad is kind of shit, but I mean, they're fixing that now in Toronto, right? And he's also like a really good caller in game. I think Ripple's great. Great attitude too, not toxic or like complains a lot, you know.
I was really impressed by his Kiri actually, since that's, I guess, that's what most people have been playing this year so far. But I hadn't really seen it before, but I thought it was really impressive.
You compare someone like, I don't know, Landon, for example, to Rupal, it's like, I don't really compare those two at all, right? Like, you put them on anything other than BAP and Rupal clears every time, no? I don't know about Landon's comms or whatever, but...
I think Kiri's like really competitive between them.
I don't think that at all. Sorry.
But Landon's comms are good.
Yeah, I don't know. Rupal's like borderline in IGL, to be honest. Like,
Landon's like a good, I don't really call it, like a secondary caller. Like he wouldn't be, he'll call his own ult, so he'll call a lot of like, worry about this, don't lose to this, don't get caught by this type thing.
Overrated isn't the worst of his championship team. Yeah, it was a good team, wasn't it?
I think he probably is, but I think
he's better than Strong.
You think?
I'd say that. Yeah, I think so.
Maybe. I feel like the question's also maybe disingenuous isn't quite the right word, but it's sort of none of them are bad. If there's not like it doesn't feel like
I think better than Checkmate and Merit too. Just in terms of overall player value. Yeah, I think so. I mean, Checkmate and Merit weren't like leaders on the team, you know, they were like good at their role, and like in Merit's case, you know, good at shooting things on the screen. But Rupal added something that couldn't be replaced, I think.
I play with Lep and I play with Renko, both contenders, and they're solid players, so I just knew that.
It's one of those things, once a team sort of comes together and functions well, it starts to feel really difficult to replace pieces. Even like say on London, when there's more obvious holes in terms of hero pool and stuff, where it might think like, oh yeah, we should get someone in to fill this role, or to fill this hero, or to fill this section. Or actually, all of a sudden, the unit just works together, and it's so hard to fucking tweak with it without inadvertently making it worse rather than better.
It's just a lot of the things you say about Ham, you'd also say about Rupal in terms of like attitude, flexibility, like dedication. Like you would say a lot of the same things, I think.
Even though, like, I think Students of the Game is honestly like a top.
But he's like the scuffed American guy on like a championship roster, so I kind of get the perspective. But I don't know if I'd agree, honestly. But I mean, people who went on the team, so I didn't see what he did or didn't do, right? But I always talk about Rupal's comments when I talk to like Crims or whatever about like how to talk, how to play. Like always, Rupal would call this, Rupal would call that. I always say that shit. Maybe it's annoying actually, to be honest. But I do think Rupal's response to Rush was shit.
Which one was it? I forget.
On Twitter, where he got mad and said something about how like Rush couldn't get onto a team with his former players or some garbage. Like,
yeah,
Rush didn't even really say anything that was like too controversial, right? Like it was just, yeah, he's good. Like he basically.
The thing is, true, I mean. The thing is as well, like, I feel like if the idea that Yeti would beat Toronto, I was like, Yeti have also just come off the back of beating Whack on Dive, should have beaten Falcons on Dive, should have beaten FTG. You know, it's like at that point when he says that, like Yeti are probably actually the best dive team in the world, almost objectively, in terms of the teams, like the teams they're beating on these comps. So it doesn't really feel even like a insult to go. Well, also therefore Toronto are not the best in this comp either.
And Toronto objectively aren't performing that well compared to their roster. Let's be completely objective. Like,
well, especially on dive as well, right? As for one comp,
I mean, every comp.
Well, yeah,
they play it. I think they look worse than their pieces, right? Just their pieces are, yeah, they have money. So, and yeah, Rupal and Angel is not helping him at all. Obviously, I mean, he's just never been good at Ana. Obviously, he's like a new generation support. None of them play Ana because it was shit for the entire duration that, yeah, they were players, right? Like.
Well, I think we always had this thing with Landon. It's like, if you look at Landon's hero pool, the older a hero is, the worse he is at it. He's all the new heroes. All the new heroes.
The opposite, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I think when we talked to Massa, he was like, every time he's like, maybe we could get an Ana in here somewhere. Maybe we could get this going. Chance to get an Ana in here.
His Ana is fucking good.
Yeah.
Master's a good example of a player like that, where it's just like, I'm not going to be mad that like Master threw. You know, at the end of the day, it's like he's the best guy we can get. He does everything we ask. He plays all the heroes we need him to play. It's like, we're not going into matches thinking that Master's going to gap Chorong. You know, that's not how we're going to win games, you know? Like, that's true for like almost every player in every role. You know, like there's no one, you know, other maybe like Kevster that's not like that in our team. It's just normal. You win games because you know how to win the game, not because your skill level is high. I mean, skill helps for sure. Definitely makes it easier, but... Oh yeah, Master's 27, he's still going. I was fucking 25, I had to retire, like... He's gotten further than most, I think.
How old's Crimzo? Is he just like...
20...
fake old?
5?
Okay.
Like, let me check that claim. That could be a complete cap, I don't know. 24.
Okay. I always get confused when, you know, if a player's been around, like, the entire length of Overwatch League or something, they got to be, like, pushing 30, surely.
Kev's still worth the dollars? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I guess that's also relative, isn't it? It's not many dollars, actually, so...
In many ways, it's actually the best price anyone's ever paid for Kev, probably.
Well, depending on how you look at it, everyone's overpaid, because the esports dead. Isn't Mars still top 3 MS? I mean, yeah. Top 2, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I'm probably outside of Lucio, top 1. You know, like, realistically, like...
I guess what's... are you just, like, including Brig? Or
I
you
mean,
mean, like,
plays all
other
the
heroes?
sports.
Yeah.
Plays them every day in scrims, yeah. If I had to make a full Korean, I'm still thinking about that Korean roster.
Well, if you had, like, right now, you made a full Korean
Yeah.
roster.
Who's the best tank? That's actually a hard one. It can't be Ham, according to the rules, so...
Oh, as in, like, from the people in the Korean
not the
region.
players. That's what he said. Korean tanks have fallen off a cliff, I think. Recently. I don't feel so good about any of them.
I was, yeah, because for a long time, I would have said... Smurf would have been my go-to answer in this situation, but that seems to have been proven categorically not as true as it once was this year so far. I think Burner's actually a good shout. And ironically, I've actually been really impressed with Burner. Every hero he's played, even when he's been playing Doomfist and stuff, I was like, actually, he looks like he can actually play this hero.
If you look at Jinbin Burner team,
yeah.
That seems like Max sucks. I think every time I see that guy play, I just think, why? Like,
Maybe
not to flame, but like,
Donghack's not actually the worst shout. If you did like a Burner Donghack, so you kind of had, you'd obviously hit some kind of limitations, right? In terms of you have to pick who you have in, but I don't think if you just have one tank, maybe I don't know, maybe Burner.
Not to flames. Every time Max is in, their team looks like shit. Like, I don't know if that's him or them or whatever the reason is, but
something might just be for comps as well, right? They were always going to play a certain type of comp. They always end up playing.
I'm
It's always in like
just to believe that he's shit, I think.
If you get Donghack, why not get Hamburg instead?
Isn't that just Falcon's DPS plus Jinbin plus Churongshu,
Yeah.
and then like Bernard, I guess.
What's Bernard's Winston like? No idea. Probably not good.
Horrendous. I imagine.
Yeah, but that's why that's why you would assign 2 tanks in this scenario. Oh, you can't have Chiron because he was on Florida, of course. Yeah. So I guess is it?
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, cheer then, I guess. I mean, what choice do you have? There's no 2 options. Violet, I guess.
Why didn't Fearless play Overwatch League final last season? It's just because, yeah, well, it wasn't his meta, essentially. It was an off-tank meta. He only pulled out Dive when they thought, well, when it became very apparent that everything else wasn't working.
Fearless did play in the final on the last map.
Yeah, they just went, was it Esperanza or something? They just went Dive.
Yeah, they tried to run it back on Summer Tracer one last time.
I mean, what? You're 3-0 down in a fucking
Yeah,
final,
no,
right?
I respect that shit,
it's the right
honestly,
call. And also, I think, maybe it was Chris who said this to me at the time as well, is what you need to do if you're 3-0 down in a final is you need to find a comp that doesn't win you just win you a map. It needs to win you 4 maps. So if Dive works, Dive might win you 4 maps in a row. But if you get a little bit closer on the Sigarissa, it's just going to be like 4 dogfights and it's really hard to win 4 in a row. Or, you know, Florida will just get a chance to adapt.
I felt like early in my career, like for the most, like for 4 years even, maybe even 5, it felt like coming in with like an intercept at the halftime being like, this is how we win this series, and then winning the series, like just having like a reverse sweep or like coming back in the last 2 maps. It felt really common. But now it feels harder. It feels like matches are almost like predetermined. Yeah, it feels like when you're losing, you really lose, and there's like no way to fix it. Like there's not enough. People aren't missing enough things about the game to easily, you know, change the dynamic in such a way that you win. Like, so once like every grand final's been like that historically, to be fair. But like at that point in the grand finals, there's no way to fix their team. They can't suddenly learn Sigma, Bat, Brig, Bastion with some feedback in the mid of the match. It's just not going to happen. Like,
I think honestly, what Houston did, in terms of they turn up to the finals, as in they turn up to like the finals tournament, they realize their meta read isn't that fucking good, and like, I think Florida have got the right one. Let's fucking do what Florida are doing. And then they do that within what would be like, not even a week, right? Less than like 5 days. And they get to the grand final with Overwatch League. Fuck. They've done a good job, all things considered, right? Considering when they pulled out that comp, like, fuck.
It's a big dick move, too, to go from like only playing Fearless, traveling to the event and being like, actually, fuck it. Like, this is pointless. Get me out.
Yeah.
No, Houston had no choice. They made a good choice. They tried to play Fearless against us in that event at the start, and they got destroyed, no?
Yeah, well, part of the reason, because they did start the event playing Dive, I'm pretty sure, and it just didn't go very well.
Yeah, we beat them on that comp, and then we one-shot Shu through a fucking window with a grenade, and then they just gave up, which is probably correct.
Yeah. Thanks for the prime, Celery Man.
But I do think, like, I think one of the reasons this becomes so much harder to turn matches around is there's way more variables. Like, everybody knows how to play every map and use every ult in their comp, and like every time you know use an ult, they can like ult track and make like a perfect plan and like know where to take the fight and like which swaps to make, and the depth is so much higher that making changes mid-match feels impossible. If that makes sense. Like meaningful change. Obviously, sometimes you can, but like.
Well, the reality is you have to. If you can fix something about like the way you're taking a neutral, the way you're taking certain fights, the way you're using certain ults, the problem is that maybe solves one thing, but then it doesn't solve the way they hold Midtown second or something, right? Like it doesn't apply in enough situations, I think, because I think there's more and more map specifics everyone has now. Now it's just ingrained from playing these type of comps or whatever type of comps a lot more often.
It feels like you win more by having comp options. If that makes sense, having like developed ideas about which comps you can play, like being in the playoffs, for example, we pulled out Rush, you know, against Dallas, because we played a shit ton of Rush. Every time we scrimmed you guys, we played Rush, you know, like. So when Dallas come to Toronto without having ever seen Ryan before, and they play Sig and we just play Ryan, it's like that's not a big change to how we're playing. That's something that's an idea that we've spent time developing and we have ready, you know. Like I think that's kind of how things work now, and I think will probably be that way in the future as well. Like,
oh,
that's probably why I feel so shit now.
That was the other fucking hot take Rush had. You know, did you see when we were talking about Reinhardt? He was like, how could you lose that comp? If I was coaching, I'd never lose that comp. And I was like, I'm pretty sure he lost exactly to you in finals against Reinhardt.
Yeah,
And I was just like,
maybe that was a joke though. I can't tell. Like,
yeah, I feel like half the stuff Rush says is like completely tongue in cheek. It's just full sarcasm.
Yeah, that's why I like him.
It's like
I like the fact that he's just talking shit. He's not like fucking grandstanding and lying. Like,
my favorite one was when they said, "Oh, yeah, well, they thought you were like talking too much shit because you're saying you're better at Winston than Hambin." And Rush is like, "Yeah, I am better at Winston than Hambin. Like, he might have better mechanics, but he's a fucking idiot. I am better at him than him." Like,
Jesus Christ. That was a line, yeah. I'm not gonna come here and sound better than Coaster at Tracer. Like, yeah, relax. Like.
He might be better at blinking and aiming and all of it, but I'm in terms of decision making.
I think one of the reasons it feels so scarce right now is the teams are all new, so nobody has any depth in terms of options. It just feels like you're always kind of scrambling to play every map. You know, the map pool is way bigger, obviously, without the preset maps, so everyone's just scrambling all the time to like just be coherent at all, let alone having like plan Bs, you know.
Yeah, it's all just a big race. I think the nature of a tournament format as well just makes it way harder because, like, you come into this weekend and you need to make sure you have a pretty cohesive plan to play against Twisted Minds, to play against SSG, maybe to play against fucking yeah or something, maybe to play against, and you've got to have your map bans and all of this. And yeah, it's just really impractical, I think, to prepare that in depth when you could go to any of, what is it, like 15 maps as well.
I've been considering like a new approach because something I haven't really had to deal with in Overwatch League, and I think something that's like hurting our team, and like it probably hurts every team more than they realize. But it's like in Overwatch League, obviously, you prepare like your 4 maps a lot. You know, like it was like map by map, like every week kind of thing. You'd know exactly which maps overlap with the 2 matches you had and all that shit. So like it was very easy for the players to remember the entire map pool and who they're playing for the whole week, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So like you give feedback and they would keep it in their mind. Yeah, they'd remember it, right? And now it feels like the amount of times in scrims we pick a map we haven't played in like 2 days, and the players just forget everything, and we just waste time like not learning new things because we're remembering old things, kind of thing. It's like finding a way to like get players back on the same page for maps they haven't played in a while is probably going to be really important, and like that's something I'm seriously going to like fix, I think. Yeah, I'm saying having some kind of like strat picture or something that like you can update over time isn't too like complex or whatever, but.
We tried that at times in London. We called it like a playbook, essentially. Of we would have like, okay, here's Cops for simple example. Here's Lijiang Tower. Here's fucking Control Center. Here's how we hold. Here's how we retake. Here's how we do first fight or something. And this is like these are our core ideas. And then if we really need it, when we go into the match or something, right before we go into Lijiang Tower, Chris can be like, remember, first fight like this, hold like this, whatever the headline information is. But it became like really tedious to keep up to date when the meta was changing so often, and we changed comps completely, and it would be like, well, our first fight should look like this. It became like the sort of thing we would do when we prepare for a team specifically. Like, okay, but not worth keeping up to date just all the time for everything, because people would be running different comps. And
there's some variables there that are important, right? Like, I already do that. The way I fix that is by just having the most recent notes always at the top, rather than ordering it by like the point or anything else, so that like when I go into a match, I just read from top to bottom, and then I don't have to go like all the way down to the bottom. It's probably old shit that doesn't matter. But also, I think that approach costs you in scrims where you don't do the things in scrims, you know, like because before the match, like, and that causes problems too, and we've had issues with that, you know. Against Peps even, I changed the team's playstyle entirely before that match, and it cost us a little bit, you know, like we didn't really understand the interactions between changing our playstyle and like what some other edge cases were, you know, not to get too specific or whatever, but I think having a way for players by their own volition to go and look at your playbook, if that makes sense, visually, like without having to talk to you at all, like just at the start of the map, if they're trying to remember how they should play it, or like how we did this retake or whatever, they could just go and look. That would be ideal, I think.
You see it in CS where the in-game cooler for a team will have a notebook, and obviously the whole CS Valorant style is a little bit more set play heavy, but they still have the same thing of, okay, which one am I doing? Let's they have some kind of visual aid to jog themselves and remind them of whatever they want to do with their options. And that kind of thing would be really simple to implement.
Also, again, not to make excuses, but one of the reasons we lost the main event, the first main event, is because I needed to say more than I had time to say. Than the admins gave me, you know? Like, we had like a minute 30 to say, okay, remember this, remember that. You know, it's like, what if the players could just do that on their own, and they had a picture, and it took a minute to see the whole map, and like, you know what I mean? It's like the time constraints on like matches now are so small that I think you have to find a way to get more out faster, and I think just verbally describing the map and being like, okay guys, you remember that retake on this map where this happened and we do this, and they're like, which point? Do you mean the guy where the table was, or like by the bench? It's like, no, to the left of the bench. Like left from defender POV, or like it's fucked. Like it's just fucking pointless.
I remember we had, you know, OC, the D Impero coach. He came on after his team's win, and he was asking me and Chris about like his like between map feedback stuff, and it was like, and it was just one of the things we said was sometimes when you start trying to describe Overwatch concepts entirely verbally with no visual aid, it's so fucking hard to really visualize that versus just seeing a clip, for example. So that kind of stuff between maps, I think, is really hard for players if it's not like a pre-formulated idea where you can go, remember this, let's do that. It's really hard to change specifics without a visual aid.
Yeah, people visualize, it's like everything differently. Some players are shit at visualizing as well. A lot of players are just fucking garbage. Like, they just don't in their head see what you're saying at all. And some players see it really well, you know. I'm like, there's nothing you can do for the players who don't see it either. You know, if they don't see the apple, as we say in Nets. Like,
yeah.
We actually say that shit all the time.
I think one thing we planned to do against Toronto, when it was playoff meta and they had all the soldier stuff, is we just had a 1 minute video that was just every flank Hydron did. And it was like, if we go to
that's
Suravasa,
what I've been doing as well for
if we go to Suravasa,
yeah,
let's watch this video, and then we'll surely just like little fucking.
Oh, that's next level. So you have like prepared individual videos for like individual maps that you can go to.
It was only
once, obviously, but
it was only specifically for like Hydron's flanks on that, because but that's also because again it's kind of there's a relevance because the soldier flanks are such a big part of how Toronto played that comp, and because we were using the sim, we were doing so many things where we would try and catch and anticipate and read it. The better we could do that, we just win. And I think even when we spoke to Hydron about it afterwards, he was like, I couldn't play versus you because Backbone, there was always a step ahead. But it probably
something that fucking Swana told me.
What?
Because I talked to him, obviously afterwards. He's like, one of the things that London did completely differently than Florida is like, he noticed, because something me and Gravy did, I think that helped a lot, was, because obviously you're in the dugout watching the match, and like,
a
lot of the time, what you're watching doesn't actually matter. You're watching a map that effectively is already, like, as far as your impact is decided, you have nothing to do with the outcome, And one thing he talked about was that, like, he thought we were much better at talking about the next map during the map that we're watching, and like having something like going through, even with Albert there, like a lot of the time, to have like a discussion about how to win the next map, like exactly what we'd need to do, like what swaps they could make, and like all this shit. Or in playoffs, like which map we should pick next, and like we had like huge discussions during those maps, and like I think it made a huge difference. Like that's one of the reasons I want an assistant coach. It's like so bad. I got like Jakar obviously, so like you need that person to have that conversation with. Right? Yeah, exactly. Just to talk through like, what the fuck are we doing? And if anybody in the dugout talked about like the current map, we'd be like, shut up, like this is over, like we have nothing to do with this, like go next, like. And sometimes we just win and the series would end and it'd be for nothing, but like being prepared for every next map was really good, and like that's something I've been struggling with for sure. I think
we did the same in London. I mean, I think we probably didn't have the conversations like as a group, if that makes sense, especially with I don't know, was your dugout like a full separate room? Because ours was the same house. So it's like open plan essentially. So there's no wall between us and where the players are.
That's so fucked though.
So it was very much like we would have a conversation, but we're having like hushed voices because we don't want. The last thing a player wants, right, while they're in the middle of a match, is to hear fucking why have we fucking done that from their coach in the other room or something, you know? Like, if there's a way to tilt your team or actively sabotage your chances, that's a good way to actively wind your own team
That's
up.
something we had in season 5, is that the coaches, I decided to put the coaches in the same room as the players. Because I didn't like the fact that, like, because Kuki didn't do that. And, like, Kuki had, like, his monitor faced away from them and all the shit. And it was, like, really weird. And I thought in my head as an idiot that, I thought that was, like, a better solution to be in the same room. And then I'm just, like, fucking slamming my desk, like, what the fuck are we doing? You know, like, this shit, like, players hated it, of course, so we moved back to the other room in the second year, and that helped a lot.
I mean, we'd still be in the same room for scrims. Scrims wasn't a problem.
Oh, yeah, of course, but, I mean, you're more restrained, probably. Probably less desk abuse in your group over there, I mean.
Yeah, I feel like most of the desk slamming would be, like, comedic effect desk slamming. One of those where I feel like the way Chris coaches especially is quite regimented in terms of this is the way we play. So it's like, if we're playing Dorado, well, we know how we play Dorado. Or we've given you a new, like, script for Dorado. So if you don't follow the script, just fucking piss off that you didn't follow the script. And I think it's maybe part of the reason I think Sauna maybe struggled with this approach more than the other players, is we were like, this is how we attack Dorado. But it doesn't mean, here's an idea we can use on Dorado. This is how we attack Dorado every single time.
Yeah, I think SSG and TM think that way. And we don't think that way at all.
And I think it's something like Lethal struggled with as well. And it was like, when we say it, and especially we got to probably a point where when we got to like playoffs and we were just solving particular maps, it would be like, okay, you do Paricio attack, you do Dorado attack or whatever. Here it is. Here's what we do. And then you just plug the information in and then we play it and then we fix what doesn't work or we tweak what doesn't work. And the iteration, we eventually get to a point where we maybe feel like, okay, I feel okay with a Dorado attack now, or I feel okay with this hold or whatever it might be.
We had concepts, but they were totally built organically. Like, we'd come up with like a basic idea. Yes, like there is that first step, I think, of making a strategy, but then the development is more natural, if that makes sense. Like, it's piece by piece, step by step, like making plans for each and every like situation, and like how to use this ult, and like what should we have done here, and like trying to create like a memory, I guess, rather than like having something very set. How did I get JK? Just people applied, and everyone that applied was not a human, so.
Except for JK. Oh.
Yeah, it's got a player, former player. Like, as a monkey player, I thought, shit, like we could use a monkey player right now as a coach. That sounds pretty good. Like, playing a lot more monkey than usual, so. I mean, the TM drama is, as it's been said a few times, just tank. Where the tank go? Yeah, it's not announced. I mean, it's not like a super official thing. He's not signing a contract or anything, getting a paycheck. It's just wants to move into coaching. Has a year to do nothing with. Helping us out. Also, I figured he knew how Chris thinks. So that could be useful.
The inside.
Yeah.
And one
that
thing
can go both ways, though, I suppose. Like.
One thing we haven't considered about the TM drama is, what if Lubta's just better and this is actually a massive upgrade?
Yeah, he's not, hey. Let's just dispel all rumors about that one. I don't think this is what they want. Like. Not the easiest role to pick up on short notice, to his defense.
I feel like it's one of those ones where if you're in a situation where you have to emergency sub another role, you're completely immune to any criticism that comes your way. It's just, you're doing it because you have to, and give it your best. Just give it your best shot.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. I mean, he won the World Cup on Flexible, right? So
yeah.
Why did they cancel the other guy?
I can't remember.
You guys unfollowed KSA on social media. Jesus Christ!
Fuck.
There's 2 matches. It's been 2 matches. They've lost 2 matches. Like.
Lubta swapped to support 2 days before the World Cup, though. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Lubta played well at the World Cup. I don't think.
So you're saying he's swapping too early this time?
He's got to. Don't overthink it. Give him 0 fucking time to worry about it.
Oh, that's right. One got fucking cancelled because they fucked over Cloudy for saying basically nothing, and then he said like the M word or some shit, and then they had to kick him because otherwise it looked ridiculous.
Was he the one who called for casters a dog or something? Or was that something else?
No, I think he used the M-word in ranked or some shit, right?
Oh.
But I don't think they would have done anything if it wasn't for the fact they just fucked over Cloudy for basically nothing. In the same vein, if that makes sense.
It puts them in this... Yeah, I know what you mean.
They cancelled Cloudy for basically saying nothing bad, but saying it about like a Saudi Arabian player or whatever, right? So when a Saudi Arabian player says something worse, they kind of have to do something. It's like, yeah, one. Not new drama, old drama. Wait, what, Cloudy? Which one? Which one's not bad? It wasn't nothing bad. What Cloudy said wasn't bad, was it?
Well, it's the wind trade stuff, right?
In the context of getting banned for saying fuck, yeah, I guess so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If we apply modern if we apply the modern parameters,
He
for
said
what
something
we are
about
allowed to
Arab
say.
wind trading or Arab wind traders or whatever it was.
Yeah, he said it was something just like fucking Arab wind traders or something.
Yeah, that. I've seen like
okay.
6 different things that he said. Apparently in your chat, but I don't think that's bad. He wrote garbage Arabs? Hold on. I feel like this is getting twisted. It's getting worse every time someone says something. What did he actually say? This is fucking Chinese whispers.
A perfect example of Chinese whispers. Like before it ends, it's gonna really have escalated.
I think he said kill all Arabs. Like,
did he get it tattooed on his arm as well? That was really an outrageous move by him.
what the fuck did he say? I believe bombs were involved, yeah. The clip Cloudy apologized about. Here it is. Deleted? Tell me it's not deleted. Let me listen.
Let's see.
He said min-maxing garbage Arabs. That's what he said. Final statement. Confirmed.
Oh well, yeah, well. Seems fair then.
Yeah, that's not
Probably
ideal.
Ban him for another 5
You probably
years.
shouldn't associate the word garbage with a race. Probably not ideal. Yeah, he should have been Australian, and then he would have been fine. He said more than this? Really? You're Saudi, so I don't trust you on this matter. I feel like you might be biased. Well, that's why I started working with Cloudy. It's because he's a racist. That's how we found each other.
That was the original bonding moment.
Yeah. MCD, yeah, true. It's like, no, in fact, I think you might be right about the Chinese MCD. Like, why did Yazan not play at the World Cup? Dude, we lost a fucking spot because Rupal's keyboard disconnected. Or some shit. I forget what it was.
Madness?
Yeah. We lost map 5, Antarctica, because fucking keyboard malfunctioned. And then everyone was like, wow, fucking APAC's so good. And then we placed above them because, yeah. We got like 3rd place. Like, Yazan told Ghost to kill himself. I mean, yeah, I tell him that too. I mean,
this actually goes in the column for Yazan rather than against him.
yeah. Was Aspire justified? I think so. I think they got that one right, actually. Was there a guy in chat defending Aspire, like, completely seriously at one point?
Oh yeah,
He came in with, like, a completely logical, like, argument. He's like, here's why I think, here's my thesis, like...
So I've been doing just a quick thought experiment about Aspire, and I thought I'd share it with the class. Okay, great. Thanks for that.
Is Sam banned? I don't think so.
No, it feels more like I don't know, like a self-imposed. He's like withdrew himself from all the teams, right? I don't know what the university situation is, right? Did he get? I don't know if he got kicked out or like.
Oh no, he definitely got kicked out of university.
Okay.
It's 9 AM for me. Again, this all could have been avoided if Sam just posted a picture of his dad, bro. Like. Yeah, the problem is all the racists in this game are washed, so it's not a very good demographic to build a team from. Maybe if like Proper was a racist, you know? I don't think Kalush got cancelled. I think he quit before his friends got cancelled, no?
Yeah, he was going to quit anyway. They were planning...
He's technically still playing.
Yeah, they were going to... I think they were looking into getting Hawk anyway for this thing, but the problem they had is Hawk didn't want to leave the team, I think. And then there was obviously the opportunity to... I don't need to leave my team, I bring them all with me, and then...
Did anyone get cancelled for no reason in Overwatch? Like, maybe Mufin? What happened to Mufin? I feel like most of them have been pretty deserved, to be fair. Talk to a 17-year-old. Wasn't he a teenager, though? XQC got cancelled for no reason. They should have done everything they could not to cancel XQC. I'll tell you that right now.
It's actually outrageous that
we need it back.
when you look at XQC's level of fame and notoriety, you know, when you look at some other games, like who was the person? Was it Jinxie you were talking about in Rainbow?
Jinxie and Rainbow Six, yeah.
Yeah.
He's like the #1 streamer on Twitch, isn't he? Actually.
And who was it as well? Like Shroud's another good example. And the way these other games have these like big personalities that then help propel the game upwards. And I was like, oh, if only Overwatch had someone. I was like, you mean like XQC, one of the biggest personalities on Twitch ever? If only we could have used that. Tarek, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. But if only we could have used that to our advantage in somehow, you know? Got him on every fucking grand finals. Got him to co-stream the games.
Was XQC actually good? I mean, he's a main tank in a league full of Koreans, so...
I think he was fine, as in, like, he should have been he was good enough to play in the Overwatch League.
Yeah, for a white guy, he was pretty good at Monkey.
It's not like he was going to be one of the best players in Overwatch League, but he was, especially at the time, I think, really fine to play in Overwatch League.
I do think that's one of the big misses from Overwatch League, is that, including me, everyone was so afraid to say anything because you'd get cancelled. Not even cancelled. Like, being cancelled wasn't the scary thing. It was the fact that your team would cancel you. Like, your team would get upset if you had any untoward opinions or you made jokes about racism or anything like that, you know? And, like, that was true for the whole league and it was true for Blizzard. So, like, there wasn't... I think a lot of the personalities, like XQC, probably got suppressed in that sense, you know?
Well, even you look at someone like Baby Bay, right? Or something that had, like, a lot of success. It had a lengthy career in Overwatch and then has gone on to have a lengthy career outside of, obviously in Valorant, but also just as like a personality in Valorant and like a bit on the broadcast and stuff as well.
I think most people, like, in the league, and probably just in general, have viewpoints that wouldn't be up to the virtuous standard of the league, if that makes sense. That's probably why the Discord kid spamming the N-word. Not what I meant, but not sure that's the kind of content people want. Yeah, imagine XQC co-streams. Like,
well, like XQC, Baby Bay co-streaming, Seagull co-streaming as well. Like, do you remember there was a point where Seagull was like a 20k viewer every time like he played Overwatch, you know? Imagine him co-streaming as well, and oh, he's not playing for Dallas this week, now he's going to be co-streaming. Super as well, yeah, another good example.
in hindsight, thinking about the fact that Blizzard thought back in 2018 that they could like lock down everything, no co-streams, no content, nothing, no bad sponsors, like just zero risk. People would come just for the Overwatch. Don't need anything else. Just pure Overwatch. That's what they're here for. Like, insane.
Yeah, Defran's another good one in terms of someone who would have quite easily boosted the viewership if they'd like optimized for that.
I was watching Defran yesterday. He was playing Venture.
Yeah, I've been watching a bit of Defran recently as well, because he's playing Venture.
Yeah, players couldn't stream during Overwatch League. Ah, perfect. They should have gotten rid of the casters as well. I mean, not exactly the same thing, but they're planning to monetize in what, year 1 or 2, I forget which one, is like the All Access Pass, which I bought, where you can see.
I bought it as well, yeah.
Yeah, where you can see all the POVs of all the players, as if like that's going to get people hooked. You get to watch your favorite players POV for a whole match, where they look at walls for most of the match. Like,
would be the same. Could you imagine in Counter-Strike or Valorant? I just want to watch this one guy's POV. It's like, I want to just watch him hold the angle while all the action happens on the other bomb site.
I'm asking players to grind Venture already. I had a conversation with Chris today about it, but I might start thinking about that, yeah. Do I need to be racist to join ENTs? Absolutely. In fact, if you're not white, don't bother, like. Clipped. Yeah, okay. You can see player pose and face at CS. How does that work? In game?
Or do you just get like the replay codes, or I get demos right in CS?
Yeah, but is that live face it? Like, what do you mean? You can see player pubs in Overwatch by that definition. Can you watch player pubs live during the tournament with the casting? Yeah, you definitely can. You can do CS has that fucking, what's it called?
Source TV.
CS has some yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Where you can basically watch, you can join a virtual, or like a second version of the server and just scroll around free cam or watch whatever POV you want.
Look, if you're trying to tell me that CS has more features than Overwatch, I believe you. Like, we have like one observer, and most of the time they're flying around the fucking skybox, like looking at walls. Should have been learning Japanese.
Apex has a Twitch POV stream for every team. Yeah, I can imagine that. I think
that's because people just stream their tournaments, though, isn't it?
As in, just stream there, like when people stream the Swiss, essentially.
Yeah. They're already playing the observers. I like what Korea did with roles like that. They get former players to do it. I think that's correct.
One of the things, maybe it was on, because I think the guest they had on Korean Uncoachable this week was a guy from the broadcast team, and he talked a lot about, he was talking about Changsik.
Changsik, yeah.
And he was like a revelation for them in terms of, oh, okay, suddenly we can understand the stuff in like a different way, or all of this, you know, or
But this is not something Blizzard did, or have ever done with either the game or the product. There are, like, as far as I'm aware, there are no pro players that work for Blizzard or work for the esports team. Am I wrong? Other than analysts, like literal personalities.
Yeah, discounting like Jake and Reinforce, etc. Not that I know of, no.
they don't hire those people to do those jobs, even though there is definitely people who would do those jobs because it's still alternatives being unemployed.
The thing is, what you would need to do is they're also the sort of people you'd have to guide them to the job as well. Like, are you sure you don't want to consider this? Would you do this? This is what we need. And then all of a sudden you would get a bunch of people just be like, yeah, okay, actually. Isn't it the same?
I have a
in
team of
CS?
full-time QA testers that are former pros. Is that not an obvious slam dunk? Just getting pros to do things. Unemployed pro players getting they're literally trained on the game in a way that you'll never replicate. They'll like put them on the fucking balance team, put them on the I don't know like the systems designing team. Just get a couple of pros in there, you know, like reserving team. Yeah, they hire fucking clowns. Like I realized why the balance was awful when we got to play against the devs in the Overwatch 2 beta, and I logged on after not playing for 4 years and 1v5 them. Like I literally just gunned them all down in the streets. Like they just walked into bullets in a straight line. They had to like warn the professional players in the test to stop killing developers so much and go easier on the developers. Because they're ruining the gameplay experience for the devs because they couldn't play the game. It's just like, holy shit, we're fucked. Like, they actually fully design, balance, and implement heroes like Venture and whoever else without a single human player. Like, I think Diamond would be an improvement over most of the devs that I saw, to be honest. Diamonds don't walk in straight lines all the time and die to everything. I kind of agree, with the take that they should play the game, but like, I think there's like huge value to like
good.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean? Like, the fact is, obviously there is an ideal where it would be great if they were both. For example,
people that play get fired.
Hey, maybe. An anxious Friday that is. All right, I gotta do my fucking placements, and if I don't fucking place in plat or above, I am out of a fucking job. Okay, this one's for the mortgage.
But the idea isn't to say like replace the entire Blizzard team with pro players, right?
It's just
to hire any of them.
Or hire a QA team. Like, they don't have to be full-time employees. Hire them as contractors. Like, build the thing into a state where you think, this is worth testing, we need some more feedback. Then get them in for, like, an afternoon or something. Just, like, contract work, essentially. It doesn't need to be you don't need to, like, start, like, a full-time employee. Like, make New York's Excelsior the new dev team.
Too many leaks. I'm not even saying contract. I'm actually saying they should just employ a person on the balance team that's a pro player.
Thanks, Ramon.
I feel like the developers at Overwatch have always been like completely anti-pro build to like a ridiculous extent. Yeah, it's not like they're just casuals. I think they actively dislike pro players, to be honest. Like, I think being made to do the Overwatch League and all that stuff is like a burden to them. You know, it's something they don't want to do, which might be fair.
I think especially because, but like the order everything happened, it very much felt the impression is this was all work that was being put on the devs, and in a lot of other games, I think either it's really built into the product, like Valorant's a good example where Riot had these clear intentions from day one, so everything is sort of built with that more in mind. Or it's something like Valve, where they're just like, fucking, you can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. And I think if you look at, and maybe, I don't know if this is true, but my impression of all the Counter-Strike stuff is most of the things that they use are actually going to be user-made rather than Valve-made. It's not Valve making these things, it's just because you can edit and tweak so many things in CS that over the years, somebody has done a version of everything that everyone's agreed is like, this is the best version, this is the best config, or whatever it might be. But because you don't have that in Overwatch, anytime you wanted anything, it would have to be a Team 4 job to implement it or to add it. And I can very much see like for them it was just extra work they had to do that maybe took away from what they actually wanted to do.
Yeah, of course, right? I think that's fair. I think Valve take like the user made approach, which is one way to do it. Just outsource everything to the players, which is like democracy in a way. RuneScape kind of do this with like the voting system they have, but yeah, I mean, Riot proves that the picking up pros to do things that pros should do approach does work. I think Riot has some of the best esports balancing though. They have some of the best pro relations as well.
But they've actively included them from day one, essentially.
Like when I see pro players complaining about Riot in any respect, it's just like the things they're complaining about always seem insignificant compared to the shit that Overwatch has to deal with. Can you imagine if League of Legends had the exact same meta for 6 months? The same heroes on both teams as well, which isn't impossible in League, but just imagine that kind of viewership experience. Is that game in a good state? I don't know if Valorant's in a good state right now, I really have no idea. When I played it was, like when I coached, it was good, but I mean, I don't know. I haven't really followed Valorant, to be honest. No replay system. I think there's a reason for that, though, isn't there? Replay systems are really complicated. I'm surprised it was ever added to Overwatch, but it's a really complicated thing to design and build and implement. Like,
is it? It feels like it's. I don't know, maybe I'm just biased because a lot of the games I played were Valve games, so it was always demos and stuff.
It's just a bunch of considerations to make in terms of like the design. The design of a replay system, essentially, to my understanding, is that it's like basically all of the packet data for a game for an entire match, like everything that happened, right?
Yeah.
Every single event, every single footstep, every single turn that the players made, it has to be all synced. And then I think when you play the game, a lot of the time you don't get all that information when you play. So your local client can't just record it because you don't have information on where everyone in the enemy team is when you can't see them a lot of the time. It's like anti-cheat considerations.
Yeah.
So like the server itself has to store every single game event that happened in every single match over like millions of matches, and then like all of that has to be stored somewhere and then like available upon request. And it's a tremendous like investment in like design and storage and many issues. And then how do you deal with patches as well, like because the game different events in the game do the same thing or whatever.
I guess what's also true, even though like when I played TF2 and you could always get demos, if there was ever a patch or an update, or even if a demo was just X amount old, because TF2 was an update often, it would just be buggy as shit. And the actual interaction was rubbish in terms of like the interface to use it was rubbish, in terms of if you wanted to fast forward, you just had to like write in the tick you wanted to go to, like, oh yeah, tick 3200.
But back in that golden age of tier 2 you're thinking about, when you recorded the demo, it was recorded locally onto your system and you got all the information, right? Like the whole server. You could go watch like the enemy's POV, right?
Yeah, you got everything. Yeah.
By virtue of you having that in a replay that you recorded locally, it means that your game had that information as well, so you can develop cheats, right? Like that's a huge problem. Like anti-cheat has moved away from that, so like that's not possible anymore. That solution doesn't work anymore in like modern games, right? The server has to record all the demos now instead, and has to have them available if you want them, kind of thing.
I guess another thing that would have been very true, especially in like TF2 and CS at the time, is the servers weren't Valve servers. If you wanted to play a match, you would have to rent a server from a server company, which then meant that server is responsible for any kind of recording of these things as well, which again just takes stuff away from Valve having to host and record all these things, or whatever developer having to host and record all these things. Whereas if
they
it's
face to host their own servers and they pay the cost for the replays.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's another thing that Valve just don't have to worry about at all. It's just really not a problem.
Imagine if 9K was in the balance team. Yeah, that shit he said about tanks getting a fucking jump is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Give everyone
Shut
soap
up.
and slide.
He cooked too much, I think. That's nonsense. I don't like the stuff that... I might get to this, but... In terms of should Riot be off the hook for not putting replays in Valorant, I mean... That's a tough one. Replays are hard, but yeah, they are Riot. It's a game that clearly has... it's a game that needs replays to compete with CS, right? At the end of the day.
Well, yeah. Well, I think
it doesn't have them, so... They failed, in a sense. Yeah, I agree 100%. It's not easy, but they should have been able to figure it out.
Well, also with how much they're investing as well.
Yeah, as an esport and all that shit.
It's not like they're not invested in the game, because Valve always had this get out of jail card where they go, we actually just don't give a fuck for the most part. For years and years, it was like, we don't give a fuck, so we still don't give a fuck. Deal with it. But it feels a little bit. You're going to invest so much time, money, effort, staff, and then not do something that's seen, I think, pretty much as like a fundamental thing for most pro games.
How do you feel about like the 9K thing with the jump? Because I think changes like that should never be considered. Like, not never, but like, you know, for example, a change like this that you could compare it to is like going from 6v6 to 5v5. That was like an incredibly deliberate change for a very specific reason. They, not to start 6v6 debate, no one actually likes 6v6, let's be honest. Yeah, but there's a reason they did it. They rebalanced all the tanks, they redesigned heroes that wouldn't have fit. It was like a whole thing to do that. That wasn't like a, you know, casual thing they did. They really thought about that and planned it ahead of time, and maybe we should do it, maybe we shouldn't do it. I think changes like that, where you just suddenly do it, like you just give everyone every tank a jump, they ruined the game. Like, fundamentally, they ruined all of the work that the developers did up until that point to create like interactions between the heroes and like create like balancing sort of moments in a sense. Like, this hero should counter this hero, or like, yeah, there's invisible balance there that no one person can kind of understand. And like, I think the healing change, the HP like hitbox, DPS passive
damage,
patch.
DPS passive. Yeah, I think
this patch fucking ruined the game. I think this patch fucked the game, and people haven't realized until like right now. You know, like, I think the way we're playing Overwatch right now, and the reason it's so fucking boring is because of that patch. Well, I think that patch was like ham-fisted garbage, to be honest.
It also didn't do the thing I think it was meant to do. In the sense that it made everything shots easy to hit, right? But also you got more health, so in theory everything's a bit more forgiving, right? Because you don't get one shot as much or all of these things. But with the DPS passive, I feel like what you've done is you've actually ruined every tank's life. It's so much easier now to like die on a tank, which I think is why we see so much Orisa and stuff like this, because you need to be able to be really fucking durable or have a lot of cooldowns to cycle through and stuff. So if you don't have those things, you just fucking die a lot of the time. So I feel like it's actually, in a weird way, actually decreased. The same with the supports, right? It's actually increased or decreased the time to kill, rather than giving everyone more health so everyone feels like tankier or more durable.
For me, the problem is if you follow the design choices to like the logical outcome is everyone hides behind walls and no one takes damage, because taking damage is throwing. It's like you can't take damage. That's the main. If you're a tank and you take damage, you're never getting healed. You're literally 1 HP forever, you'll lose. We saw that today in Timeless match. Like, the tank got HP gapped every fight, and that was the whole match. There wasn't any, like, do you remember any moments from that Timeless match where you really thought to yourself, like, wow, you know, that was a huge play? There weren't any.
The closest we got was like a couple of decent shots with an overclock.
Letha did some overclock shots. That's the whole match. That's all you got from that match. Like, the ults weren't interesting, the tank play wasn't interesting. The game was entirely decided by Riker being too far forward. That's it. That's the whole match. Like, maybe the meta's bad, you know, that's like a different argument, but I just think, like, I literally flame Vess every day for taking too much damage. And he probably takes less damage than the other guy, like...
If you watch Haddy as well... I watched Haddy play Winston. He will not look at anybody. It's just like, just will not take any damage, won't take a shred of damage, and it makes him really good. I think Haddy's playing it really well. You watch him play these tank heroes, he's very good at those disciplined decision making and not.
Yeah, Haddy got a big buff from that patch because he doesn't do anything, so he doesn't take damage, which is correct. That's how you play this patch. Like, they made the patch for him, I think. Well, like Vess, by contrast, I think, gone.
You watch him play Winston, and he will just either one, not peek. It's like Psycho or Spark has to peek to call the dive, and then I'll go then. Or he's just taking a big, like, sneaky flank. He's never looking to fight anyone or try.
Or he's like, he right click spams a lot. He like pokes people with the Winston kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like, I think for Vess, like, for example, like, one of the reasons Vess has been like so bad early on, like, he's actually doing really well now, but like in stage 1 especially, you know, he just took too much damage because that wasn't a problem as a player. Like, if you're a tank who took too much damage, that was a non-issue, you know. I think Ham's the same. You know, I think there's a lot of tanks who like are quite aggressive and like trade heals a lot.
Hawk is the same problem. Like, I always remember thinking, watching like Hawk typically, especially on D.Va, I always used to think, I feel like he's playing this D.Va too aggressively, but he'd make for play still, you know? He'd still make for play, or he'd just about manage his health correctly. I'd always be really impressed with how good Hawk is at this. Whereas now when I watch Hawk, it's like, I just fucking dies. But he's probably not doing anything fundamentally different, except now he just dies for these plays he didn't used to die for. Yeah, I feel like it's like a big adjustment thing that is...
I've had to like verbally abuse Vess for like a month to get him to like... he's good now, but like it took so much. It's so hard to change that. Yeah, it's huge. Like, You have to not do anything as a tank. For some players, that's not normal, you know?
Especially, I think a lot of these tanks who are really vocal as well, who want to be the center, who are looking to call and do everything, it's very natural to peek a lot and to get the information to see, to make these informed decisions. So if you're now not doing that, it feels... I mean, also, one, it probably just makes your decision-making worse as well. I think there's a lot of players who are very good at making decisions when they have the information, but not always as good at, like...
Imagining it from other people's POVs?
Or listening as well, like listening and imagining it and putting it together from that.
But the problem with the patch is it was ham-fisted. Like, I think it was fair to say at that point that Overwatch was like in a good, not good state, but like a mature state. The tank counters and like the way all the heals were used and like the balance could have been a little bit better, I guess. But yeah, maybe Sojourn was a bit questionable at that point, you know, like.
It didn't feel to me like I was sitting there thinking, oh, fuck, we need to do something drastic and desperate. Let's fix this fucking game. Or it felt like everything was in a pretty good state. Multiple stuff was viable. Because it was like just after the World Cup,
there was good depth.
Right? Yeah, like
yeah.
Different comps were being played. Didn't feel that bad.
Pro player was like really high level. There's like different region comps stuff going on. Yeah, it's Overwatch, so of course there was just mirrors all the time, and like that's a problem. But that's a different problem, I think. Yeah, that's still true now. Like the patch had nothing to do with that. So, and then they just put in this patch that, like, I don't know how to explain it. It invalidates all the work they did to get to that point. Completely, right? Like, it completely changes the balance of the game. It makes half the tanks just total dog shit. I really think the developers are incompetent. Like, I think the balance designers for this game are fucking awful. Like, I don't understand why you would go for a change like that unless you were super desperate. Because it wasn't just one thing. It was like 3 different things, right? Hitboxes got massive, HP pools got massive, and they put in a DPS passive that prevented healing. Like,
well, it's weird as well because I think all the other changes were changes that felt like it was trying to make team fights longer. Everyone has more health. People don't get one shot. Stuff isn't decided just by picks or something like now. It's going to be more of everyone's. It's going to be weight more on like cooldown management and trading resources and slowly winning or slowly gaining enough advantages or a bit more room for like give and take and back and forth and to make a mistake but recover from it. But then the DPS passive invalidates that the other changes they made at the same time, it feels like. So it doesn't even feel like all the changes they made in that one patch make sense to do together because they are working counter to each other.
The reception was positive because people respond positively to any change in this game. When nobody knows what they're doing, that's the best state the game is in, always. Because there's way
Everything's
more...
viable for a second, for like a week.
There's more agency. There's way more things to discover. People don't know how to deal with things, you know? Like, it's much harder to predict if it's a good or bad patch before that point, you know, to be fair, but... yeah, the balance team has been awful for a long time, but there's been moments of brilliance. I think outside of Overwatch League, where we had like restricted patches, it was probably a bit more competitive, if we're honest. Like, ranked hasn't really been as bad as Overwatch in terms of the meta. Overwatch League, I mean, but... I also think they underestimate how good people are at the game. Like, I don't think people on like Plat are bad, you know? Like, they play together and use ults like normal humans. You know, they can aim. Like,
the skill rises over in the same way we saw. I don't know if you saw that thing where people were talking about who would win, a good Overwatch League Season 1 team or a bad Overwatch League Season 6 team. You know, well, it's actually better if they play.
Oh yeah, today. Paris would demolish London Spitfire from Season 1. Fucking demolish them. Like.
But the same thing's true with the lower ranks as well. Plat today would demolish Plat 2 years ago or 3 or however far you want to go back, right? And same with all the ranks. So it all scales up as well. But obviously they don't like that's not adjusted for either. I guess it is also like a hard thing to adjust for, but
I think that's something that Jeff understood better than whoever's doing shit now is like don't make huge changes for no fucking reason. They stopped developing the game at all, but I think that was for a different reason. Obviously that was for the sequel concept. Most of the player base was bronze. Stats are fucking lies though, aren't they? Stats like that can be so misleading, I think.
Is it about because there's like an activity of player base as well, right?
Right, in terms of like where the spending comes from, in terms of, you know, like whether like the stream viewership, there's so many variables that go into that. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like it's so fucked. Like how many of those players even keep playing?
Is it just could just be pure account number, right? Which would mean, some of these people will have not played or will only played 3 games or something.
I assume
and
they
won't
would look for
actually
people
be
that placed, but
Yeah,
Jeff
true,
left us with
but yeah.
goats. I mean, I assume by that point they were developing Overwatch 2, or am I misremembering? I guess it was 2019.
I can't remember.
Maybe not. Maybe Jeff
timeline.
did leave us with goats for no fucking reason.
Hold on, I'm gonna grab a drink.
Jeff left us with goats. But like, was he still actively developing Overwatch 1 when goats came out? That was only 2019 goats, right? It was season 2, 2018, late 2018, most of 2019. I feel like was Overwatch 2 really being developed that early? The game was like 2 years old. Like, it came. The beta was in like 2016. Overwatch 2 started when Brig was released. That was definitely pre-goats. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys might be right. Fuck, is that what happened? They made a sequel and the game was actually fine until they made the sequel. Is that really true? It seems like cope, but oh yeah, whoever had the idea to put PvE in this game should be fucking fired. Holy shit, what a fucking terrible idea. There's no way anyone who played like any PvE game, like WoW or Destiny, could ever see this game rivaling those games in terms of like the way they designed the game to support the content. I mean, I could see PvE in this kind of setting and universe being really fun and interesting, but like, I don't know. I feel like the game wasn't designed that way from the start, so. Yeah, exactly. The PvP abilities problem. It's like you design the entire game around PvP. You're by definition shoehorning that into PvE at the end of the day. Like, they should make an animated TV series. They should. I don't know fucking anything about Overwatch lore, which I don't know why that is. Is it shit? It's just shit, right? I've never met someone who's like a lore head in this game ever. I've never talked to someone who's like, no, the reason for this is this happened back in this story or whatever. Like,
I'm back. What's happening?
We're talking about who's responsible for PvE.
Who was it?
It's got a good basis because everyone likes Overwatch characters. The characters are sick as fuck. All the characters in Overwatch, I think, are good. For the most part, I think.
You mean like from like a lore perspective?
Yeah. I've fallen less out of love with it recently for obvious reasons, you know. I'm not very progressive, but I really like the original cast a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult thing to do as well, to make people buy in and enjoy the characters when there isn't an active story to send them on and to do things. You just have to do it through a lot of small things and snippets. I think it's quite hard to do well, but I think they really did that.
It was honestly interesting in hindsight that they went for the PvE approach without having lore that people cared about in the first place. Yeah, what Riot's doing is fucking genius. I'm saying that as if they haven't cancelled their fucking MMO, to be honest, but...
Well, what's the classic examples of a Fallout example, right? Like Fallout suddenly like one of the best selling games right now because the TV series came out.
I bought Fallout 4 recently.
Yeah.
Even though I already own it, I think, on some other platform. I bought it because I had watched the TV show, and then I regretted it immediately. Like, that game's shit. Dude, I was like, surely there's a bunch of good mods. You know, the game's like 10 years old. Like, surely the mods for this game are insane. I install them, immediately load in one of the most popular mods. There's like a typo in the text. And it's just like, oh, dude, like, what do I do with my life?
What have I paid for? Yeah.
It was like a your typo, you know, like apostrophe is not apostrophe. It's just like, dude, I can't do this. Yeah, crash as well. I tried to play it and I got to a point in the story and it was unfixable crash. Horrendous experience. If you're thinking about playing Fallout 4 with mods, do not do it. Just don't get baited. The TV show is really good. How much lower do you think the level was in like season 3 of Overwatch League versus now? Not to bring it back to that Krusty conversation, I'm just thinking about how shit teams must have been back then. Jurnak ran the league by right-clicking people on Zen. Right? That's what happened. Factually, that's what happened.
He was just the best at it. Well, it was. I remember hearing one interview. I can't remember who it was. It was one Genji player, and he was like, it's not just his right clicks, it's his left clicks as well. You can't even blade in front of him without just getting shot. You have to be around a corner or something at blade." And I was like, wasn't that probably just good it's sort of true all the time, right? Like, if you're going to stand in front of someone and do an animation, you're probably going to have like a bad time.
I have a sneaking suspicion that like season 2 to like maybe late season 3 or 4 was just dog shit. Like every team was dog shit, to be honest. Like just clueless.
Do you think Goats was the exception because it became so concentrated that there was like, it was such like a small pool of options, or in terms of what you could and couldn't do, it helped improve that level of play.
I mean, Goats definitely became like high level in terms of the depth because people played it for so long and like. But do you think that comp even survives today? If we got like the patch got teleported for, we're playing the exact game that we played back then, do you think Goats is even the meta anymore?
As opposed to just some kind of dive.
There was really no answer to 3 supports and 3 tanks with no hit scan DPS over long range. There's nothing that could solve that problem.
Well, ultimately, it was not, maybe not solved isn't the right word, but Shanghai were making it work, weren't they? Towards the end, they actually found like a triple DPS and were starting to have some success.
Yeah, full double triple DPS, yeah, of course.
And they're actually starting to have some success, and ultimately, it was by that time Rollock was, I think, already on its way out anyway. So that just happened, and then obviously automatically solved it. Because I feel like now you would just get, it just wouldn't be possible. I guess I don't know how much lifting D.Va did in that comp. Maybe like D.Va just made loads of these things way more viable because you could just have your D.Va do a thing or shut down a certain person the entire time.
What's funny about that triple DPS comp with the Pharah, that version?
Yeah,
I might have created that comp. To be honest, because I remember what happened was, like whatever China played, whatever Chengdu played, that comp, I'm pretty sure they got that from Team Australia in China scrims, because we were one of their scrim partners, because we're an APAC, right?
Doom, Pharah, something else?
No, it was one tank, I think it was.
Yeah, but Doom was DPS at the time.
Oh, maybe. No, it was before Doom was even added to the game. It was maybe, I think it was like the 2019 World Cup or 2018 World Cup. Because I remember we played that comp and we actually beat. Thinking about this, like this would have been like the end of season 2, where Goats, because I was on Boston obviously, so it must have been the end of season 2, and we beat Team Sweden at one of the World Cup events and qualified for BlizzCon by playing that style of comp into Sweden's Goats, and they couldn't practice in Europe against anything like that. So we just fucking demolished them. It was Ilios, it was like Lighthouse, and you can imagine what happened. They walked out of that fucking doorway to get to the point, deleted, just over and over again, just immediately deleted, like. And then they demolished the Cree Brig team, the like Denmark or whatever, and then we got to BlizzCon because of that, even though we couldn't beat Denmark or China. But I think Goats would have been deleted if people just kept going and people got better. Doom was added in 2017. I swear nobody played fucking Doom, dude.
I feel like, was it Youngjin? Was that his name? I feel like that's my memory. Like Youngjin.
The guy who walked off the cart, yeah.
Yeah, Ding. Was it even Ding? Maybe it was Ding then. I can't remember who else, really.
I feel like Shanghai being good was later, though, wasn't it? Like, crazy? Was it that season?
I feel like I remember... I don't know if it was a final. I feel like I remember one... I don't know if it was like just a stage final or something. That was Shanghai versus... I guess it would have been Shock. Can't remember now. Let me see.
Junkrat was never meta in stage 1. Season 1. That's not true, right? Houston played it. I don't think we played it. End of stage 3? Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds right.
Oh wait, here we go.
Late, yeah.
Shanghai v Shock. Maybe I have it. Fuck.
Someone said Winston Sombra in Season 6. Would that have been counted? Didn't we beat Atlanta on that same patch? By not playing Winston Tracer Sombra at all?
On which patch, sorry?
We beat Atlanta on the Sombra patch last year.
Yeah.
It wasn't after the patch. Yeah, but the patch was the same for 2 matches, right? Am I crazy? For some reason in the last stage, there was 2 matches at the start for every team on the old patch with a different map pool.
Was there? Fuck.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was. It was Ryan and Coliseum. This is something, because I remember getting mad because 9K said it. He was like, they never would have beaten Atlanta on the summer. It's like we did, though, I'm pretty sure. We played a bunch of different comps and counted them. Different comp every map, I think. Batbrig stuff, Ryan stuff. Yeah, I think Houston also beat them. I think they lost both of their matches on that patch. From memory, we played Boston on the new patch, on the old patch, sorry. Could be wrong. As well. It would have been the last stage qualifiers, and it would have been the first week. First 2 weeks.
What are you saying? Sorry, last stage.
It was the last stage, but it was the first 2 weeks. Oh, we played Houston, Atlanta. Is that it? Where is it? Scroll. You're in the right place, aren't you?
I think so. This is the summer stage, right?
Scroll. Yeah. Here, Houston. Where's? Oh,
This
up.
one.
Huh? Where's he going?
This one?
It was the first 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, but we said it was in Atlanta, no?
Yeah, that's way too late. What the fuck was it? Is there an announcement in this Wikipedia that says what happened? Because I feel like there was definitely some patching shenanigans in this fucking bullshit stage. I don't even know why it was like that. It was super odd.
I can't remember. Like, it rings a bell. But I can't remember what the...
Why doesn't it say the patch on the tournament page? I feel like that's like a normal Wikipedia thing for every game.
Because even when I was looking at older Overwatch League seasons, it even told me what the fucking meta was in terms of what comps were being played and like the most common comp.
I guess they stopped giving a fuck. Like, oh, Wikipedia editors left. Yeah, they did. Last 4 regular season matches. Yeah, this guy might be right.
What's this one? Oh, the last 4 regular season matches. So
that would make sense also. I don't remember if it was like announced or what. Wait, I think I found a thing. Hold on.
maybe it was that one we found before then?
1 second.
What was that? Week 3.
The second half of the summer stage was on the new patch.
So maybe it was this 3-1 then?
Mr. Eggs.
Yeah. But the map pool was changed straight away. Which is a big reason we're able to win. Because we got a whole new map pool to like try different random comps on. Oh, Donghawk. I remember Donghawk running a straight line on this map and just fucking turbo feeding and dying. Holy shit. I think I've talked about this before. Yeah, this, I believe, was on the same patch on a different map pool. This was the Sombra Tracer patch.
Because they're running Tracer Sombra on the first map as well.
Yeah. And then we play Coliseum, I think, at the end.
Oh yeah, because I remember Tracer Echo but starting to become a thing more often. But yeah, they're only on this version because you're on Bahrain anyway.
Oh, Merit deleted their whole team. Pretty sure, did we full hold them? On
You mean full
Dorado.
cap 'em?
No, full hold them. Dorado, I mean.
Yeah.
Something happened with Checkmate at the end of this match. He like held a mail or something. It's like we stood in the bridge and we like didn't push and we like waited for the ults and like made it last fight. I remember it was like one of the smartest things our team ever did, to be honest.
You mean on the full hold itself?
No, on Colossia. Oh yeah, we're on fucking Monkey. Yeah, this is it. And we like barely had a lead.
Yeah, fucking 8 beat. It's like, but it's no fucking lead.
And Checkmate gets this mail, right? I feel like it didn't end on this side. Did we like throw here somehow? Yep, there it is. He throws. Does Ham throw as well?
Oh.
Holy shit, what are we doing?
Oh,
we're turbo throwing. Yeah. Somehow it comes back to our side and we mail.
This is such an ugly matchup. It's like Lucio and
Oh yeah, I don't know how we got here, dude. We're definitely panicking. Like no one's beaten Atlanta at this point except Houston, I think, right? For us, it was such a big moment. It was such a big deal. And somehow, like, we stole the cart on the bridge, I think, and somehow the mail translates. I don't remember how the fuck it happened.
Oh fuck, Stalker's actually getting. Oh my, it's fucking.
Maybe it wasn't the mail.
Is it?
Oh, the fucking blade! This blade!
This blade's an absolute disaster. It's actually just Ham, right? It's just Ham gets 2 with his primal.
Oh, the tanks and the mail on the cart. Yeah, here we go.
Stalker just has like a disaster blade.
Oh, look how excited we are! Holy shit! That blade really helped. This could have gone either way. Alright, this blade was fucking legendary. This one blade. Stalker never looked the same after this.
Oh yeah, then Donghack gets frozen. He's on like 96% primal. There's so many things that could have gone like differently there, right? Like Chirong just immediately dies when Stalker maybe kills someone else with a blade. Maybe Donghack then doesn't get frozen.
In retrospect, was Anna Brig better than Kirilisha? Yeah, because you played with Sombra Tracer. And Anna was way better than she is now, and Kiri was much worse, right? But I think the DPS was the important thing. Maybe that's cope, though.
I feel like one thing that was really true, because remember when it was Lucio Anna meta right at the
Lucio
start?
into Sombra would be brutal, no?
Yeah, but that's what happened, is people were playing Lucio Anna, and then eventually people like, Lucio just fucking dies. Like, the Sombra Tracer just abused him too much, you know? Like, he just cannot live. I remember Astro...
Anna without Brig is dead.
Yeah. I remember Astro having to do loads of weird things where, like, the way Gladiators would play it is, like, if they thought...
Does that mean Flaming Ham, by the way? Go back. Sorry, go on.
If they thought Sombra was behind him, they're like, fuck it, we're just going to amp in and speed in. And it's like, it sort of worked, but you have to play in such, like, a forced way.
I'm pretty sure I came in and started immediately Flaming Ham.
Yeah, you're having a conversation with him. Yeah, great job of us. Let me just tell you a few things first.
Good win. What the fuck happened? But yeah, I wasn't gaslighting. I did correctly remember. Fuck 9k. Okay. We won on that same patch. Don't want to hear it. Monkey ignoring armor damage. What? What do you mean?
The Tesla cannon, that was in the patch as well, I think, where Tesla cannon now ignores armor. It doesn't get nerfed by armor reduction.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that in my fucking life.
It was in one of, which was it? Was it the Season 9 patch? Was it that same one?
What's
it was
it?
either that one or the one after it.
Look at the bathroom.
Yeah, Better versus Brigand Torb. I don't think that was like a massive change though. I don't think that was like the problem. Or like the shift. I think it was honestly the DPS passive. Like the DPS passive now just makes it so fucking hard for some of these backlines, like an Anna or something, to survive in a lot of these situations. Unless it's like a map that super favors them. Is RuPaul the best Anna in North America? I guess it's either him or UV, right? Maybe it is RuPaul. ML7. Do you think Ryan could have been better than Ram then? One thing that was always true on London, even when we played Ryan into Ram, I don't think it was optimal at all. Like, we had to do loads of things to work around for Ram. Ryan's like... Yeah, hard is one way to say it, or worse is another way of saying it. I think, to be fair...
We're playing Ryan over Ram?
Someone was asking if Ryan would have been better than Ram back then. But I think Ram was always better in like a... I think Ryan, when we were playing against Dive, Super is actually better. But when we were playing like we were playing Ryan versus a Ram like Brawl Mirror, it was so hard to play the Ryan matchup. We had to do loads of things to actually... It felt like we had to outplay the opposition to win. I guess it's not always true, but like we'd have to like... We couldn't just play the same as them and win. We had to like outplay so many of their situations. So I think Ryan was never that good, but we were just particularly good on Ryan. I think the same's true when I see SSG play like Ryan into Ram sometimes on like Shambali or something. I think it really is really like this is a unique thing. I don't think this would this isn't just any team can't just do this and have the same success, I think.
I don't know. Overwatch is fucking made up.
What do you mean? Over like you can do this.
70% of the league doesn't think so. Like, there's just not a lot of people trying to even have opinions about which heroes are good and which heroes are bad, and how to counter things on certain maps and different playstyles. It's just very, very linear thinking a lot of the time. Well, I think a lot of what happened in Overwatch was completely arbitrary and like not actually based in reality at all, just based on like what someone figured out and the fear of being left behind.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think it's the same reason. Like, I know we talk about, like, I guess Korea and North America the most, but it's really true all the time that people are really keen to just mirror or just to copy something that already exists.
I mean, Europe's playing Monkey and Korea's playing Orisa. Like, it's fucking made up. It's just nonsense, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing happening there. Like...
Well, I think as well, what happens is it becomes, I mean, like an echo chamber, but it's easier to find solutions on heroes you're really good at.
Yeah,
like,
I agree with this guy in the chat. The best thing is whatever the best team is playing. 100% agree.
Yeah. We used to do it, especially on British Hurricane, when we were the best team in almost in any situation, in any meta. It would really feel like we could just pick what the meta was within our region. Like, if we were just like, it's a dive meta, all of a sudden, we'd start beating teams on dive. We'd be like, I can't fucking beat dive with any of these heroes. I guess it is a dive meta. And we could really just propaganda whatever meta we wanted to into existence. I don't think any teams really ever thought like that. I think they just naturally play stuff that's good for them, rather than thinking, oh, could we pick something that's bad for the other team or something.
It's just the lack of ability to like A/B test like your comp, because if you're the team that always loses, you can't know that anything's good because nothing ever works. So I think Europe plays Monkey because of us, no? Maybe London to an extent. We got Chase, and then we like I talked publicly about it being a Winston meta and how TM was going to struggle and all that stuff, and then we started playing Winston every scrim, and yeah, no shit, every European team plays Monkey. But I mean, in the end, I think it's going to be a lot more Orisa, so it's a ball meta. Yeah, that was fun. Like, we saw the ball patch, and they're like, Ball can heal his teammates. It's Ball's back. It's like, what's the use case? Like,
saw Chasm use it like twice in the entire series against Ataraxia.
I think I got that one right as well. I'm proud. I remember reading that patch and just thinking, how are you going to actually shield anyone? What does that look like? You roll into the enemy team, and then you farm them for shield, and then you roll back to your supports, and then it's their turn, so they die. Like, what's the sequence of events here where you get like a meaningful shield? It's like never actually a part of the. It's just like a random thing that happens sometimes. You know, it's not like
It's
something you can actually like plan around.
It's sometimes useful. Like there was one I think where Chasm was like his team was getting dived and he just like ball like followed for counter dive slam.
Right, yeah.
And the Winston was priming and then everyone got shields and I was like, oh, this is actually a great fucking thing. But I was like,
But it's
hard to do that in a really to plan that properly because we used to do it sometimes. We played board on like Hurricane and London a bit with Haddy. And if they had like a Nano Winston, we'd play like, oh, Haddy, if you boop for Nano Winston back, his Nano's just fucked. But it's so hard to do that without just not playing the game at all for the ball. Like if a ball has to
it's
just
something
sit
you
there
see
and
and
wait
you do
to
it
boop
in the
back.
moment. You don't like you're not planning to boop the primal, right? Or
If you do
it,
it just means Haddy's then doing nothing else for the entire. He's just sitting there waiting for this one thing to happen. And if they realize that's what's happening, something else happens and then we lose. It's like really hard to actually force that situation to
the
happen.
thing that made the most sense
it.
to me was the idea that you play like flankers and then you would play like Lucio Kiri and you would just go into
like
the
a Tracer
back
Genji or
line.
something. Yeah, it would just get
right,
the
and they would
shields.
all get the shield. But then it's like Ball still loses his shield at that point, and then like you're playing an all-in comp that literally has to go first and has no other playstyle, and then like I think Kev made a really good point about like how Lucio and Kiri don't work with Ball at all. Like they have nothing in common with their hero. Like Ball can't use the road, Ball can't use the speed. I just think it's another nonsense patch from nonsense devs. Like just slamming out the crap every patch. Like
it's also like Ball's biggest problem is I think there's some heroes that just really cuck his entire life out of existence. Like
yeah,
that's
very counterable. So it's hard to ever imagine a meta where he's the guy.
Yeah, if you look at a big reason I think Orisa is meta now is because actually Orisa is pretty reasonable if they play any other tank in the game. There's very few tanks where they play and you think Orisa really feels like unplayable. Whether they play dive or whether they play this, it's just like another reason she's super strong. Whereas with
why
Ball,
hasn't Queen been meta? Yeah, the heroes, general heroes, are way stronger every time. Like Ram, Orisa, the heroes that like can play in many ways, like passive and aggressive. Are much harder to counter swap because they can just change their playstyle, which gives them like way more room to like work with other heroes. And yeah, it is like that for every hero as well. Why hasn't Queen been meta since beta? She has once, right? I mean, she was meta for a whole stage, but Queen, what's wrong with Queen?
I think that
she's not like a tank.
I think one is for shouters is I think it's really hard to get shout to a state. Maybe Malga has the same problem, like invisible circle meta, where if you turn it up too much, it's broken. If you turn it down too much or make the cooldown too long, it's too easy to play around. And then because
she's such an odd hero.
Because she loses for frontline. If you talk about like, Orisa's really happy to walk into a fucking queen, or Ram's really happy to walk into a queen. So you kind of
she's
lose
basically
the frontline
Wrecking Ball,
trade.
though, right? She's like a one-dimensional character. Like she just does one thing. She's good for pushing. Because she doesn't spam, so you can't play her in slow comps because she doesn't shoot back.
You have to be in to get value, but the problem is if you have to be in to get value, that means you want to brawl, right? You want to fight. But if you want to take like this sort of stacked fight so everyone gets shout and you're in, something like a Ram or a Orisa is going to do the same thing but get more value. And
They just need to find the perfect number.
cooldowns.
Trust. Yeah, absolutely. That's it, isn't it? Like, let's give Trace a 0.5. Oh, that's 0.5 too much, I think. Take it back. Oh, no, another 0.5. Like,
Could we use a smaller fraction? What if we go to 3 decimal places? If we go to 3 decimal places, it's got to be in that range.
I think when you balance like that as a developer, you're fucking lost. It's over. Like, just like shooting numbers up and down forever, trying to find like the fucking perfect balance zone where everything's perfectly balanced. It's like just ignoring that players have opinions that are completely arbitrary. Yeah, maybe it was beta that Queen was. I don't know. But I think beta for pros in our mind was different because we played the whole fucking season on beta, right? So it didn't feel like a beta to us, I guess. But I think Zarya is a good example of a hero that got fucked over by the developer patch recently with the health pools and the hitboxes. Isn't she just worse in every possible way? Like Zarya's already a hero that was hard to trade HP on. And like, I don't know if they buffed the bubbles to compensate for the health changes, but like, being able to like bubble someone for like essentially burst healing in a way is like less valuable now in a way, you know. because the game is less timing based and more poke based. I think Xayah is just like a horrible hero because of the way the patch affected tanks. She's not good at poking, so you kind of have to push all the time, which is just dumb. Like, you can never heal her.
The fact as well that you kind of want to bait damage on yourself a lot as Zarya. So if you get it wrong, if you make a mistake, which is possible, and you either have to use all your fucking bubbles and then you're just useless for X period of time, or you get it wrong and then you're just fucked and you can't do anything. So
I
it's
also
really
feel like
hard,
heroes
really
that were
hard to play it
already
right.
easy to aim on got a huge nerf. De facto, by the fact that everyone's more able to hit shots now. Like, Xayah was already really easy to aim with, you know? Like, plat players have like perfect Xayah tracking. It's fucking easy, you know? But like, that didn't get buffed by the hitboxes at all, you know? Same with Sigma. I think Sigma has the same problem. Just like not impactful compared to the role he had in the previous patch.
Well, even like Junk and some, I guess a lot of the like big projectile heroes felt the same thing, you know, like all of a sudden everything just has a bit more health, and your projectiles being that much easier to hit hasn't really made them easier to hit.
Will Diva ever be meta? She has too many tank counters, I think. She's worse than Winston and Dive in every way, and she's countered by like most of the tanks. For example, Orisa. Yeah, for example, Ram, Xayah even, half Sigma, like she loses to every tank, and she's not even better than the one tank that she should be, which is Winston.
I feel like there's
does
always...
Does Diva beat any tanks, by the way? Maybe Hog?
Yeah, maybe Hog.
A useless character, I mean.
I feel like even into Winston, it's not actually that good. The only reason you ever saw so much Diva into Winston was because people had off-tank players.
Right, yeah, 100%.
And it's the same reason, I guess it's ultimately the same reason you played Diva on Paricio the other day.
Right,
It wasn't because you were like, well, Diva beats Winston. It was because, well, Vess's Diva is more likely to win than Vess's Winston here.
The fact that Diva's been shit for as long as she's been shit is actually incredible to think about. She's never been a good hero for like 2 years, right?
Maybe since the tank change, like the down to one tank.
Right. I mean, those moments, you know, we lost to London's Diva. It's like the only time we lost to London, actually. You had Poker on Diva and we lost. Because we played Ball, and I didn't play Season 4. I didn't coach Season 4, so I just didn't know tank matchups at all, and I thought for some reason we could beat Diva on Ball. Like, fucking Valorant brain, I guess, but... Devs hate Koreans, get them on the coachables. Yeah, getting a dev on a coachable would be great if they weren't massive cucks who never say anything useful. Like, nobody at Blizzard ever says anything honest, right? Like, that's not their culture, so...
I guess part of the problem is as well, you'd need to get someone who's high up enough significantly to have the ability to actually speak to these things properly and not just repeat what the company decision was or something.
Yeah, why is their career on the line though? It just doesn't make sense. I feel like there's so much benefit in like developers talking to players and being really honest. Like,
I think it's the same thing we talk about. Like, one thing we wanted to do with, say, Uncoachable, for example, was a lot of the time I think there's like a big divide between how a team really functions in the real world compared to what the audience understanding of how a team functions is. And was there a chance to actually, if you can bridge that gap a little bit or educate a little bit, then everything just gets a little bit better in terms of the audience understand a bit more. There's probably then like a bit more forgiveness in some situations because people do understand the situations a bit more. I feel like the same would be true for devs, right? There would be a level of things now we're probably not factoring in.
yeah, I just believe they're morons, but yeah, you might be right. You might be on something. I can't imagine what they're thinking about though. How do you balance a game you don't understand? Is it weird to think that a pro player would understand the nuances of casual gameplay better than a developer? Like they would be able to like more intuitively understand the progression of a hero over different ranks because they understand the potential of the hero. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does, but I think there's also what you're saying probably doesn't apply to most pros because it doesn't apply to most pros, but the ability to then take that information they have or that understanding they have and turn it into like actionable feedback or like actual advice, I think is a much different skill almost.
I agree with that completely. I'm not making an argument that pro players lack soft skills, right? I mean, of course they do. You know, I agree. But like, I'm making the argument that how can somebody really understand how a hero will perform at different ranks without understanding the potential of the hero in the first place? Not saying that everyone who balances heroes should have that understanding, but someone should. Like somebody who works there should have that idea. Like,
or they have a resource from which to get that information.
Right. Yeah. The problem with that is if they talk to anyone who's not employed by Blizzard, they leak everything and then they get upset. So that's why they don't do that. They should employ former pro players, I'd imagine. People who are high ranked or someone, you know, there's probably a lot of people who could do that job. Let's be honest. Like,
because they also will have presumably QA testers who are essentially full-time staff and therefore under all the appropriate legal protection that Blizzard want. But they could just be pro players as well, right? And they could be in charge of QA testing for actual bugs, but also for balance as well.
Firstly, I think the QA test is a problem. I mean, actually, I remember someone getting added to the QA team in 2010 for not Overwatch, but he was a really good gamer. I'm not saying they don't do that, but the people who make the decisions aren't those people. So,
would a pro
player really want a QA job?
I think
probably.
Yeah. No,
I think a lot of them would. Yeah.
You wouldn't get propers I've had enough of this Falcons. I'm hitting the QA team. But think how many pros that were in Overwatch League who have then now retired or you don't see doing anything now. I'd wager, I don't know even wager, I know for a fact there's plenty of those pros who don't have amazing career prospects or even doing anything particularly financially rewarding who would quite easily take a job like that.
I'll give you an example. Like Crimzo was looking to coach. I wonder if someone like him would have looked to do something else. A QA or balancing or something. He's really smart, you know, he's a pro player for a very long time, he knows a lot about different metas and heroes. It's like there's plenty of people like him that I think didn't know what to do after they stopped being a pro player. Someone said something about sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, if you look at these type of examples in traditional sports, say football, NFL, there's a huge push by whether it's the broadcast companies or the coaching organizations to encourage former players to start thinking about, what about a career in broadcast? What about a career in coaching? What about a career in this? What about a career in that? To try and take the people with the experience of X number of years as a professional and then transfer that into something else. There's a huge push for that in all of these things, and I don't think that's ever been the case in Overwatch.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would real if I was a pro and I finally managed to quit. I ain't coming back to this dump. I mean, most pro players don't have a degree or a future in any way, and they don't have a plan. So, but also I think something I really worry about is some of your point. They just, why did they make the change to make Sigma's shield 20% faster? And someone said well, it's because they want the hero pick rate to be 0.1% higher or hero win rate. It's I think that about the developers. So, is that too much to think that that's what they're doing?
What do you mean? They're just trying to get the numbers to equal the right thing.
Yeah, am I being way too reductionist to think that little of them, that they're just looking at the stats for the win rate and not really deep diving on that they're hitting quotas for the heroes. This hero has to be at least 45% win rate, stuff like this. Is that what's going on? I'd really like to know how they make decisions, because it doesn't. When you look at their decisions, it doesn't feel like they're making good decisions.
Because I guess as an initial question when you get into this, it's not how you balance a game, but how do you identify? You've got a limited number of developers and people who will work on the game. And in theory, with this sort of game, you've essentially got infinite problems. You can go, maybe this isn't balanced, maybe that's not balanced, this isn't balanced at this rank, this isn't balanced at this rank. How do you pick what we're working on now or what should take priority? So it probably does feel like maybe the numbers do become the natural thing to use. And my experience of big companies is very much once stuff starts to get, I don't know what you call it, very corporate or very formalized, you maybe lose a bit of that in touchness with the actual product. So maybe they are just using the numbers, and then what happens is you just give the devs aren't told like an open-ended how do we improve the game or how do we make the game more fun or more enjoyable or this seems a bit unfun or this isn't working. They just get told, oh, we need to change Sigma a bit. His win rate's rubbish. So your job this month is to change Sigma to make his win rate go up.
Yeah, I suspect that something that doesn't match reality is driving decisions, because there's just like there's been like little ones you look at in the patch notes and you're like, why the fuck did they do that? Like, why did they give Sojourn the 25 rail cap at the minimum? That's a really odd decision. Sojourn was already the meta hero at that point. She was the best hit scan in probably almost every rank, right? She's like incredibly strong, and they were like, you know what? Let's give Sojourn a buff. And then like next patch they buff Ram. They buffed like one of his best abilities is slow. They buffed the shit out of it.
Yeah.
It's like, how are they making these decisions? I don't understand. Like, they seem like impactful decisions that like are deliberate, and I wonder if their mechanism for figuring out that patches are needed is just really bad. And like, the fact that they've never talked about that annoys me too, because I think they're a company with like really high turnover. I wonder, if the people who work there now aren't people who have followed Overwatch from the start, and, like really understand the game and like understand like why things are the way they are. Because if you're a clown who doesn't really understand the game, you follow stats. That's the best way to not know what you're doing and still have some kind of like aim.
What it also is it's a great way to make decisions that are really easy to justify. Because if you just make a decision based on your gut feel or your impression of how something works, or like a more intangible concept, and then you're asked to explain it to your community or to your bosses or something, it could be quite difficult. But if you say, hey, why did we spend this money and time and everyone's resources changing Sigma? Oh, well, his win rate's low, so we're bumping it up so he's more balanced with the others. Just go, cool, good job. Seems like a reasonable decision, backed up by facts and data. Great, carry on.
Well, someone in chat made a good point. Sojourn was buffed because she was weak in low ranks. That can make sense. But why would giving her the charge buff increase her win rate in low ranks and not high ranks?
Well, it would do both.
It's just a really big buff, yeah.
But you're always going to get that with aim heroes.
Also, isn't win rate in different ranks arbitrary in the sense that you don't know, like, when people act on less potential in the game, so like lower rank players, right? When they do less in the game, the things they're doing differently to each other is also important. As in, gold players don't have the same problem because they have lots of problems and very few strengths. Does that make sense?
So the specific problems they're running into are less likely to be consistent.
Yeah, so even though Blizzard get like a number at the end of the day, the actual user experience is not necessarily level. Does that make sense? Like, the changes they're making cannot be targeted at some kind of average because the average is imaginary. It's an average of completely different people playing the heroes in completely different ways in different columns with different groups. Like,
but even if you use the Sojourn one as an example, is the problem that these low rank players running into with getting value out of Sojourn that they're running out of charge? That they're losing their rails, right?
Maybe, yeah. That might be a good argument, yeah.
Because is that because my impression is what happens in the high ranks, or like you'll see people just hold rails to just bully fucking angles and stuff, wait for the right time. But in low ranks, but just click the fucking button because I got the rail right. Click the button, take the shot, probably miss it. Get another one, take the shot, probably miss it. So is having the extra 25% to hold on to actually really solving the problem of Sojourn?
Also, how often are low rank players losing their railgun when everyone just feeds constantly?
Well, exactly.
Like,
that's
people
what I
aren't
mean.
avoiding the rail, yeah.
Is the problem that is if I go and find a cross section of gold or plat players and say he plays Sojourn and say what's your problem? It's like I just always lose my rail charge. Is that going to be the number one thing on their mind?
Well, it depends how they made that decision, right? Like we already established that they make decisions based on the win rate of the heroes. That's something that they've admitted to, and I think everyone would expect, right? I mean, it's not something that should be ignored, right? Do that too. The degree to which they do that is a question, but I think they have other stats to look at though. If they start asking questions about why do people on Sojourn at low ranks not perform? To us, it's intuitive that she's a very opportunistic hero where you have to hit like very specific shots, and the intermediary shots don't matter as much. I think so. It makes sense to us intuitively that's like logical that like, she might be better at different ranks. But how do they decide specifically to buff that one thing? How do they decide to give her a minimum rail charge? It could be something really fucking simple. Like they just look at the amount of railgun kills in different ranks, and they realize that people in low ranks get less railgun kills proportionally to like the overall, and they're getting more left click kills, or something, I don't know, man. I've studied data science, and I just don't trust them. I don't think stats are like that, I think stats are very hard to use for that kind of thing, There's so many things going on, and so many different like variables and like human elements and different playstyles and maps and ping and all this shit. Like,
I think because we both probably had not a data-driven approach, but we probably both had access to quite a large amount of data from Overwatch League scrims. And I don't know for you, but for me, it definitely felt like the more data I got, the less I wanted to look at it, or the less I felt like I could use it almost. It felt like...
I think data is really good for scouting, like doing tryouts, because you get to... It helps you save time, because you really don't have time when you're doing tryouts of 200 players to go through them all and like rank them all. The way we signed someone was by doing tryouts and ranking them based on like all the stats. And it's like, holy shit, this guy's an outlier on like 3 heroes. Let's watch his POV. Oh wow, he's good. Yeah, but you don't have time to go through like... You don't need to look at the tank in your tryouts who's bottom stats, right? Because that guy sucks. The stats don't tell you the ranking, but they tell you like the generality, and like stats can be good for that. But I kind of agree with Andreas Tom in the chat. Like I think there has to be a vision for each hero. Like there has to be someone at the company who balances the game and like has a vision for like how the game should be played and like what's correct and what like experiences players are having, and it has to be subjective at some level, I think. And my understanding of like, for example, Dota, that's the case. And CS, that's definitely the case. Let's be honest. CS is a game that's entirely subjective, right? Is CS not subjective?
Well, I think
are the M4 and the AK balanced? No, clearly not. No one cares though, because that's what people want.
Well, I think as well is, but this is one of those things where if you just take like a very data-driven approach and then you just assign people, your job is make Sigma 10% more, or whatever, 5% more played, or 3.2% more played, or whatever it is, then you make it all devoid from some kind of collective vision, right? What you want is somebody sort of pulling all these things in some sort of direction. Obviously, the caveat is then that person needs to be good. They need to have a good idea and a good vision. And if you have someone who has like a bad one or one that you don't enjoy, it's going to get worse.
Or not having a vision at all.
But is it better than, would you rather be pulled in some way and then at least... Because otherwise you're just doing reactive stuff.
Well, I think everyone with a vision got fired, and no one. You can't have a vision for a game you don't really understand. I think that's the issue. They didn't retain like some kind of talent that could like help them understand the game. It's like, well, now they need to get people in to help them do that, which they're not doing. So, to my knowledge, and maybe I don't know everyone who's ever been good at Overwatch, right? To be fair, like maybe they have done this. I don't know, but in terms of like, I think the AK is like a good example, though. No, in CS.
So like I've never played CS properly. I've only ever watched it. So
CS is a game where if anything but the M4 AK or M4A1S or whatever is good, if any other gun's good, people get upset and they nerf it.
You just want the rifle rounds as much as possible. They even changed
people,
the economy, right?
People want those rounds. Specific rifles. That's not what I mean. I mean, in contrast, like, because M4 and AK is like a gun that you buy with like, it's an investment. It's like a considerable investment. It's like 4K or 3K or whatever it is. Depends on the game. Valorant has like a similar system. If those guns aren't the meta rifles, people get upset. People they have like an iconic in their mind when they play CS. You have an AK and you're one-tapping people. That's like the dream, Yeah, it's like Monkey and Tracer in Overwatch. Yeah, exactly. People want that in the game in some way, In CS it happens to be all they want. That and the AWP. That's the whole game, But when SMGs are good, people get upset. When shotguns are good, people get upset. Same in Valorant. Shotguns are good in Valorant. Everyone's mad. Because look, the players have a vision for what they want in the game, I guess. And the developers are like lined up with that vision. They're aligned. They believe the same things, But if you're balancing based on win rates, I don't think there's a vision on like which heroes should be meta, Like that's something that I think,
If you took the same logic and applied it to CS, you'd be like, the rifles are winning the rounds way more. These two rifles are winning the rounds way more often. We should buff the damage on some of the other guns. So that everyone has an equal chance to buy all the guns. Each gun is almost equally viable based on its price or something,
people like they just don't do that in CS. Like there's no stat. I mean, they probably have stats, of course, but their balancing's about what the players want and like what the gameplay should be like, not about arbitrary. Everything is equal. Everything's the same. Everything's just as good as everything else. Is it so bad if a hero in Overwatch is like niche, has like a purpose?
Well, I think it's for nature, right? Like if you, I don't know as much about MOBAs, but I imagine if you go to Dota and League of Legends and you talk to their balancing, they're not like, yeah, the end goal is to make sure everything gets played about the same amount of the time. Is each thing fun? Is each thing enjoyable maybe to a certain type of player or someone who enjoys a certain thing? Yeah, like I think like Sim and Junk are actually good examples of good niche heroes. They're particularly good in certain areas or certain techniques, or you have to be like kind of fucking insane to make them work everywhere or something. And even then you see people like Kaya, it struggles at times because it is a niche hero. But you don't then try and make Junkrat playable everywhere. You don't worry about it.
I guess we're alleging that the developers do that. Do they do that?
What do you mean? As in?
No, I don't think that's true though. I think the reason the balance in Overwatch is so tilted from like a pro perspective or like a competitive, if you're watching this stream, your perspective, from that perspective, is because they balance around rank averages so that the heroes that are more difficult are usually meta, because heroes that are more difficult are always going to underperform in the average rank, right? Yeah. I think that's why Overwatch has the same heroes being meta all the time in pro play, because they never balanced around pros ever. Heroes that are hard to play are always going to be meta. For example, Kiriko, you know? You play Kiriko on a fucking gold lobby, you're throwing. You're just trolling.
You
play Tracer and you're a gold player, you're going to lose. Yeah, you're
just going to have like 80
no
deaths.
chance.
Yeah.
Is Tracer the hardest hero? I think so.
It's the most, and maybe it's a little bit not as bad since they added like the health changes and stuff, you know, so, but like, I feel like it's such like there's such a margin for error, you know, just in terms of
the potential in the hero is unreal. But it's a hero like Monkey. There's a reason Monkey's been meta so many fucking times. He's terrible if you're dumb. Like if you're a low rank player, he's useless. He's really hard to play. He's very easy to throw in, you know? He's totally like cooldown rotation based and like space jumping based. And... yeah, fucking Mercy. Another hero you'll never see in pro play for that reason. What was Mercy last in pro play?
Was it really like the double res thing?
Yeah, I was a player like come on, you know?
Outside of like really niche, I mean, like Mercy. I mean, I guess was it? Did they play it in the Dragons anti-goats comp? Right, they would have done, right, because it was a Pharah comp. They would have played like Mercy Pharah, like Mercy Pharah Tracer on like some of the Lijiang stages or something is about as close as you get.
Or if you're Saudi Arabia, it was last year. Whenever his arm was a pro player, that was when I was meta, but. Probably doesn't help the Echo got added at some point, like 2019 or something. And Echo deletes Pharah, so...
yeah. Well, also really good against Mercy as well.
Yeah. I'm just describing a universe where Face abandons us and we're stuck on the same 5 heroes forever because they don't balance around pro play. That's what's happening here, right? Like, that's what I had it. Like.
It's like, you were saying earlier, it's like, what are the cool things that these 5 heroes, the Orisa, Tracer, Sojourn, Kiri, Lucio, do that sort of shifts their power level in the right way? Like, is there like this cool interchange of, oh, you can do this, then you can do this, and it works really nicely, or it teams up really well with this, or whatever it might be? Not really, right? When I watch some of the pairings in terms of how people play, like, it's maybe like a little bit less common now, but you know, when people do like the Lucio Tracer groups, I was like, the Lucio Tracer group just feels a little bit inefficient. Like, it doesn't feel like optimal. Like, it kind of is optimal, given the heroes in play, but it doesn't feel like an optimal way to play, you know? Like, surely if you want to play that kind of style, the Kiri feels like this hero who's designed to do this kind of thing or something. But because these heroes they're just better at more things than most other heroes, you just end up having them do every job, essentially.
Well, the heroes that don't feed as well, they have immunities and like really strong ultimates, and they're really fast. Yeah. They're really high skill, like, heroes. But they're not very interesting. I'm really hopeful, actually, not to like pivot this into like a different esport, but I'm really hopeful for like that Project Loki game.
What's that?
Not really believing that I'll ever have a career in that game, but I'm sure people here have played it. It's pretty annoying to get into the beta though, but it's yeah, it's like a weird like MOBA brawler game.
I've heard of those before.
Any heroes you might have Loki have load potential. Current meta. Yeah, May's pretty underrated, I think, right now. I think Morgan Sim's still really strong. No, I'll type it, sorry. This one.
I think it's sometimes when I see certain comps as well. Like I think Quick Esports did it a bit. I feel like somebody else did it, I can't remember now, and just played like a May Sim or something version of a comp. And I was like, well, actually, suddenly if you're playing these brawl comps and you have a wall and the other team don't have a wall, you can actually still do it. You can still take a really big advantage. I think especially, who was it? Maybe it was the original Rock failure when they were just playing Sigma. I was like, all of a sudden, if you've got a guy who's just stuck on Sigma, the May actually just ruins his fucking day still. And it feels like that's the sort of thing that's maybe like fallen out a little bit.
What happens is people keep swapping away from the meta to counter the meta and forget the counters to the thing they're playing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then they get closer and closer to getting run over by a May or a Sim or, like, you know. Ram over Orisa? What is the reason? There's a reason. Hold on. Ram's better than Orisa in a lot of ways. Just worse against certain things.
You mean like in like a Ram versus Orisa situation?
Yeah, yeah.
I know. I feel like I had this conversation with Chris multiple times before. Because, you know, a lot of the time when you have like two tanks, like if we were having like the Ram and Ryan discussion, we'd be like, well, yeah, Ram wins that one. If it's a brawl mirror, Ram's better at it or whatever. But when it was like Orisa versus Ram, I was like, which one's better? I was just like, I don't know. They can both do stuff. Maybe the Orisa's like better because you can interrupt the block. That's like a big thing that maybe a lot of other ones can't do.
Kiri can, I mean, Orisa can cancel High Noon. I think Orisa's much safer at like spamming. Does way more damage with the fall off.
I think the Javelin's actually just like a really, in general,
Yeah,
it's just a really good fucking ability. And it's one of those ones, again, that scales, right? So now people have been playing loads of fucking Orisa. How many more Javelin hits are we seeing, you know? Like, even if we watch some of the people you wouldn't like maybe put top of your list on Orisa, he's still hitting every fucking Javelin, you know? It's so hard.
I think if both teams don't push, which is basically how the game's played at the moment, Ram's a lot worse. Ram kind of wants people to push into him, I think. Venture is meta. What heroes do you think would be played with her? I saw in the Korean podcast, whoever they're interviewing said Morga Tracer Venture, right?
I think so, yeah.
Absolute clown.
Yeah.
Clown take. No idea. Like, clueless.
Just saying heroes.
I mean, just Morga and Tracer. Unsubscribe, like.
It'll just be, it'll be some kind of dive, right, is the anticipation if it is. It'll be like, or it will just be like a Rissa Venture Tracer or something.
It feels like he'd play instead of Tracer. Could be wrong. Not a hit scan, I don't think, really. Range is really low. Tracer Echo into Tracer Venture? Yeah, you would. I mean, you can play a lot of things, honestly. Anything that's further away than the Venture would win. Instead of Tracer. Yeah, right, yeah, I agree. I think so too. Who knows? We don't have to think about that until after the main event.
Yeah, I noticed, one thing I've noticed when streaming is there's certain things that as a coach, I just wouldn't care about at all. Like if there's like a new map or something, or like Clash is a new game mode, right? Have you thought about Clash at all?
Oh yeah, no, I'm the fucking Grinch.
Well, like all that stuff, like even when new patch comes out, like I'd read the patch notes, and then that would be about it. There wouldn't be any sort of great like you'd think about it, but there was no like big brainstorming session. You kind of would just play it, try the things that have changed, and try and figure it out as you go. I don't think there was ever really like too much grand planning or grand trying to solve things. Same with like when Push came out, right? Initially it was like, let's just play it. Flashpoint, let's just play it, and then we'll try and figure out things that are important as we go.
It's more the like how do I explain it? Whenever there was something new in Overwatch, my players would like start talking about the new hero or like the new map or whatever, right? And I get mad at them. I'd be like, stop that. Like, yeah, like don't pollute your mind with this garbage. Like we have matches tomorrow, you know, like this kind of thing. That's what eventually does for me. It's like I don't want to pollute my mind with garbage.
It's just irrelevant until it's relevant.
Yeah, it's like you're literally studying Overwatch doesn't actually exist. It's like this is pointless. I'm actually the Grinch whenever there's a patch. I just don't want to think about it at all. Like unless we have, you know, unless it's like something we have to deal with in practice, like next few weeks, whatever.
Yeah, like same. It'd really just be like we turn up maybe the day before or something. Chris was maybe like we'd have like a couple of ideas, but even then it wouldn't be like anything fucking like like any earth shattering like this hero got buffed. Give it a go. Maybe this is meta again, eh? The same thing that probably like anybody who's watched Pro Overwatch probably has like pretty similar opinions, right? Same with like this patch, right? Everyone sort of looks at it and gone, maybe ball, but also maybe nothing. If it's not ball, then probably nothing, you know? And I'm
It's
sure
more of an
everyone
inside bet that like I try and predict something and then I'll flame Crimzo if he's wrong and like I told you so kind of thing. It's not even like productive because you know straight away like in the scrims if you're wrong or right. It's more of a like academic exercise. It's not really productive. There's not really a big upside to being a team that invents the meta anyway. People just copy you. So.
Your advantage doesn't last long enough to actually get to the matches.
Yeah, it's like London been playing a fuck ton of like BAP, you know? Like that's their like direction. They're gonna start playing BAP and like maybe even like RAM or CM or something. They got a bunch of ideas, like they're cooking, yeah. And then it's like now they're like 3 swaps away from the meta. Yeah, it's like it's not gonna take long. We've already figured out how to beat it, you know. Already, you know, it's just like straight away the pillars working. This confidence is just in the garbage because it's different. Yeah, SSG is always gonna be London for me. Is that wrongly? Everything gets leaked. Obviously, you can't hide anything anyway. It's all pointless. The meta is always just a comp that has the least swaps to get to like the next comp that counters the thing you're playing against. You know, it's like it's the comp with the most average strong heroes, so that you can just like eventually pivot 1 or 2 heroes to counter like teams that swap 3 or 4 heroes away. All 3 EU teams have a non-European flash support.
It's true. Yeah, it'll be true.
That's assuming that Vigi starts for that team and doesn't get kicked in a week.
I feel like
this is definitely gonna come back to bite me, but I don't think the Koreans they got very good.
I think they're good. I mean, the problem with that team is you ever do it where you're like do the full experience of you build like a team and then you think, yeah, this team is great on paper, but it actually just wouldn't work anywhere at all in reality. I feel like that's how I feel about Kellen and Vigi joining Twisted Minds. I was like, well, yeah, these players certainly fill the supposed hero pool gaps. But I don't think it actually translates to that in reality at all.
There's like a cultural issue and a hero pool issue and like meta understanding issue and being washed. I mean, didn't look like either of those players understood the game in OCS Korea either. So it's not like they're coming in with some wisdom about how to play. But I also think it's like, yeah, I agree with Slade better than Vigi.
Do you think? I don't know. I feel really weird about Vigi because I feel like the peak is supposedly so high, but
supposedly
I did think he played well on Runaway. I thought he played well on Kiri on Runaway. I don't think he was the problem, but but I don't know.
What's been his experience as a player?
Atlanta Reign.
Justice Ren? Did he play at all in either of these teams?
Yeah, he played on Atlanta, especially when they're doing Zen, and he actually looked like a bit of a monster on Zen, or whatever that's.
I remember we scrimmed that team whenever Vigi was in, and we laughed at how dumb he was. That's what I remember.
Really?
That's my memory of Vigi, to be honest. Maybe he played on Justice when he was there for like a month. Wait, he was active on Justice for a month? Is that for real?
Was he on Justice? I don't even remember that. What, before Atlanta?
Yeah, when he was underage and he was on Justice. Yeah. And he got sold to Atlanta, I guess.
Yeah, I don't actually remember at all.
Did Hunter just wake up?
Yeah. He's on...
Oh, dude, I'm so jealous.
He's jet setting, isn't he?
He's about to have a fucking real experience seeing the timeless result.
It's the sort of result if you told, like, if I was just away and you told me, I just presume it was a bait.
A troll, yeah.
Yeah, like, especially when you say, oh yeah, they got 3-0'd by Citrus Nation, they're out in groups. I was like, yeah, good one. Make it believable, would you?
Like, they got demolished, to be clear. They got fucking destroyed. It wasn't like a close match at all.
It was weird. Like, it was weird. Like it was anticlimactic. It's weird that it was an anticlimactic way to lose.
Ryan got shot in the head on cooldown every map, and the map ended. That was it. That was every map. Like, Ryan should have stood behind the point instead of on the point, I think.
Yeah, they were just worse. Yeah, I think they just looked worse at the meta. Looked worse, and the ult trades looked worse, and the neutral just kind of got pushed over quite easily. I mean, Lethal said it as well, right? It didn't feel like they had to do anything special or anything.
No, he said some weird shit though. He has to be called out on what he said. What did he say? He said like, "Oh, yeah, they weren't doing well in scrims." And we asked him like, "No, I could tell from the way they're moving in game." It's like,
you've never spoken to Lethal before. This is every conversation. This is actually the most the most average conversation you'll have with Lethal.
Yeah, but what's the allegation here? He lied to the broadcast, or he lied to us? That's the two possibilities. Either he had leaks, or he claimed to know they were doing badly in scrims on the broadcast and had no idea. Like, those are the two options.
Yeah, I don't know. I presume he 100% would have had leaks. I don't know why he was being
right. So
coy about it.
He thought that somehow he'd get in trouble because we thought he had scrim leaks.
I know. I think he probably set up a broadcast and it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said. Like he was trying to be coy about it. Like, oh, the old. I don't know.
Yeah, I get leaks for every match. That's what everyone does. Everyone's been doing that for like fucking 6 years. In season 2, we're trading VODs. YouTube videos of our whole scrims, like. Do you remember that guy who got punished for leaks, for leaking scrims?
No. Who was it?
No. No one's ever been punished for leaking scrims. That's how you know what's happening. Like. Although that being said, no one's ever been punished for doing drugs either, so. By that logic. Ariel 2 or Mirror? No, it's fucking definitely Ariel 2, dude. That guy's on the up and up.
I'm not convinced, Everyone keeps telling me this. It's not. Maybe part of the problem is once I get to the NA games, I just completely lock out. The Chungus Vice game didn't captivate me.
I just believe in him because he's not American and he plays in America. And also, he tried to get onto my Overwatch team to avoid military service, and that goes kind of hard, so. Also, people tell me he's good. People that I trust to say he's good. I never actually check. I'm just repeating what other people have said.
Is the person by any chance Unter?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not that I can remember who the person is at this point.
Unter's a fan. So I sort of just take it at face value.
I mean, well, he's Israeli, so I mean. You know me,
Everyone knows your allegiances. Everyone sees the Donald loud and proud.
The support and the yeah. I don't think the French people appreciate that one, Will Seeker ever win? What's the Seeker shit? What's wrong with him? Why is everyone
of
what's the meme?
So on the latest Uncoachable, we were talking about Seeker's team losing to Students of the Game, and the joke was kind of like, will Seeker ever win? And then I was like, I think PGE like got the better of Seeker, and then Hunter said something along the lines of, so what you're telling me is he completely gapped Seeker, completely in the bin, washed up. He's never going to be good again. I was like, yeah, of course. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then Gator, did you see the Gator tweet where he sort of reacted, the one that's like become a bit of a copy and pasta? About like this podcast.
Joke, yeah.
This podcast is a echo chamber type thing. So some of what he was saying was obviously directed at like, having a go at Seeker when he doesn't deserve it, blah blah blah. But obviously, what that actually does is open up the meme now to blame everything on Seeker all the time.
I think about Seeker actually wonder, unironically, like meme aside, is my memory of why I think he's a good player is watching him play Sojourn last year. That's it. That's the only reason. That's the whole reason. That's it. Start and finish. I remember carrying some matches on Sojourn. Yeah, also carried matches on one hero. Yeah, Pine. Pine did that. Every time they subbed him in on Kree in Season 1, he killed the whole enemy team. Doesn't mean it'll translate into anything,
No, but he is also still playing Sojourn, right? So
it's not bad teams. I just mean it's a very narrow window to have succeeded in, if that makes sense. It isn't like a many situation, many hero, many like different metas.
I think
he hit
also,
some rails.
If we're being honest as well, like that LFO team was fucking doomed.
Yeah, whoever made that roster.
Right, no matter. But like, I don't think that roster is an inherent or a good reflection of anyone's ability on that team, really. Yeah, like it was kind of like.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's bad.
Like,
I'm just saying that my belief in him has a expiry date because it's from a long time ago now. I haven't really seen or looked for anything that he's done recently. Did he actually lose to PGE?
Well, like PGE got the better of him, is how I'd term. Like,
yeah, that's concerning.
But it's not like a, if you would ask me what the bigger problem was, it was like a backline gap, I think, in that. Like, Cal and Rack over Renko and Lep.
PG has been a pro player for about 5 minutes, so, if that's happening, that's a little worrying. He won the NA Flash Ops? Yeah, I mean, he's playing against the most famous chokers of all time and had the best, otherwise the best team. I mean, you put me on that roster as hits, can you probably win that fucking tournament? Look, maybe not. It was close, but.
I think ultimately, like, this team doesn't look that good. But again, I don't look at this team and I think, this team doesn't look that good because their hit scan shit or anything like that, right? I just like the team doesn't look that good at the ult trades. It feels like they just die. There's too many magic picks, right? Too many magic picks that go against them. And it's somebody's fault, I guess. It's either the DPS or someone's not P or whatever, right? Something's going wrong.
The amount of fucking PGE fans, how many viewers does this guy have? Like,
he actually gets like really big viewership, I think.
Yeah, you can tell. People love him, dude.
He's at 1K right now. Yeah.
Whoa, that's Overwatch. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Unironically, we should actually be tapping into the PGE.
Yeah, I really think PGE. He's the guy. Like,
we want to.
We want to be the best hits guy in America. Like.
Yeah. What we should do is we should learn from our lessons of, the Overwatch League excluded people like XQC, pushed them out. What we should do is, if your viewership's up, so's your ability.
I think getting happy on M80 was weird when PGA was like right there, He's got more viewers than Space. That's sad for Space. Not that I feel bad for Space at all. He's loaded, but Twitch stats Space. Yeah, Emong's viewership is fucking crazy. I saw that today for the first time. I don't watch Overwatch.
What's he on?
I do, but I don't know, he's like 4K average or something.
Oh fuck. Good.
They got on the broadcast there, so I looked him up. I was like, "What's going on over there?" And it's like 4,000 people watch this guy play Overwatch. Like,
no.
If we have like 30 more Emongs, we can probably beat Pokemon. That was such a sad conversation. After the prize pool got revealed, I forget who I was talking to, but I was just like looking through the esports viewership list. I'm like, where the fuck's Overwatch? I'm like looking through the front page, first 20 results. I'm like, oh fuck, it's on page 2. Like, it's on fucking page 2 of like 40 esports. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that also makes me think that sometimes when we have like these conversations about, say, the broadcast of a product, and I still agree with our points, but there's also part of it is like, is it actually all irrelevant? Is it just irrelevant that even if you could make the broadcast of a product 10%, 20%, 30% better, do you shift that? How much do you shift that number ultimately?
I linked it in the thing. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's a bunch of 30-year-olds talking about a game that's the 37th most popular esport in the world, so it's going to keep increasing that number over time.
Yeah, if we can just gain one spot every couple of months.
I mean, it's like, okay, to be fair, it's yearly viewership of the esport, which didn't exist for the first 4 months of the year, right? To be fair, like, let's be honest. It's not a fair comparison. I think we're actually 40th, but not sure we're that high either, you know?
Don't think we're hitting the top 10 anytime, yeah. It's like when I saw some people, I guess we kind of did them, it was like, what's Honor of Kings? And then he's like, it's just a mobile game. It's like, so it's just massive then actually. This is why its numbers are bigger.
Oh yeah, when fucking Anta was saying that, I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's when we Googled it, I was like, it's a mobile. As soon as I saw it was a mobile game, I was like, this explains it all. It's just...
The fact that you don't know what the game is means that it's Chinese and it's huge. Like, that's how that works.
It's like, I've never heard of this game. Oh, it's a mobile game. Oh, okay. There's probably going to be at least 100 million players right now or something.
If you saw my peak viewership, where are we at?
I
feel like that's a reasonable representation. The problem is that can be so fucking moderated by bullshit. 32nd? Come on, man. Oh, you go to our games, I think, at the top.
Games.
What? Where'd you go? Up top, up. Games, that one. All games. This.
That's where I am.
What the fuck? There you go. You're done.
Alright.
Where are we?
We're gonna need...
I was looking at your stream. I'm behind. That's my bad.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
We didn't make the top 20.
No, we're coming. Hold on. We're almost there.
People were... Anta was memeing about Age of Empires. We wish we were Age of Empires. 28th? We dream of the... Oh, there we are. 32. Yeah, we should be dreaming of the Age of Empires days.
How can this be fucking true, though? Wasn't Japan more than this by itself?
Is that only counting...
No, I'm saying it's just not counting Japanese tournaments, I assume. Because that Japanese streamer tournament was definitely more than 59,000.
Are they not counting it because it's like a... Is it only... Does it not count as a pro tournament if it's like a...
Does it count co-streamers too? That number seems like, I don't want to say impossibly low, but definitely questionable.
Can I get a breakdown? It's only OWCS matches, right? This...
Losing to Guilty Gear, yeah, it's pretty bad.
I know, Guilty Gear is a pretty fun watch.
I have a feeling these stats don't include like co-streamers or non-English tournaments that they're not familiar with, probably. But
yeah, it's just like
is it reasonable to be sad though about like that's what I think about. Is like everyone gets kind of sad when they think about Overwatch and like like why can't my game be like Valorant? It's like I think to be fair though, if that was the case, most of the people in Overwatch wouldn't be good enough anymore.
There's be like too much new talent coming through if there's.
Well, I mean, I feel like we enjoy like a privileged position because we're at the top of an esport that is easy. If that makes sense, like it's a small pond.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like you take like my last year performance and you take it to Valorant or League. How many coaches do that every year? Probably like a few. You know, like. And maybe there's more money, you know, whatever. You know, maybe there's like an incentive there for that. But like, yeah, just I don't know. I think it's something to be said about being at the top of a smaller esport, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
We can still complain and say they should make it bigger and like, say how to do that and have opinions, but
We're also below GeoGuessr.
yeah. I think they need coaches and GeoGuessr. Fuck.
All right, today we're going to learn about Portugal.
There would be a Japanese.
You're just a geography teacher at that point.
Yeah, of course. There'd be a Japanese team at if there's a Japanese team at EWC, that would help a lot, right?
Yeah. Well, it depends. Do you think Crazy Raccoons will carry the? Will it carry that Japanese audience because it's the org?
No, I don't think so. It will help a little, you know.
It'd be better than if it wasn't, right? But yeah.
I don't think Japan's showing up to watch a bunch of Koreans. Didn't Japan enslave Koreans? What an interesting team. How do you see 2023 viewership? Not according to the Japanese, that's true. That's a good point.
Oh, we're 18th in 2023.
That's not really reassuring, is it?
How far back do you think we need to go to get like true relevance?
The biggest World Cup event, probably. This doesn't have World Cup event, does it?
It would have been, what was it, in 2019? Oh, wait, you mean like in 2023 should have had one as well, right?
Yeah. Maybe these numbers are World Cup numbers. 400,000?
Oh, it's just taking me to all results now.
I mean, no matter how you slice it, we're fucking dooming, let's be honest. I'd honestly be surprised.
That's got World Cup.
It does, yeah. So that'd be the viewership, right? That'd be where it came from.
Yeah.
Rig a Spark Barrel TM Ets final. Yeah, that'd do it. That would do it, wouldn't it? Just all the best rivalries. Like, I mean, Korean viewership's non-existent. Koreans don't watch this game. I really wouldn't be surprised if I retired after EWC, I think.
You mean after this year?
Yeah. Not wait for like the last tournament, because the last tournament's fucking pointless. It's like 5 months later. It's just like, it depends what the majors are crowdfunded to, I guess, but. Korean viewership is kind of deflated considering they have people in LAN. What does that mean? You mean people that go to the event subtract from their viewership? Because they would otherwise be online viewers?
No, I think it's more like, because it's at LAN in theory, that should bring more hype and more attention. Because it's like,
I feel like it's the other way. They're saying that the viewers are subtracted because the viewers that go to the event aren't on the thing. But I don't think there's enough people there for that to make a difference.
It's a pretty small venue, I think. It'd be like, yeah.
I enjoy coaching, but it's not possible to do a real job and do this because I live in Australia, so it's not like my afternoons are coaching and I have a job kind of thing. Like I wake up at midnight. It's also pretty hard to win as a coach if you don't all in. I think I couldn't win games not all in. It's not possible.
I think it's really hard to be. I think I'd find it really hard to like half do it, just like part time do it.
Yeah, right.
Like how do you part time do it? Because you're either just losing or like if something's going badly or we're shit at a map, we're shit at a meta. But I kind of want to I feel almost compelled to use my time to fix this, like, or to use all my time to fix it, you know?
Just the essential time that a team takes that you have to be there for as a coach is already like a whole job. It's 8 hours. How does that work with an 8-hour job when you're 8 hours of practice as well? Like, let's assume you do nothing outside of the team mandatory time. Yeah, someone else will all in on it. That's the other problem. It's like, does EU team need more nationalism? Yeah, I think so. But the problem with doing that is you lose internationally, so... What did this person say? TM fall apart and look for new coaches. What? That feels like a leak from a Saudi person, but they can't get the words
Aren't
in
they
order.
constantly looking for coaches?
Yeah, but like, where are they reading this? The Hydron tweet. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't currently have a coach. I think they just got Willie V around. But I don't think he coaches them in the way you'd maybe think of like a Chris or a Gunba style coach.
I don't think he does anything. He's the coach when the cameras are on, I think. He's like a reality TV coach.
Get back in the game. If someone offers me a full paying job, never would have got out of the game.
You use the word full paying. The word full there is limiting the options.
But Twisted Mind's job just dropped. Yeah, I think I'll reiterate my full paying. My full
Twisted
paying
Mind job
soon.
just dropped. Where is this being posted? What are people talking about? It's on like Arabic Twitter or something, dude.
Oh, you were joking?
Go on their Twitter, dude. Let's all look.
Let's
There's
see.
nothing.
Fuck.
There's no Overwatch. The Twisted Mind Overwatch Twitter. Where is it?
I think it's just this one. It's dominated by all the Sphere stuff right now.
Dude, about Russians, I tried to get Chow on my team. The coach. The org didn't go for it. Because he's Russian.
Because he's Russian.
Yeah. Apparently Finland and Russia is not a good mix. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
So I can see the problem there. But yeah, I like Chow, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Official game of Overwatch, Jesus Christ. Alright. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I think that's really reasonable. Alright,
I'll see you later.
Alright, good night. Or good morning, whatever it is for you. Alright. I'm also gonna go to bed. I think it's enough yapping. Enough yapping from all of us. Thank you everyone who was here. And I'll see you Thursday. Yeah, see you for Korea. Korea will be next. Raid Seeker? We can raid Seeker. We can do that. Alright, thank you everyone. Good night. Good night. Yeah, lock it in Thursday. Lock it in Thursday. Which one? This one. Okay. Good night.